The story begins with two supreme beings fighting. Their intense battle causes destruction everywhere they go. Inevitably, both get injured in the fight. The elder, named Kyubai, acknowledges that his opponent has the skills to challenge him for the position of the most powerful under the heavens, but regrets that he is so immature. On the other hand, the younger one, named Jian, believes he lost because of an exchange of blows. He regrets not having the chance to experience the supreme art of the sword. Just as he is about to die, he suddenly feels something. An unknown voice starts reciting a technique, and his entire body is filled with adrenaline. Violet, viridescent sword technique. Break and ascend. Imperial sword of the gods. Divide the world and my soul. The protagonist's sword begins to levitate and moves towards the elder. The elder can see it but cannot evade it. The sword cuts the elder in half, and he cannot believe that the protagonist broke through the barrier of death. Then Jian falls from where he was, and several stones fall with him. In his vision, the colors of the sky are fading. He sees a huge stone coming towards him, but already without strength, he can't do anything. And then the stone crushes him. However, he is confused as he thought he had died. When he opens his eyes, he sees and hears a person there. This person calls him Young Master. When he starts to see better, he sees a woman wanting to breastfeed him, but he calls her indecent and tells her to cover her shiny tips. The woman screams and runs away, shouting that the young master is speaking. The protagonist is confused by this until he realizes he has become very small, and the only thing he remembers is when he was fighting against the damn elder, and both died. Remembering that the sky changed color, he understands that he reincarnated. The protagonist wonders where he is, as nothing there is familiar. John begins to get out of the cradle and says that he killed that damn elder and that there are probably still parts of his body left. The protagonist needs to hurry back to his clan, but from the back, some people are talking. One of them says that Jian is only 6 months old and cannot speak. The guy with the mustache asks the woman if she gave him milk until she hallucinated, and the protagonist simply asks the mustached guy to take him to the celestial sword peak. The mustached guy, who is his father, happily picks him up, seeing that Jian can indeed speak. The guy in the back congratulates the young master, as speaking at only 6 months old means he is the legendary genius among geniuses. His father is happy to have a prodigious son. The protagonist will be the hope to revive the family. Jian, being hugged tightly, only thinks about returning to the celestial sword peak. After a while, the protagonist discovered that this place was called the Sky Yuan continent, another world. So he took on the identity of the young master Jian of the Changyang family and stayed with this family. He possesses the memories of his past life and looked for ways to return to his world while practicing the violet viridescent sword technique multiple times. 3 years later, the Changyang family skills test began. With less than 3 years of practice, Jian is definitely going to shock everyone, and everyone was rooting for him. He thinks that with his skills now, he will shock everyone to death. An old man there asks the protagonist to place his hand on the stone plaque. With that, a symbol appears on the stone. The old man is frightened when he sees it. The protagonist asks what it means and if it is something cool. The old man explains that it means the protagonist is incapable of using spiritual abilities. Everyone is shocked by this, and John does not understand how this is possible. The other people were still supporting the protagonist, and a bearded man thinks he will finally be able to see the young master become the first chosen of the family, until the old man announces that the test is over and that the young master Jian has no holy power. This shocks everyone and they can't believe it is possible. The protagonist's father, named Ban, asks the old man if Jian really cannot cultivate holy power. The protagonist's mother, who is the 4th aunt of the Changyang family, is called Yun. She is worried about her son. The 3rd aunt of the family, Feng, just smiles at this. Returning to the protagonist, he says this is ridiculous and that the stone is probably broken. The old man says he will conduct another test. He uses an ocular technique called Eyes of Discernment. After a brief moment, the old man laments and announces again that the young master's body has no holy power. Therefore, he cannot cultivate. The protagonist's father is frustrated by this, and the 3rd aunt mocks, asking how a genius who enjoys so many training resources every month can be a great failure. She suddenly screams that the young master is no longer a genius and asks everyone to stop supporting him. People there start to be removed from the place, and meanwhile the protagonist cannot understand, as he trained the violet viridescent sword law for the past few years and still has no holy power. He knows that the essence there is much denser than in his original world. Cultivation is more productive, but there are no problems with that. The protagonist thinks it might be because the first level of the violet viridescent sword law is to refine the body, and he incorporated all the holy power into his body to refine it, which is why there is no holy power left in his body. Feng tells the chief that now that Jian is incapable, the family's future naturally depends on Kier. The chief, still frustrated, says that from now on all the training resources allocated to Jian will be transferred to Kier, and the money given to the fourth aunt will be halved. The protagonist realizes that now that he has shown himself to be incapable, everyone's attitude has immediately changed, and they have shown their true colors. He stares at his father, and his father simply turns and walks away. As Feng passes by Yun, she says that Yun raised a waste of a son. Meanwhile, that bearded guy from before tries to warn the protagonist that the family chief is just fulfilling the role of chief, and therefore he should not blame him. The protagonist smiles and says he understands, but thinks his father has his reasons, and he has his own ideas. Jian understands that this kind of family does not care about him. The protagonist goes to where his mother is and approaches her. He kneels and says he is incapable, but she does not mind that he is incapable. She knows the protagonist has other talents and, when the time comes, will certainly be as capable as the others. She grabs him and tells Jian not to worry, because with her there, no one will intimidate him. The protagonist thinks his mother is very good to him, so he stands up and asks her not to worry. He promises never to disappoint her. Jian thinks that even if it is just for his mother's sake, he will silence all those who despised him. His mother smiles, saying she will always believe in him. The protagonist gets serious and says he will use his power to make those snobbish people pay the price. In the Changyang House library collection, Jian, at 7 years old, read several books to help with his cultivation, and this was the last book. He read the entire collection of thousands of books. With that, he decides to test and combine the movements learned in the library with the violet viridescent sword law to see how powerful he becomes. He concentrates and slaps the wall, leaving his handprint in the concrete. Jian smiles happily. For 3 years after refining his body, it is no longer necessary to integrate holy power into his physical body. His cultivation has progressed really quickly. Jian sees that it is almost dawn, and it is time to say hi to his mother, as she cannot find out he is practicing secretly. Already at his house, he sits at the table and his mother arrives. She takes a cucumber and tells Jian to remember that no matter how difficult the circumstances, he must be a man of high standards. Jian apologizes to his mother, as if he were not trash. She would not have to suffer like this. However, his mother does not mind and asks him not to say such silly things. She emphasizes that even if the food is simple, it is still good for health. Eating cucumbers can also reduce weight, so it is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Yun says she heard that the third aunt bought an expensive skin product and had a problem, and her face is swollen. The protagonist laughs and says she deserves it, but suddenly, Yun remembers something. She picks up a piece of paper and says that it is the book Jian has to read today and the homework questions he needs to complete. Jian asks if he can just read the book since these assignments are too troublesome to write. He thinks that just by reading, he can remember everything written, so there's no need to write. Yun says he can't cultivate holy power and now can only rely on reading to advance in his future. She says she is doing this for his own good. The protagonist wonders if he should just tell her that he can practice holy power. His mother says that if Jian could cultivate holy power, she would definitely ask him to do double the work. If he tells the truth, he gets into more trouble, and if he doesn't, he gets into less trouble. So it's better to get into less trouble. Jian even imagines his mother giving him double the work. With that, he says he will go to the library to read the book. Yun tells him to do his homework, and that she will check it in the evening. As he leaves, the protagonist says that there are no more books to read in the library, and he doesn't want to do homework. He wonders where he should go to pass the time. Suddenly he smells something good. He realizes it is the smell of his mother's favorite radish cake. With that, he decides to get some radish cake for his mother, as it will make her very happy. Ah, the radish cake. The protagonist reaches out to grab the cake, but someone takes the plate from him. This guy is named Kier. He says that the protagonist is stealing food from the kitchen and that it doesn't sound good to him. Jian says he is the young master of the Changyang family and asks how Kier dares to speak ill of him and if he is not afraid of being punished. Kier says he is the servant of the third aunt Feng. Not even the fourth aunt can control him. And as for the protagonist, even less so. Jian, irritated, asks for the cake again, but Kier mocks, saying he remembers that Yun likes radish cake and comments that the protagonist is very considerate. The other cooks also mock, saying that if it weren't for the protagonist being a loser, the fourth aunt Yun wouldn't have to go through this, and thanks to the kindness of the chief, they are still there. Otherwise, they would have already been expelled. Jian just asks for the cake, but Kier throws the cake on the ground. With that, the protagonist gets furious. He punches Kier in the face, who passes out with a single blow. John says that Chuer has been doing bad things behind his back for the past 2 years, and that today he will settle the score. He punches Chuer again in the middle of the forehead, and he goes flying and hits the wall. The impact is so great that in addition to cracking the wall, the shelves fall, and all the plates fall on his head. The other cooks are terrified, and the protagonist, all badass, turns to everyone and says that all these years they have been stealing money from his mother and making food with cheap ingredients. The cooks are afraid of the protagonist. John says that if something like this happens again, he won't be kind and asks if everyone heard him, and they all respond yes. As the protagonist leaves, the cooks wonder if that is really the young master from before, because he defeated Chuer with a single punch. John leaves there relieved for teaching Chuer and the others a lesson, because teaching bad guys a lesson is good for the health. The protagonist hears something and goes to see what it is. He sees the third young master of the Chang Yang family, Kier. The chubby boy shouts, "Cut here, cut there, spinning cut, vomit." John thinks that Feng's son is goofing off again because that is not training. The protagonist finds him detestable, so he decides to just continue on his way. Kier sees the protagonist there and decides to try to intimidate him. He goes up to the protagonist and asks him to climb up there to get a candy. The protagonist gets serious and asks if by chance Kier thinks he's 7 years old. Kier asks if he isn't, but the protagonist remembers that he really is 7 years old. Kier pulls the protagonist and asks them to practice together. John thinks that Feng and Kier have been intimidating him and his mother for years, so he will take this opportunity to teach Kier a lesson. John asks Kier not to take it seriously. The chubby boy thinks that John is acting strange today, and maybe he's plotting something. However, Kier thinks there is nothing to fear since he's a 4th-level saint. John asks where they will fight, and Kier says right there on the training field. Kier tells John to grab any weapon he wants, so the protagonist goes to a branch, picks it up, and says he doesn't need a weapon and will fight using a stick. Kier thinks John must have some mental problem. He warns the protagonist to stay alert as he is about to start attacking. Kier charges at the protagonist, who remains completely calm. He just dodges slightly, prepares and counters. Kier doesn't understand what happened, and John tells Kier that he lost. The chubby boy can't believe it and yells at the protagonist, saying that round didn't count and accuses him of cheating. John mocks, saying he doesn't understand, and asks what Kier means by cheating. This makes Kier furious. He keeps shouting that the round doesn't count and tells them to start again. John agrees to start over as Kier wants. Kier, scared, thinks the protagonist caught him off guard and assumes he underestimated the protagonist's strength. He thinks that if he fights seriously, John won't be a match for him, and that there's no way John can defeat him, even if underestimated. Kier wonders if the stick is the source of John's strength. Thinking this way, Kier asks to see the stick the protagonist is using. John throws the stick to him and says it's just a normal stick, and there's nothing special about it. Kier smiles, hits the stick, throwing it away, and asks how John intends to defeat him without using the stick. The protagonist thinks that besides being an idiot, Kier is now a cheater. John concentrates and feels the same sensation as when he used his sword and could control it with his mind. He uses the sword god's domain, and while Kier is laughing at the protagonist, the stick is already being controlled by John. With this, Kier attacks the protagonist, saying he will be the family chief and tells the protagonist to go to hell. The protagonist commands the stick, which hits Kier's face. The stick gets stuck in the ground, and Kier's face starts bleeding. He begins to cry, saying he will tell his mother. John says that if Kier calls him a brat again, he will kill him. With that, the chubby boy runs away, calling for his mother. John thinks he forgot to hold back this time, but he doesn't care because the worst they can do is punish him. He just hopes his mother won't be involved in this. As he leaves, someone arrives at the scene and sees the stick on the ground. This person picks up the stick and says that in the end, John couldn't resist showing his true strength. John realizes this and says that winds of change are coming. Elsewhere, Feng is yelling at the chief to teach John a lesson, because if it weren't for Kier's luck, John might have killed him. On the other side, Chuer is complaining that John is out of control and agrees that he should be punished. Ban says John is incapable of cultivating holy power, and asks how he could have hurt Chuer and Kier. Feng starts blaming Yun, saying Yun has always spoiled John and probably taught him some despicable method to hurt Kier. Feng asks Ban to do something. Ban says the Changyang family is known for its kindness and generosity. If it was indeed Jian who committed these crimes without reason, he will punish him severely. He shouts for them to call Jian. Feng thinks this time she will have Yun and Jian expelled from this house. Ban says he will ensure Feng receives an explanation for this. Yun arrives and says there is no need to look for John. She explains that John had nothing to do with what happened today. She assumes it was her. Ban asks if it wasn't Jian who hurt Chuer and Kier. Yun says it was her because she was worried that Jian would be bullied for not being able to cultivate, so she has been secretly following him to protect him. Yun says that today, she saw Chiwer and Kier bullying Jian, and since she was nervous, she taught them a lesson. Feng says Kier is kind, and Chiwer is honest, and would never bully Jian. Kier says he didn't bully Jian, and Chiwer says he is innocent. Feng says it's obvious Yun is taking the blame to protect Jian, and Yun yells, saying everyone knows Jian can't cultivate and asks how he could hurt Chiwer and Kier. With this, Feng loses the argument. Yun turns to Ban and says that all of this was her fault and has nothing to do with Jian. She is willing to accept the punishment. Ban tells Yun that since she admitted it, her punishment will be to endure isolated meditation for a month. Yun agrees to this, but Feng keeps saying that Kier almost died, and yet Ban forgives her so easily. She screams that the fate of the family is at stake and says he must expel Yun from the family. Yun asks if, by healing Kier's wounds, everything will be forgiven, but Feng denies it, saying Yun is trying to hurt Kier more. While Yun complains on one side and Feng complains on the other, Ban is already bored with this. He starts to walk away and leaves the scene. Elsewhere, Jian is confused because it's been a while since the fight, and no one has come after him. He also doesn't know where his mother went. He is so bored, just sitting there waiting to be called. Suddenly, something appears behind him. Jian notices a knife coming towards him and manages to dodge it. A masked man appears and asks how the protagonist dares to hurt the third young master. Jian asks if he was sent by Feng. The man confirms this and advances. He attacks, but the protagonist manages to dodge. The man uses a technique that causes an explosion, and again the protagonist dodges. Jian thinks this man is at the 4th level of holy strength and can handle him. The protagonist throws a branch, and the man asks how a branch could hurt him. The protagonist responds by asking who said a branch couldn't hurt someone. The branch rises and descends towards the man. He sees the branch coming but is still hit, and his mask is cut in half. It was his father, the head of the family. Jian is shocked by this, but Ban starts to cry, asking if Jian can really use holy strength. The protagonist says yes, he has been able to use holy strength for a long time and admits to having hurt both Kier and Kiwer. He tells Ban to punish him as he wants, but not to involve his mother in this. His father asks why he didn't say he could use holy strength, because if he knew, things would have been different. But the protagonist asks why he should have told, since when everyone thought he was a genius at first, he was loved and had all the possible training resources, plus his father's love. But when his father found out he couldn't use holy power, he abandoned both him and Yun. Jian asks what he is to his father. Is he his son, or just a mere tool? Ban says he has his problems and must take care of the family's future, but the protagonist yells, asking what about his and his mother's problems. He asks if his father knows what he and his mother went through these past years. Feng intimidated them, and his father did nothing about it. Jian yells that when his father thought he was a waste, he wouldn't have even blinked if the protagonist had really died. Ban is saddened by this, and asks how Jian can say that, as he would never do something like that to him and Yun. But Jian no longer cares about how Ban treats him. He just doesn't want his mother to be punished with him. Ban tries to explain himself, saying that even though he is the head of the family, there are still matters beyond his control. The protagonist agrees, since Ban is the head of the family, but Jian only cares about his mother. He starts to leave and tells his father to punish him as he wants because this family means nothing to him anymore. Ban is utterly saddened by this. Suddenly, the old man deity speaks to the chief Ban, telling him to own up to his mistake and apologize. The chief turns, crying, and asks if he saw everything. Deity says that the young master hurt the third young master using just a single branch and almost hurt him too. The old man says that Jian is talented. Ban says he reduced his strength to the 4th level of holy strength, which is why Jian was able to take advantage. Ban emphasizes that the initial test clearly said that Jian couldn't cultivate holy strength. How was he able to cultivate? Deity says that at that time, he also felt that something was wrong. After the test was conducted, the young master was obviously the chosen one, so how could he not be able to cultivate? Deity then reveals that he has been secretly watching the young master for the past few years. Jian had been secretly going to the library to cultivate his holy strength. So Deity already knew everything. Ban asks why the old man didn't tell him anything. Deity responds that while he was observing Jian, he was also observing Ban. He says that the chief has been blind all this time. Deity warns that he will take Jian to a place where he can be nurtured. Ban shouts that he has always treated him very well and asks how he could do such a thing. But Deity wins the argument, saying he is just a guest of the family. And if Ban can't even control his own son, how could he blame an outsider? The chief understands this and admits it is his fault. He has failed as a father, and because of this, his son now hates him. Deity says it is not too late, as the young master is a man of character. If Ban is willing to be honest with him, he will understand as well. The chief understands and thanks deity. At the Chongyang studio, the third and fourth aunts were waiting for the chief. Feng tells Yun that the chief went to deal with Jian, and that now both Jian and Yun are finished. Yun responds by telling Feng not to be so arrogant and calls her a pig face. Yun says she can always take Jian home since Feng poses no threat to her. Yun mocks, saying Feng wouldn't even dare to go out with her face in that state. The chief arrives and says he has discovered the truth. Jian did hurt the two. Feng asks the chief to punish Jian for it, but he says it was wrong of Jian to hurt them. However, Kier and Chuer should not have been bullying others, so he decides to put an end to this matter. He orders the protagonist to apologize, which he quickly does. Both Feng and Yun ask if the chief will just let this matter go. The third aunt says that Kier is the future of the family, but Ban tells her to be quiet, as Chuer has been secretly making things difficult for Yun and Jian, which is already a violation of the family's biggest rules. Therefore, Ban will expel him from the house. He asks everyone to listen. From now on, anyone who dares to disrespect Jian and Yun will be severely punished. Yun is very happy with this. Feng, however, looks sour. The chief asks the protagonist if this treatment is fair, and the protagonist agrees. Jian goes to his mother and asks if she was being bullied, but she only wants to know if the chief punished him. The protagonist snorts and says they had a man-to-man discussion. Yun sees that kids these days talk like adults. Ban asks Yun to use the cure to treat Kier's wounds and fix Feng's face. Yun agrees to this, but Feng protests. The chief argues with her, and she agrees to it. Yun begins to use her special energy. Jian, seeing this, notices that special energy from the heavens and the earth is flowing from his mother's hands. He wonders if this is the power of radiant saints. A while later, both are healed, and Yun boasts, saying it was easy. Jian thinks that if he learns to use this special energy, his training will be twice as effective with half the effort. At that moment, his father calls him and says he will no longer insist on this incident. However, Jian is wrong and will be punished. The protagonist remembers that this is different from what they had agreed on. Yun asks if Jian will be punished, and Feng celebrates this. Ban informs them that Jian has been practicing in secret, but not systematically. And starting tomorrow, Jian's punishment will be to follow deity to the secret room behind the mountain and train, until he reaches the 8th stage of holy strength. Both women ask if this is a punishment. Kier says that if so, he wants to be punished too. Jian thinks it's not so bad to have deity as a guide. His father shows a letter and says that when Jian reaches the 8th stage of holy strength, he will be able to open this letter. Ban says that at that moment, the protagonist's future will be rewritten. The protagonist, looking at the letter, wonders if it is related to his future. 7 years later, Ban and deity are talking. Ban asks how Jian's cultivation is going, and if he has managed to reach the 8th level. Deity says that in recent years, the young master's cultivation has not been as incredible as it used to be. Now he is only at the 7th level of holy strength. The old man says that Jian may be only 14 years old, but this cultivation pace is enough for him to be considered a genius. However, he feels as if the young master is not giving his best in cultivating. Ban asks what the old man means by that, and if he has any proof. But deity says he only has feelings. It's as if the young master could advance to the 8th level of holy strength anytime he wants. The chief becomes worried because if Jian doesn't advance this year, he will have to wait another whole year. Elsewhere, Yun is relaxing a bit. A girl arrives and calls her 4th grandmother, saying she brought fruits and snacks that the chief sent for her and the young master. Yun says Jian is cultivating now. She asks the girl to leave the snack there, and she will deliver it to the protagonist later. Yun says his training is getting better and better. Inside a room, Jian, now 14 years old, is cultivating, but something seems to be bothering him. He remembers a battle where Jian's clan and that old man Chubai's clan from the beginning were at war. A guy from the protagonist's clan says Jian will avenge them all, and a guy from the old man's clan says that both Chubai and Jian died together, and there will be no help now. With that, the people from the protagonist's clan begin to be attacked and die. Jian doesn't want this. He asks them to wait until he suddenly screams for them to stop and punches the ground. He is startled for a moment but soon understands it was just a dream. He looks at his sword and realizes that in recent years, he's been quite relaxed since he never experienced the warmth of a home in his previous life. And now he can't bear to leave. That's why he has been delaying advancing in level as he got used to life within the Chongyang family. However, he is not Jian of the Chongyang family. He is Jian Chen, and his clan is still waiting for his return. Therefore, he has to keep getting stronger and find a way back. This is something Jian absolutely cannot forget. The journey of the sword has no end. Now the protagonist has advanced to the 8th level of holy strength. Ban excitedly asks if John has really advanced to the 8th level. The old man congratulates him for it. John asks if he can now open the letter. Ban replies that he can. Upon opening it, he sees it is an admission letter. Ban explains that this letter is an admission letter to the famous Kargath Academy in the Gerson Empire. Kargath Academy has trained countless top-tier cultivators. Only those who have reached the 8th level of holy strength before 18 are eligible to attend. He tells his son that he is extremely talented and is suitable for attending Kargath Academy, and now the future of the family depends on him. The old man says that the academy's opening ceremony is in 3 days, so the young master should be able to arrive in time. John says he will not disappoint. Ban says if the protagonist can become a holy warrior before 18 by breaking through the 10th level of holy strength, he will give him a special ring. Jian responds that it won't take long. His mother arrives with 5 suitcases full of things. She says that since it's his first time away from home, he must take good care of himself. She has prepared some books full of advice that she wrote for him. Jian says he is no longer a child and can take care of himself. Yoon comments to the protagonist that when Feng found out he was going to Kargath Academy, she got so upset that it made her sick. She says the protagonist did a good job. Jian asks if his mother is that happy, and she confirms it. The old man deity tells them to hurry as it is getting late. They mount the giant bird and say their goodbyes. But before leaving, his mother asks him to write frequently. With that, they depart for Kargath Academy. Flying through the air, John thinks that it's been a long time since he experienced the feeling of flight. He really missed it. Deity calls the protagonist and says he is quite different because when they sent the protagonist's older brother to the academy, he was scared to move during the flight. Jian asks if there really is an older brother at Kargath Academy and how he never knew about it. Deity smiles and says his memory is bad and he forgot to mention it. He explains that the older brother, Chang Young-Hu, was born from the first lady. After Ban married the third lady, the 2 ladies argued. In anger, the first lady took the newborn young master Hu back to her mother's house and cut off contact with the Chang Yang family. John says he understands and isn't even surprised that he grew up without ever hearing about this older brother, since if his mother hadn't been strong enough, Feng could have driven her away too. He thinks that political disputes in a large family are normal. Deity is impressed and thinks that the young master knows quite a bit, even though he is still a child. The old man explains that when the first young master went to study at the academy, he was 17 years old and at the 8th level of holy strength. He tells John that now that he is going to the academy too, he will see how big the world is. John thanks the old man and says he understands. They are finally arriving, and the old man informs the protagonist. Jian is happy to see the academy. They land in the courtyard and there are many people there. Jian asks how he will find his brother among so many people, but Deity says it won't be difficult. When the protagonist looks to the side, his brother is there with a giant sign welcoming him. This is the protagonist's brother, Hu. Jian is completely embarrassed and already wants to leave. Hu greets Deity, and the old man informs him that Chief Ban has been thinking a lot about him, but Hu sighs and says he doesn't want to hear anything about his father. Hu looks at the protagonist and says he has grown quite a bit. He hugs the protagonist and says that if anyone tries to intimidate him, he should let him know, as Hu will avenge John. Deity asks Hu to show the academy to the protagonist. Hu tells Deity not to worry. He will take his younger brother on a grand tour of the academy. Jian thinks his older brother seems irresponsible, but still quite reliable. Hu shows him one place and another, and says that this is all of the academy, and the tour is over. Jian retracts what he said. His older brother is completely unreliable. Hu explains to Jian that tomorrow is the rookie competition day, and he has enrolled the protagonist. Hu says he is sure John will fit into this new environment. The protagonist notes that all the rookies will fight each other, so fitting in will be difficult. The older brother hands a registration token to the protagonist and says it's just a rookie competition, so Jian will probably do well. The protagonist thinks Hu is very enthusiastic, but Jian isn't interested in this game and thinks it's better to stay out of it. Suddenly, Hu remembers something: the registration papers. He forgot them. He asks the protagonist to go to the cafeteria to eat first, while he gets the papers for the protagonist. With that, Hu simply leaves Jian there alone. In the cafeteria, the protagonist is eating. He sees that the food is very cheap and tasty, and even poor students can afford to eat. This is very fitting for Kargath Academy, as it is the most important place for equality between rich and poor. Suddenly, someone arrives and tells the protagonist to leave, as this is their table. However, the protagonist doesn't care. The guy shouts again, asking if the protagonist can hear him. John says that if the guy wants to eat, he should just sit and eat. This table doesn't belong to him, but to the academy. The guy gets angry and tells the protagonist to leave. The guy's sister asks why he is being so polite and tells him to just expel the protagonist. Jian says he will let them use the table, but they will have to wait until he finishes eating. If they don't want to sit with him until then, they will have to wait standing. The guy shouts, telling the protagonist not to mistake kindness for weakness, or he will regret it. The sister also yells, asking how the protagonist dares to speak to them like that. Meanwhile, their older brother was just watching. He decides to intervene and says that, judging by the material of the protagonist's uniform, he is also a noble. He asks for the protagonist's name and which family he belongs to. The guy sits at the table and says that the academy prohibits nobles from oppressing commoners but does not interfere in fights between nobles. He says he can destroy the protagonist's academic status if he wants, and asks if John still wants to challenge them. Other students notice that the Kadi siblings are there. A girl wonders why this newcomer dared to provoke them. While eating, the protagonist thinks that it's naive to reveal his family background and speak rudely, as he has seen much of this in his past life. The older brother yells at the protagonist, as he says nothing and continues eating. The girl calls the protagonist a stinky brat and says her older brother is talking to him. The second brother gets angry and pulls the tablecloth, but the protagonist manages to grab his plate first. He goes to Jian and tries to hit him, but the protagonist dodges and slaps the guy, knocking him to the ground. The older brother and younger sister are surprised by this. Jian says that the guy's heart is impetuous, his foundations are unstable, and his kung fu is worthless. The guy gets even angrier, but suddenly another student asks them to stop fighting. He stands up saying that he has finished eating, so they could have his place. But the guy tells the fatty to stay out of it. The fatty continues saying that they are all classmates and don't need to have conflicts. The guy asks if the fatty didn't understand that he should leave and punches the fatty, but nothing happens, as the fatty's skin is extremely tough. The girl urges her brother to teach the fatty a lesson, but the protagonist asks them not to involve other people in this, and if they want, they can come at him. The older brother tells the second brother to stop, as the fatty is not a noble, and fights between nobles and commoners are prohibited. Other students notice that a fight is happening, and this is when we discover the older brother's name, Kadiyun. Kadiyun tries to intimidate the protagonist by saying that he will get him expelled from the academy. After all, the academy doesn't interfere in conflicts between nobles. He asks if the protagonist would like to leave the academy with a broken arm or leg. Jian says he would like to see Kadiyun try. Someone jumps in, shouting that they would like to see it too. It was Hu. He steps on the table, but ends up breaking it. Jian asks his brother if he can't just arrive in a normal way. Hu yells at Kadiyun, saying that if he wants to fight, just say so, and they will fight. But he realizes he has the protagonist's papers, so he hands them over and says they are the registration papers for the rookie tournament. Kadiyun hears this and asks Hu if this boy is his fourth brother. Hu says yes, and that Jian is as talented as he is. The second brother asks who he is, and the girl asks if they are not afraid of dying. Kadiyun thinks it's not a good idea to provoke Hu, so he can't deal with Jian directly. He will have to think of another way. He starts to leave and calls his siblings to go. Hu tells Jian that he is well respected around here, but Jian knows this isn't over. As they leave, the girl asks who that guy who appeared was. Kadiyun says he is Changyang Hu, and that he is a stubborn idiot. The second brother asks if they are going to let it go, but Kadiyun replies no. He explains that Jian signed up for the rookie competition, and that if they kill Jian there's nothing Hu could do about it. He laughs and says that anyone who offends the Kadi clan will pay with their life. As he was leaving, Jian thought his brother was a scoundrel, as he ran off saying he had something to do and left him there alone. He thinks about how he should act there, as it's his first day, and he doesn't even have friends yet, but he remembers that he might have a friend because the fatty called him a friend before leaving. The protagonist wonders why he has to participate in the rookie tournament. It seems very boring. He even thinks about quitting, but decides to walk around a bit to get to know the place better. While walking around, he sees a couple. He says that in his old clan, people used to do things like that all the time. Suddenly, he hears some laughter nearby. Some masked guys were walking around. John realizes that these guys are up to no good. Nearby, the guys gather to make a plan. Their leader tells the masked guys to pretend to go after a girl so he can come and save her. The masked guys say they will do everything to help the leader win the girl's heart, but the leader reminds them to be gentle with her because she is very innocent. Jian, hearing everything, thinks they are just idiots without creativity. Even so, he won't let these guys deceive a lady. Later that night, the girl arrives there. That couple from before is also there, and the boy compliments the girl. This makes his girlfriend angry, and she pulls him by the ear. Suddenly, the masked guys arrive. They call her to spend the night with them. She gets scared and tells them not to come closer. One of them approaches her and tries to grab her, but she takes his hand and, with a twist, slams the masked guy into the ground. The other two are scared of her. She says she doesn't like to fight, but since they are bad guys, she won't be nice. At that moment, Jian had already defeated their leader with a punch. He thinks the girl is kind and delicate, but fights dirty. The masked guys turn and shout for their leader to help, but it is the protagonist who is there, as the leader ran away. With this, the girl thinks the protagonist is the leader of the bad guys and decides to punish him. Jian tries to explain to her that it is a misunderstanding. She prepares to attack, and nearby, one of the masked guys asks who that boy is and where the leader is, but the other tells them just to get out of there. Then the protagonist decides to fight her, since he was very bored. He will test how strong she is, but suddenly a woman arrives and asks them to stop. She uses a technique on the protagonist to paralyze his body. This is the beautiful girl's master. She says that the academy has strict rules that prohibit fights. The girl apologizes but emphasizes that the protagonist is a bad guy, and that's why she was fighting, as her master told her not to be lenient with bad guys. The master says she will take care of it and tells her disciple to go back and reflect on her actions. Before leaving, she turns to the protagonist and makes a mocking face at him. She walks away with her nose in the air, and the protagonist can only think that it's not what they think. The master looks at the protagonist and sees that his physical constitution seems special. The protagonist wonders if she could possibly have seen through him. She asks him not to be nervous because she would never pry into others' secrets, not even his. She calls him a child of the Shang Yang clan. The protagonist wonders if she knows him. She emphasizes that before allowing him to leave alive, he will have to prove his worth to her. Otherwise, she herself will kill him. The protagonist wonders if this woman is crazy. The master starts using another technique and asks the protagonist to remember what he said today. A circle appears around the protagonist and begins to engulf him. She says that, for now, he should consider this a welcome gift. Jian doesn't understand how this is a gift. Elsewhere, Jian realizes that it was a teleportation ability. Suddenly, his brother arrives there. He was all injured and asks how Jian got there. The protagonist asks what happened and how he got hurt. Hu explains that he planned to kill a grade 1 demon and give the core to the protagonist, but he ended up encountering a grade 3 demon instead and got a bit beaten up. He even thought he would die, and it's a good thing Jian arrived in time, as Hu was afraid he couldn't hold out much longer to give the gift. After handing over the core, Hu tells the protagonist to participate in the rookie tournament and that this core will significantly increase the protagonist's strength. Jian realizes that this was why his brother left earlier that time. Hu says that as the older brother, he will do everything to help his younger brother. After all, Jian needs to achieve good results in the tournament. Jian wonders what is so important about this tournament that made his brother risk his life to help him. Hu sits on the ground and lies down in a peculiar way. Jian asks what he is doing. Hu says that his journey ends now and asks Jian to take his ashes back home. Jian explains to him that the situation is not like that because he has already checked the wounds and they are all superficial, nothing serious. So Hu is not going to die. Hu is astonished by this because he thought it was his end. He laughs about it, and the protagonist points out that if he weren't there, Hu could have died from blood loss. He ties a cloth around the wound and says that with this, he has temporarily stopped the bleeding, but they still need to return to the academy so Hu can receive treatment. Hu praises his brother and says he is not surprised that deity calls Jian a genius. The protagonist picks up his brother and carries him on his back, and the lady from before is just watching from a distance. She says that the journey after this will be long and arduous for the protagonist. Another day, the students are commenting that the rookie tournament is about to start. Who will be the new champion of the rookie class? This is the battle arena. Jian is excited about it. He thinks that Kargath Academy is really worthy of its fame, for even something like a rookie tournament to cause such a stir. Suddenly, some crazy person starts shouting a lot in support of the protagonist, and of course, it was Hu shouting that his brother is the best. The protagonist thinks that with a brother like this, he will die before even fighting. A person arrives at the place greeting the students. He introduces himself as the vice principal of the academy. His name is Bai, and he will be the judge of today's tournament. He explains that the rewards will be the same as in previous years. The first place will receive a 3rd grade demon core. The second place will receive a 2nd grade demon core. Lastly, the 3rd place will receive a 1st grade demon core. The top 50 students will receive a purple spiritual coin as a prize. The students think this is great because just one of these purple coins can feed a normal family for 10 years. That girl starts mocking the students again for being poor. Her brother says that his daily allowance is triple that. Bai announces the second random group, and now the elimination round will begin. The rules are simple. No weapons are allowed, and killing your opponent is not permitted. And now the tournament begins. The protagonist sees that Bai is really excited about this. The Kadi siblings arrive there, telling the protagonist not to be eliminated so they can fight in the end. The girl says that considering the protagonist's appearance, he will lose before facing them. The protagonist responds that they are right because they are so pathetic that they will never have the chance to face him. The Kadi siblings get very irritated, but the protagonist doesn't care. In the first round, the protagonist knocks out a student with a punch. And finally, we find out the name of brother 2. His name is Liang. Liang doesn't fall behind and also defeats his first opponent. The fatty is called Tieta and is already chasing after the girls. Sometime later, they reach the quarterfinal group, and the first match is Jian against Chuli, the blonde girl. She says that the quarterfinals have arrived and that the protagonist was lucky. Hu supports the protagonist, and the protagonist finds it a coincidence to meet her there. Chuli attacks, but Jian easily dodges. He just keeps dodging, and this irritates her. She gets frustrated because the protagonist's feet aren't even leaving the ground, yet he manages to dodge all her attacks. The protagonist dodges another one and says that now it's his turn. Chuli thinks that her situation has worsened, and when the punch is about to hit, Jian stops and says he doesn't like hitting little girls. He asks her to admit defeat. Chuli thinks that maybe Jian is indeed stronger than her, but she doesn't intend to admit defeat. She shouts that she hasn't lost yet and attacks the protagonist with a kick. Jian stops her kick with his hand and calls her stubborn. However, a needle shoots out from the sole of her shoe towards the protagonist's eye. Chuli thinks she has won the fight until Jian uses his power, and before being hit, he controls the needle and throws it back at Chuli. She takes the needle right in the middle of her chest. Jian sighs and is glad that he has already trained some techniques, like his violet verdant sword art. If it weren't for that, he would have been in trouble. The students watching from a distance don't understand what happened. To them, Chuli just suddenly fainted. Bai goes to them and analyzes what happened there. He says that fortunately this needle was coated with a common poison and her life is not in danger. Jian tells him that it has nothing to do with him. Bai shouts that Chuli broke the rules and now she is disqualified from the tournament. Then, he announces Jian's victory. Hu celebrates that he is rich now, as he bet everything on his brother. Liang and Kadiyun are very angry about this. Bai tells Jian that he is not so bad after all. The protagonist doesn't know if that was meant to be a compliment. The fights continue, and the protagonist keeps winning them all. At the entrance, Kadiyun calls Liang and shows him a drug, saying that it will make his body much stronger. Liang is scared and asks if he isn't strong enough on his own, but Kadiyun says he doesn't want any more mistakes. Chuli has already failed and embarrassed them, and if Liang wins, he will restore their honor. With that, Liang agrees to take it. Meanwhile, the protagonist is defeating everyone. Tieta approaches him and congratulates him. Now it was Tieta's turn. The protagonist tells him to do his best. However, Liang is approaching, and he is not clean. The protagonist already notices that Liang is not normal. Tieta says that he is as strong as a bull and will not go easy on Liang. But Liang refuses to lose. Bai rings the bell and starts the match. Both Tieta and Liang attack, and their blows collide, but Liang gains the upper hand. He realizes that he is indeed much stronger. Liang continues to advance and lands another blow on Tieta. Tieta is thrown far away. Liang continues to advance, but Bai stops him and asks them to stop fighting. Jian goes to Tieta and asks how he is. Tieta apologizes to the protagonist and says that he lost, but Jian tells him not to worry. It's all right. The protagonist will avenge him. Jian turns to Liang and asks if he is ready to die. This makes Liang even angrier. Jian asks Bai to start the fight. Hu, from outside, starts shouting to Bai that Liang has definitely taken some kind of strengthening pill and asked for his disqualification. Bai says that if both agree to fight, there is no reason for him to stop the fight. Hu keeps shouting, and Bai warns that he will start the fight, but Hu keeps shouting more and more, irritating the vice principal. Bai gets so irritated that he tells Hu to reflect on his actions and throws him to the stars. The protagonist is worried about his brother, but meanwhile, Bai thinks it is obvious that Liang took something, and even so, Jian will dare to face him. The vice principal starts to leave, and Liang shouts that he gave up his pride just to defeat the protagonist. He punches the ground, breaking the arena, and the protagonist doesn't even worry. Liang keeps shouting, and his power continues to increase, to the point of increasing tenfold. He asks what Jian intends to use to defeat him. The protagonist says that he will soon find out. Liang charges furiously. He attacks, but the protagonist dodges and slaps Liang's arm, causing the punch to hit his own face. After that, Jian grabs him and throws him to the ground. Liang doesn't even understand what happened. The protagonist looks at him and says that this is how he will hit Liang. Liang looks and sees that this won't end well. He tries to kick the protagonist, but Jian manages to grab his leg. The protagonist lifts his leg and throws him to the ground, making him do a split. Liang thinks the protagonist is toying with him. The other students start laughing at this, and Kadiyun is not happy. He starts shouting for his brother to wipe the floor with the protagonist's face. Liang tells the protagonist to stop using dirty methods to fight. John sighs and says that now he will take it seriously. As he turns around, Liang is gigantic, and it's clear that the drug is taking effect. Jian prepares and starts moving at lightning speed, confusing Liang. Suddenly, the protagonist appears in front of him and delivers a punch. Liang laughs and says that the protagonist is fast but lacks strength. However, the protagonist asks who said it would be just one punch. Multiple blows come at Liang, on his forehead, his cheeks, everywhere. The protagonist pounds Liang into the ground with so many punches. Liang ended up looking like Feng when she used makeup with poison. Jian says that Liang is not even worthy of him drawing his sword. Then the protagonist realizes that he was once a sword god, and yet is here intimidating a child. He finds it shameful. Bai shouts that John has won again and is now the champion of the tournament. The vice principal thinks that John is only 14 years old but fights like a general on the battlefield. He wonders if this is what it means to be mature beyond one's years. He also thinks that finally a disciple with good potential has arrived. Suddenly, Hu arrives in a hot air balloon, shouting that the Kadi clan has been thrown into the mud. Despite cheating, they were still beaten by his little brother. But someone punctures his balloon, and it starts drifting away, revealing the two culprits. Kadiyun is completely furious. He says he will not forgive Jian and Hu. In his rage, he breaks the wall. He declares that within 3 days, he will personally ensure that they are expelled from the academy. Elsewhere, the vice principal congratulates Jian on becoming the rookie champion. Bai says that, as mentioned before, now this core belongs to the protagonist. Jian takes it and starts to leave. Bai asks the protagonist to keep up the good work because he has high hopes for his future. As the protagonist leaves, Bai asks the principal what he thinks of Jian. The principal says that Jian is barely 14 years old and already has great strength and maturity. Bai asks if the academy should provide training resources for Jian to establish a good relationship with him. But the principal says it is not necessary yet. Since Jian has such extraordinary talent, many will not simply sit and watch him grow stronger. Bai asks what the principal means by they, and the principal responds that if Jian can pass this test and survive, it will not be too late to help him later. Bai says he understands. As the protagonist is leaving, he sees his brother sitting outside. Jian calls out to him and Hu turns, asking why the principal called him there. The protagonist responds that it was just to deliver the reward. He says he was able to obtain this core thanks to his older brother's hard work. Therefore, Jian wants to give the core to Hu, but Hu refuses, saying that the reward is Jian's and he should keep it. Hu asks the protagonist to use it since it greatly aids cultivation. Jian tries to argue, but Hu just asks the protagonist to listen to him. Jian decides to keep the core, as his brother is insisting. With that, the two decide to have a big feast as a celebration. While they are walking, the protagonist notices several posters supporting him. He asks if Hu did all that. Hu happily says that he did, and that it looks great. Suddenly, the protagonist feels something strange. Hu looks around and sees nothing, but some people arrive. It is the Kadi siblings. Chuli tells Kadiyun to teach the two of them a lesson, and Liang asks his brother to be careful because Jian can perform some kind of sorcery. Kadiyun says that Jian defeated Chuli and Liang using despicable methods, and that he is here to seek justice on behalf of the Kadi clan. Hu steps forward and asks Kadiyun if he wants to have credibility even after that humiliating defeat. He says that if Kadiyun really has the courage, they should fight here and now. Kadiyun asks if Hu really wants to fight him, and if he thinks he stands a chance. Hu is shocked to see Kadiyun materialize a holy weapon. Jian wonders if Kadiyun is stronger than his brother. Kadiyun tells them to record his words, as today he will cripple the two of them and ensure they are expelled from the academy. Kadiyun says that the Kadi clan has always been renowned for its justice and that they do not fight against someone unarmed. He throws a sword to Hu, who catches it and says that even though Kadiyun has ascended to the holy realm, he is still not afraid. Hu asks the protagonist to leave while he fights Kadiyun. He advances, and Kadiyun does not stand still, advancing as well. However, with the first strike, Kadiyun's sword begins to cut through Hu's sword and splits it in half. Hu ducks to avoid being hit and thinks that Kadiyun is a piece of crap. Quickly, he grabs Kadiyun and yells for the protagonist to get out of there immediately. At that moment, Kadiyun says that Hu will not be able to stop him. He uses a technique and sends Hu flying away. Kadiyun says that acting tough is useless if you can't back it up. With that, he punches and throws Hu backwards. Hu asks Jian why he didn't leave while he could. The protagonist responds that he would never leave his older brother alone. He looks angrily at Kadiyun and says that he will not let it pass this time. While the protagonist, enraged, goes after Kadiyun, Hu tries to stop him, thinking he is no match for Kadiyun. Liang asks his brother to fight the protagonist, and Chuli tells Liang to cripple Jian. Liang says that he underestimated Jian last time, but before he finishes, the protagonist slaps Liang, who is knocked down by the blow. Jian says that he is not in a good mood now. The guys there are shocked to see Jian defeat Liang with a slap. Jian tells Kadiyun that today, he will defeat him. Kadiyun smiles and says that the protagonist might be able to handle his subordinates, but against him, it's different, since even Hu, who is at level 10 of holy strength, couldn't scratch him, and the protagonist at level 8 won't be able to do anything. Chuli screams, asking her brother to break the protagonist's legs. Kadiyun says he will defeat him just like he defeated Hu. Jian tells Kadiyun that he will regret it. He starts to release his energy and looks seriously at Kadiyun. Kadiyun remembers that even in the presence of absolute strength, Jian managed to win. However, now he will teach the protagonist how many sticks it takes to make a canoe. Kadiyun attacks, but Jian easily dodges. The protagonist turns around and punches Kadiyun, but the skin of a saint is as strong as iron, and the protagonist's attacks do no damage at all. Kadiyun attacks, but the protagonist keeps dodging all the blows. Jian wonders if his attacks are ineffective against him. Hu yells for his brother to try to escape, but Kadiyun will not let him. Jian smiles and says that he recognizes that holy strength is indeed strong. He dodges again, prepares quickly, and says that no matter how strong his flesh and bones are, since the joints are weak. Jian slaps Kadiyun's arm and bends it backwards. Kadiyun starts to scream in pain and can't believe this is possible. Jian says that Kadiyun is just another spoiled child from a noble family, with no real combat experience. Chuli asks her brother if he's okay, but he pushes her away, calling her annoying. Kadiyun grabs the protagonist and says he's going to kill him. Jian asks if he has ever killed anyone before. Kadiyun doesn't understand, and the protagonist says that if Kadiyun fights putting his life at stake, he will surely just die like a dog in the end. Jian warns that it's better for him to leave now, or else only death awaits him. With that, Kadiyun starts to retreat and walks away. The protagonist says that in the end, Kadiyun is just a dog that barks but doesn't bite. He turns around and asks his brother how he did. Hu asks if he's really 14 years old, and emphasizes that John is definitely quite scary. John responds strangely that he really is only 14 years old, and Hu is frightened and says he believes him. On top of a house, someone was watching them. It was Bai. He is very excited to see that Jian is indeed a little demon. The master was there too. She tells Bai that there is no need to keep praising the protagonist. She emphasizes that the superiors are watching him, and from now on, everything depends only on his fate. While walking through the academy, the protagonist complains that his older brother is very lazy, since he asked him to take the books back to the library. A while back, the protagonist taught Hu some very good techniques. He thinks he is not sure if teaching Hu the cultivation techniques from his past life was a good idea. Hu became curious about where the protagonist learned all this. John says he read it in the family library. Hu thinks this makes sense, since he left the family when he was a child and didn't get to read anything. Hu celebrates that, thanks to this technique, he will soon break through to the Holy Realm and will enter isolated cultivation for a few days. Meanwhile, the protagonist is there carrying books, but he doesn't know why there are sensual books in the academy library. John feels he has a vague impression of why his older brother wasn't progressing in his cultivation. Finally, the protagonist arrives in front of the library. He is impressed with the size of the library. He is also excited because this library is much larger than his family's and has many more books, as well as better places to train. But suddenly, some people prevent him from entering. They ask Jian to pay a protection fee. The protagonist asks what that is. The guy explains that while Kadiyun is resting, the library will be under the control of senior brother Luo. Jian asks if Kadiyun is there. The guy tells the protagonist to stop asking so many questions and just pay the fee. Suddenly, a blonde guy arrives, telling the other guy that the territory around the library is clearly under Senior Cheng's control and asks why he is collecting the fee instead of them. The guy says they are all colleagues, so they will split it, and tells the protagonist to pay double. Jian asks if they are serious. The guy knocks the protagonist's books down and says that if he doesn't pay, it's going to be trouble. The protagonist sighs and says he just wanted a bit of peace, but they are not giving him a choice. Only the sound of blows can be heard. Sometime later, everyone was on their knees apologizing to the protagonist. The protagonist tells them to stop screaming and crying like babies. One of the guys calls the protagonist sir and says they will stay away from the library from now on. Suddenly someone arrives there, and when the protagonist goes to pick up the Book of Indecency, he notices this person. It was the same girl from before. The protagonist is shocked to see her again. The girl is angry because her master said the protagonist was a good person, but she saw that those tax collectors were the protagonist's subordinates from the beginning. At least that's what she interpreted from seeing all that. And on top of all this, she says the protagonist is a pervert. Jian quickly grabs the book and tells her not to jump to strange conclusions, asking her to listen to his side of the story. However, she thinks the protagonist is a degenerate and says she won't turn a blind eye this time. Jian tries to explain that she is misunderstanding him, as that book does not belong to him, and those guys are not his subordinates. The girl gets angry, saying the protagonist still dares to deny it. She punches very hard, saying she personally heard those guys calling the protagonist Sir. Seeing the girl's strength, the guys start to run. The protagonist yells for them to come back and clear up the misunderstanding, but they just run and say someone will come back there for revenge. Jian wonders how he will deal with this girl now. Then he begins to release energy, and the girl just watches. Jian prepares, and the girl gets alert. However, the protagonist shouts that Vice Director Bai is coming. She looks, and the protagonist takes the opportunity to slip away. When she looks again, the protagonist was no longer there. She gets annoyed by this and complains that he ran away. She already says it's better the protagonist doesn't meet her again, otherwise it will sour for him. John was there behind the wall, hidden. He thinks he finally managed to lose her and can't believe that he, a saint of the sword, is getting annoyed because of a little girl. But when he looks back, Bai was there praising the protagonist for being able to hide so quickly. John yells, asking when Bai got there. He answers that he arrived as soon as the protagonist started pretending he was calling him. The protagonist apologizes for exploiting him. Bai says it's okay, but he wants to know about the protagonist's relationship with that girl and why he's trying to avoid her. John explains that he just bumped into her twice, and both times there were misunderstandings between them. After that, he didn't want to make things worse and is trying to avoid her. Bai smiles and asks if the protagonist believes in fate. He mentions that within the academy there are 4 major areas full of tens of thousands of students, and yet Jian encountered her twice and also had the misunderstandings. It must be an act of fate. The protagonist wonders what kind of fate this is, as the misunderstandings only seem to get worse. Bai says that soon John will understand and bids farewell, as he has tasks to do. John doesn't understand where Bai was going with all that, but he decides to forget it and goes to return the books to the library. At that moment, the blonde arrives screaming not to let the protagonist escape. There are many against the protagonist, and they think now Jian has no chance. The protagonist just regrets. He only wanted to return some books. A while later, all the guys were kneeling before the protagonist. John just tells them to reflect on this while he goes to return the books. Elsewhere, a man runs after receiving bad news. He opens the door and yells to Brother Luo that it seems someone has beaten all his henchmen in front of the library. Luo drops the weight that breaks the ground. Luo definitely applies force. He asks who dared to beat his juniors. Elsewhere, there was a lot of blood and a beast resembling a wolf. The wolf was fighting another student, Chung. However, Chung tears the wolf apart with his own hands. This guy asks who messed with them and states that this will be the last mistake that person will make. As the protagonist is leaving the library, a crowd of people was there, but he only thinks that he finally managed to return the books. Until he notices the crowd, he wonders why there are so many people there. He passes through the people to see what it was. Luo was there in the middle. He asks Chung if when he heard that Kadiyun had left the academy, he thought he could steal the boss's post at the academy by acting first. Chung replies that he just didn't fight Kadiyun out of pure whim, as he has always been stronger than him. Meanwhile, the protagonist asks a guy there what is happening. The guy explains that a guy came out of nowhere and beat up Chung's subordinates and Luo's subordinates. John says he knows that, and that it was him who did that. The guy then asks why the protagonist bothered to ask, but soon is shocked to find out it was him. One of the assaulted points to the protagonist and tells Cheng and Luo that it was him. The 3 stand in front, and Luo asks if it was really John who hurt his juniors. Luo knows who the protagonist is, the champion of the newcomers this year. The protagonist looks at Chung and thinks that his aura exudes a thirst for blood, plus he has the appearance of someone who is used to killing. Luo steps forward and tells the protagonist to rub his nose on the ground and apologize. They shout that now there are many there, and the protagonist won't be able to win, especially with Luo this time. However, the protagonist smiles and says it doesn't matter if there are more, because even if the whole world considers him an enemy, he will go forward and cut each one of them with his sword. With that, the protagonist decides not to hold back anymore and go all out. But suddenly, Tieta appears, saying he will join the protagonist. Jian asks what he is doing there, and Tieta responds that they are friends, and so he will help the protagonist deal with these guys. Jian says this problem is between him and the others, and if Tieta gets involved, he will surely have problems. But Tieta doesn't care, and says he will help. Suddenly Luo sends his juniors to attack, and Cheng doesn't stay out of it and sends his own as well. With that, the protagonist says he will count on Tieta then. Tieta already starts and lands a solid blow to the stomach. John gets excited and starts running, knocking everyone down. It's just slaps in the face of troublemakers that even sinks into the ground. Cheng gets annoyed and uses a cut that launches some energy blades against Tieta. Tieta doesn't even try to dodge, knowing he won't have time. However, Jian uses the technique of the viridescent violet sword to dissipate chi with chi. Tieta praises the protagonist, saying he really is very strong, and that if it weren't for him, Tieta would have been in trouble. Jian thinks that the difference in physical strength really can't be compensated simply by technique and experience. This Cheng is a high-level saint, 2 levels above Kadiyun. He only used 50% of his strength in that last strike. Cheng says the way Jian dispersed his sword energy was interesting, something he's never seen before. He says if Jian tells him how he did it, he will spare him. The protagonist asks if Cheng isn't afraid of being punished for killing someone within the academy. Tieta says that if the director finds out, he will expel him. However, Cheng doesn't care. Then Jian goes all out, and Cheng doesn't stay still. However, a huge energy falls from the sky. It was Vice Director Bai. He says that personal fights have no place within the academy, and fighting in public is a serious violation of the rules. Luo and Cheng swallow hard seeing Bai there. Bai says that since everyone is motivated, he expects good performances in the Magic Core hunting competition next month, and if they don't pass, he himself will ensure they are severely punished for breaking the rules. The protagonist asks what this competition is. Luo says new students can't participate in the competition, so it's unfair. But Bai says that from this year, even newcomers must participate in the competition. Students who can't handle this will be expelled. So everyone is forced to participate. The protagonist thinks about this and deduces that something is going on. Elsewhere, inside a cave, Bai and the director are talking. Bai asks if the director is sure about John participating in the Monster Core hunting competition. The director says the academy is under a lot of political pressure, and there's not much he can do about it. It's out of his hands. Bai says he never thought they would move so quickly, and asks if they should do something about what's coming. The director thinks there is no need now, and to consider this as part of the test. Bai asks what the director is referring to. The director says many candidates from powerful forces will be joining this hunting competition, so why not just give space and let them talk with their fists? The victor will receive all the rewards and will be named champion, and the losers will not receive anything. No one besides the true champion is qualified to marry Princess Jilin. With all this talk and the director playing, in the end, he ends up beating Bai. Bai asks if the director perhaps made some extra moves while he was distracted. The director gets angry, telling Bai to stop being a sore loser. But setting that aside, the director asks how Jian is, as he heard Jian went into isolation. Bai explains that Jian entered isolation in a secluded cave he found, and emphasizes that Jian is quite sophisticated for his age. The director thinks that in this year's hunt, Jian will really stand out from the rest. At night, in the cave, the protagonist was cultivating with his core that he won. He was completely focused and thinks that the chi fusion method he learned in the library pairs incredibly well with his viridescent violet sword technique. His cultivation is growing leaps and bounds. This monster core contains enough energy to help him break through the 8th level limit and obtain the power of a saint. The protagonist begins to absorb the core, and after he finishes absorbing the core, the next step is to materialize his own weapon. He asks for the holy weapon to materialize, and a sword begins to form in front of him. He sees that the power required to condense this weapon is very great. With that, the protagonist's holy strength is completely exhausted. Then, the protagonist falls to the ground and spits blood. He gets up and cleans himself. Although he barely manages to materialize his holy strength as a weapon, at least he's finally one step closer to advancing. The only method he can think of to break through to the holy realm is to infuse his divine sense into the weapon. This will harmonize his weapon with his consciousness. However, he still needs more power to advance to the next realm. Now, the hunting competition seems like a great opportunity to obtain it. At Cheng's house, he was very angry, as he hadn't imagined that John was such a worthy opponent. He shouts that during this competition, he will make sure to eliminate every obstacle that hinders him from achieving his goal, because only he is worthy of courting Princess Gilan, and no one else has that right. Elsewhere, the portal to the competition was already activated. Jian wonders why his brother hasn't come out of the portal yet. If he doesn't arrive on time, he will miss the competition. Then he notices something. That beautiful girl was also there. He thinks that now that he thinks about it, they've had all these misunderstandings, and he doesn't even know her name. The girl looks around and fixes her gaze on the protagonist. Jian greets her, but she doesn't respond. The protagonist thinks he needs to find a way to explain everything to her. Then the attention turns to the vice director. He says that the hunting competition is about to start and will explain the rules. The forest is divided into 3 areas, from the outside in. The deeper you go, the stronger the forest monsters get, being mortal rank, terrestrial rank, and celestial rank. The competition will last 3 days. Delivering 5 monster cores is enough to pass. If you leave in the middle of the competition or fail to deliver enough monster cores, you will fail. Students who are unable to meet this standard will be severely punished. Luo thinks that 5 cores are easy to get. Chung says nothing, and John thinks the vice director talks too much. Bai says that each of them has received a special belt. Any monster core they manage to obtain can be stored inside. After the competition, half of the monster cores will be delivered to the academy, and the rest will belong to them. John thinks he needs to get as many monster cores as possible to prepare to break through to the Holy Realm. Bai calls the students who have not yet reached the Holy Realm and says they can make teams to hunt monsters in the mortal and terrestrial ranks, and students who have already reached the Holy Realm can hunt in the celestial rank area. And when Bai was about to talk about the next competition, Hu, on top of a balloon, catches everyone's attention. He poses and shouts for everyone to look at the new saint, Hu Changyang. The protagonist is completely embarrassed by this, but suddenly, the balloon's seam opens and Hu begins to fly uncontrollably. The protagonist is speechless at this scene. Bai is sad because Hu ruined the atmosphere. Then, he sends everyone to the competition. Jian says his brother is really good at ruining the mood. The students are already entering, and Chung orders his subordinates to keep an eye on Jian. As soon as they have a chance, they must kill him, without leaving a living witness. Then the protagonist enters the portal. Already in the forest, the protagonist jumps in the trees like Naruto. He thinks that these trees are big, as many students have entered, but he cannot see anyone, until he spots something. He sees a horn, a beast resembling a cow with moose antlers. Jian analyzes and sees that it is a first-class monster. He materializes his weapon and thinks that if he approaches carefully, he should be able to kill it with a single blow. Jian gets ready, but someone screams, and the beast runs away. The protagonist is shaken by the beast having gone away. He realizes that this voice sounds like Tieta's and wonders if he is in danger. Jian heads towards the scream where a giant snake was. Tieta was there in the middle of them, swinging his axe. The protagonist, seeing that, wonders if there should only be first-class monsters in the mortal rank area, as that snake is second-class. Tieta tries to run, and the snake lunges to bite him, but Jian swings by like Tarzan and grabs Tieta. The protagonist asks him how he ended up like this, fighting against a second-class monster. Tieta says the creature was about to devour him, but he hit the creature with his axe and the creature got angry at him. He asks why Jian is there. The protagonist says he came to save him and calls Tieta to kill the snake together. Tieta says that the monster is second class and asks if they can win. The protagonist says it won't be a problem. The 2 of them are enough. The chubby one then asks how they are going to face this monster. Jian tells Tieta to distract the creature and he'll take care of the rest. With that, Tieta jumps, strikes a heroic pose, and calls the creature to fight. The snake tries to attack him, but he dodges and strikes the snake with his axe, throwing it against a tree. With that, Jian advances, strikes the snake's head, and with a technique, completely destroys the snake, leaving only its bones. Tieta already starts digging through the snake to get the core, and the protagonist is there watching. Suddenly, he feels something and tries to warn Tieta that a monster is coming, but Tieta just gives a chop with his axe and cuts its head off. The chubby one asks the protagonist if he can feel the presence of the monsters. The protagonist replies that he might have a good sense of danger. Jian thinks that, when he was on the brink of death, he had a breakthrough. He was able to encompass hundreds of kilometers with his divine sense using his holy weapon, and no one could escape his senses. However now, with his powers so limited, he can only extend his divine sense over a small area. Otherwise, hunting these monsters would be easy. Tieta says that these monsters were first class and are not a big deal. The protagonist says it's because this area is for beginners and only has first-class monsters. Tieta says that the giant snake was second class, so he calls the protagonist to kill more second-class monsters. Jian says that even though there was no reason for the snake to be there, there might be a deeper mystery in it. Suddenly, a noise of a creature in the forest. This creature is heading towards the protagonist and Tieta. It was a first-class werewolf. Tieta thinks that a first-class monster is still a monster, and that even the smallest bread can fill his stomach if he eats a lot. John says he read about it. The creature is called a jungle werewolf, but this creature only travels in packs, and if you spot a werewolf in the forest, chances are there will be many others together. However, this is good for the protagonist, who will hunt all these werewolves. Meanwhile, Chung's subordinates were outraged by the protagonist's speed, because after he entered the forest, his presence completely disappeared. The other says that if Chung finds out they lost sight of Jian, they're dead. And suddenly a creature starts falling from the sky and lands right in front of the two guys. This creature was huge, and from a distance, only their screams can be heard. Bai runs to the director and says something is wrong. The forest has been enveloped by an unknown barrier, sealed from the outside world. The director is shocked, and indeed there is a barrier there. Bai says that after the hunting competition started, the forest was quickly enveloped by this barrier. Bai tried numerous times to break it, but all his efforts were in vain. The director says this boundary enchantment was initially created by the first dean. It's understandable that Bai couldn't break it. Even the director would have difficulty dealing with it. Bai asks if this barrier was created by the first dean, and for what reason he created it and why it triggered now. The director says he doesn't know, but it must be related to some kind of secret research that the dean was doing at that time. Unfortunately, the first dean died unexpectedly, and without telling anyone else. No one knows what research he was doing in the forest. Bai then asks what they should do, as a large number of students are trapped inside, and if something happens, there is no way for them to intervene. The director asks Bai to have faith in the students. They are the pride of the academy, but even so, the director will do his best to break this barrier within a day. But until then, one can only pray for their safety. He disperses his holy power and a circle appears overhead. Bai just keeps looking, hoping that everyone remains safe. Inside the forest, the wolves begin to advance against the protagonist. Tieta tells them to split up and see which of them can defeat more werewolves. With that, the protagonist has already sliced through several werewolves. However, Tieta doesn't lag behind. He manages to defeat several as well, until the protagonist cuts down the second to last werewolf. The last one sees this and gets scared. It starts to run, and the protagonist begins to mock it. However, from behind, Tieta sees the creature running away, comes charging, and attacks the monster, killing the last werewolf. Tieta tells the protagonist that they make a good team, as they manage to kill so many werewolves. However, Jian notices that these monsters were not normal, as the book he read earlier stated that jungle werewolves are low-level first-class monsters, but the werewolves they killed were clearly high-level first-class monsters. Moreover, they seem to have human blood in them. The bloodstains are still fresh, which indicates that they attacked other students just before they arrived there. Then, they rush to where the werewolves came from. There, they find some bodies of students. Tieta is shocked, and the protagonist says that even though those werewolves were stronger than normal, it would still be impossible for them to kill so many students like this. The protagonist says this forest is full of strange things, until he notices something. There is a survivor among the bodies. A girl is injured but still alive. Sometime later, they were sitting around a campfire. The girl was still unconscious, but soon woke up. Tieta greets her, and she wakes up frightened, asking where she is and saying the last thing she remembers is being attacked by werewolves. She also asks where her companions are. Jian responds that they are all dead. She is shocked by this. The girl despairs, saying that there might still be werewolves around. However, Tieta says that all have been killed and they are now cooking their meat. He asks if she wants to eat too. The girl doesn't believe that just these two defeated all those werewolves. Tieta says that he and Jian make a very good team. Even so, she remains very scared, until a howl comes from the forest. The girl hides behind Tieta and says they are werewolves. Jian just asks her to eat quickly, so they can go check out what the howl was about. She asks if he really plans to follow it. Tieta tells her to come with them, as it will be cool to hunt together. However, she refuses and starts to walk away, but turns around and thanks them for saving her life. With her leaving, the protagonist says she was a very strange girl. After they eat, Tieta and the protagonist go out to hunt more. Elsewhere, a giant boar was wreaking havoc around it, and the protagonist and Tieta are up in a tree, just watching. The protagonist explains that this beast is a fire cloud boar, a second-class monster. The book mentions that its attacks are not powerful, but its defense is robust. Tieta praises the protagonist for knowing so much about all the monsters. Jian says he learned everything by reading books. The protagonist tells Tieta to get ready to attack together. They jump on the boar and attack simultaneously, but cause no damage to the boar. Tieta starts yelling at the protagonist because it's practically impossible to penetrate the beast's skin. The boar then gets furious with the two. It begins to jump, and the protagonist thinks that even though it doesn't seem like it, they hurt the beast. The boar starts screaming and launches a power beam that almost hits Tieta. The protagonist asks if he is okay. He is fine, but he has gone bald. Tieta starts screaming, asking where his hair went. Furious with the boar, he charges at it, jumps, and strikes the creature, but it doesn't cause much harm. The boar attacks Tieta, but he manages to block the attack with his hands. Jian runs to help him until someone appears, finding the situation amusing. The protagonist pauses to listen, and the person remarks that these two newcomers have the courage to face a second-class monster and likely have no idea what they are dealing with. Jian just listens to them mocking, wondering if they should show some mercy and save them from the monster. Another person suggests waiting until both sides are nearly dead before helping. The blonde speaks to the protagonist, asking him to listen carefully, as he will give some advice. He says that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the bird behind it. Life is cruel, and no one can escape it. John leaves angrily, telling Tieta that it's time to show their strength to these despicable seniors. Tieta, nearly exhausted, mentions not remembering seniors being so foolish. The boar presses the fat guy harder into the ground. Tieta musters more strength, grabs the boar, lifts it, and slams it to the ground. This breaks the boar's tusks, and Tieta falls, saying he is defeated and can't feel his legs. However, the boar is not defeated yet and charges at Tieta, who is on the ground. Jian arrives, grabs his knife, and throws it at the boar. The creature uses its power to stop the knife, but John appears amidst the explosion, gets close to the monster, and stabs its eye. The protagonist targeted the eye because the boar is covered in indestructible fur, and its only vulnerable spot is the eyes. Jian then uses the violet viridescent sword technique, sky-breaking sword strike. With this move, the boar's head explodes, and it falls dead. The blonde is shocked by this. The protagonist stands atop and asks if the blonde was making a dumb analogy about life. The blonde gulps, and Jian asks who is now the mantis and the bird. Shortly after, the protagonist is on a log, and Tieta is dealing with the seniors. The blonde starts crying and hands over all the cores he had collected. Tieta says he will let them go this time, and the blonde thanks him. But as they are leaving, the protagonist calls out to them. The blonde turns in shock and asks what more Jian wants. The protagonist asks if, as their seniors, they have seen this barrier in previous hunting competitions. The blonde says no, he has never seen anything like this before in previous competitions. Another guy says it's his first time seeing it too. Jian wonders if Bai is behind this, but he feels something is wrong. While the protagonist is distracted, the seniors run away to escape. Tieta calls them a bunch of cowards. He shouts to the protagonist, asking what's up with this strange barrier. Jian says that judging by what he has seen so far, things are about to get worse. Or maybe Jian is overthinking, as there hasn't been an announcement to cancel the hunt. This suggests everything is normal, and the competition is running smoothly. Tieta says worrying about it now is useless, and that for now, they need to collect as many monster cores as possible. Elsewhere in a cave, several snakes were gathering, and some were already dead. The beautiful girl was there, wondering how the forest monsters had become so strong. Other students there thanked her for helping, saying they would have probably died without her. They also noticed the beasts were stronger than before. The girl asks everyone to listen. She says there's no need to panic. The academy won't stand idly by after discovering what's happening. She prepares and says they must protect themselves until they are rescued. This motivates the other students, and they prepare to fight too. The girl tells them to fight together, and when a snake appears, they shout to kill it. The girl runs and attacks a snake. She thinks this was expected, as second-class monsters are much harder to deal with than first-class ones. Suddenly a snake attacks the girl, but she manages to dodge. She thinks they won't last long and keeps evading all attacks, but when she steps on the ground, it opens up. She already feels doomed. She manages to jump, but a snake comes from beneath and tries to bite her. The girl already thinks she will die, but the protagonist is there. He uses the violet viridescent sword technique, sky-destroying sword strike. With this, he defeats the snake with a single attack. The girl doesn't even understand what happened. He tells her he arrived just in time and asks how she will repay him for saving her life. She asks where he came from. Tieta arrives, shouting, and slashes a snake with an axe, sending it flying. He feels sad for not being able to retrieve the core from that snake since he threw it too far. The three of them are surrounded by snakes. Jian asks the girl not to act hostile, as he is there to help. The extras realize that the champion of the freshman competition, Jian, and his companion, Tieta, the third runner-up, are present. With that, they assume they are saved. The girl is very tired from the fight. She discovers that the protagonist is the one who won the freshman competition. John tries to tease her, asking if the cat got her tongue or if she's stunned by his appearance. But being very tired, She only says she will rely on John to protect the others there, as her body can't take it anymore. She collapses, and the protagonist runs to help her. He picks her up, checks her pulse, and finds it very weak. She is definitely suffering from internal injuries. This is unbelievable. The protagonist wonders how long she managed to endure like this. Jian asks one of the extras if she had been fighting with these heavy injuries all this time. The extra responds affirmatively, and also says she saved everyone there. She single-handedly blocked all the monsters entering the cave and kept fighting the monsters, even risking her own life. She could have easily fled and abandoned everyone there, but she continued and didn't give up. Jian realizes this girl is not weak or soft-hearted as she first appeared. The protagonist asks Tieta to take everyone to safety while he keeps an eye on the rear. Tieta says he's not going anywhere without Jian. He promised he would never abandon his companions. The protagonist tells the extra that he and Tieta will help them retreat. He instructs the extras to take the girl and treat her injuries as quickly as possible. Jian tells Tieta that these monsters are far from low level, but now it's too late to change their minds. Tieta smiles and says it doesn't matter. The protagonist then starts flying, with Tieta leaping behind. They slash a snake here. The protagonist punches a snake there, and Tieta slices one over there. During the fight, another snake appears, much larger than the others. It approaches, and the protagonist warns to be cautious, as this snake is strong enough to be a third-class monster. Tieta tells Jian to leave this fight to him and asks the protagonist to flee, saying it's better to have a bird in the hand than two in the bush. Jian asks if Tieta really thinks he would flee and leave him there alone. He materializes his weapon and says he has fought these monsters countless times until now. Somehow, he feels his power is reaching new heights. The protagonist says it's as they say. The best way to break through is to be pushed to the brink of death and narrowly escape its grasp. Tieta looks at the protagonist, confused, and Jian materializes a large and powerful sword. He says that living or dying, it all depends on this sword now. Jian advances rapidly, and the snake only hisses as several smaller snakes appear to hinder the protagonist. They try to attack with their lightning powers, but the protagonist slashes through them. He passes by many, leaving only sashimi. Tieta, watching that, finds it impressive. The protagonist thinks that in his previous life, he was known as the fastest swordsman in all of Jiangsu, and in this new life, it will be no different. The snake starts gathering fire in its mouth and spits it at the protagonist. However, the protagonist jumps and comes from above. He uses the violet viridescent sword technique, mountain skewer, and drives the sword and the snake into the ground. With this, he cuts the snake in half. He sighs and says his strength now, his holy strength, is exhausted. He falls to the ground, and Tieta is shocked. He runs to the protagonist and grabs him, shouting for him not to follow the light. Jian tries to say he's fine and just needs to rest. Sometime later, they are counting how many cores they have, and the pile is enormous. Jian tells Tieta that they managed to collect more than he imagined, and Tieta is there celebrating. Suddenly, someone comes flying in and lands right in front of them. When they check, it is Hu, saying he was beaten up again. The protagonist is shocked to see it is his brother, and Hu is also surprised. Someone behind calls out to Hu and asks if he's trying to escape. It is Luo and his subordinates. The subordinate on the right says there are many cores still uncollected, and the one on the left mentions that someone defeated all the monsters and left the cores there. Luo asks John if he was the one who defeated all those monsters. Luo thinks he has hit the jackpot, as not only can he eliminate these two brothers, but he can also collect many monster cores as a reward. John steps forward and asks Tieta to take care of Hu. Hu calls out to the protagonist, telling him not to be impulsive as Luo is a half-saint. John begins to materialize his weapon and asks Luo if he wanted to get rid of his brother, and also if Luo really thinks he can defeat him. Hu is impressed to see that his brother is already a saint, and asks when this happened. Tieta tells Jian's brother that it wasn't too long ago. Jian realizes that advancing to the saint level has left him very exhausted, and as a result, he doesn't have much holy power to materialize his saint weapon. Luo and his subordinates start laughing, mocking the protagonist, saying that in the end, it all turned out to be just a lot of hot air, and they almost believed he was some kind of genius who defies the heavens. One of the subordinates asks Luo to leave Jian to him, saying he will teach him a lesson and show him what a real saint weapon looks like. Hu tells Jian that he can't face Luo and asks him to leave while he holds Luo off. Tieta tells Hu not to worry and let Jian handle it. Jian looks at his brother and asks him not to worry, as he can take down Luo without using his saint weapon. Jian walks over to a wooden stick, kicks it up with his foot, grabs it, and says it will be enough. Tieta asks if the broken stick was from his axe. Luo asks how Jian dares to feel superior, calling him crazy and asking if he thinks he stands a chance using that stick. Hu warns the protagonist to be careful, as Luo's holy power is of the wind attribute, which allows him to move at great speed. Luo says that even if he warns him, it won't change the outcome of the battle, and begins moving very quickly around them, telling Jian to try to keep up. Tieta is shocked by the speed. Hu believes Luo is indeed the fastest among all the students. He uses his speed to make the students admit defeat on their own. Jian responds just as quickly, saying that since he has the ability to predict the future, who does Luo think would win? The protagonist's brother and his friend, shocked, look at Jian and ask what he means by predicting the future. Jian says that based on his prediction, Luo would first try to stab him, then follow with a horizontal slash, and finally end with a vertical cut. But it doesn't matter, because he will be dominated by this stick. Tieta responds that if Jian was serious, that would be absurd. Hu believes Jian is right, and Jian says that lives are at stake, so how could he be joking? Jian then advises them to take a good look. Luo appears like a gust of wind behind the protagonist, laughing and asking where he's looking. With a simple movement, Jian dodges Luo's sword strike. Tieta and Hu can't believe that Luo really tried to stab him, just as Jian had said. The protagonist says, "Here comes the horizontal slash," and dodges again. His brother and friend, shocked, ask how Jian discovered the attack patterns with just one look. Is it some kind of magic? Luo jumps in front of Jian, delivering a vertical slash, exactly as he predicted. Jian dodges and says, "There's the finishing slash, the vertical cut." Tieta and Hu say that he was right once again, and that they are no longer surprised by Jian. The protagonist says it's time for his stick to take action and thrusts it into Luo's arm, piercing it from one side to the other. With blood dripping everywhere, Luo, feeling the pain, responds that it shouldn't be possible. He says his agility should be far above Jian's. How was he able to avoid the attacks? Hu and Tieta respond, he didn't see it coming. Jian really could predict the future. After all, he already knew all of Luo's moves. Luo asks the protagonist if it's true that he could really predict the future. The protagonist says it was all a lie, that he was just making Luo dance in the palm of his hand. He had left openings to make him try to stab, so everything was within his prediction. Tieta says he doesn't understand, but is impressed nonetheless. Hu comments that he thinks this sounds even more bizarre than predicting the future. Luo remembers what the old man said about him being very inexperienced in the art of combat, that at this rate, if he fought someone experienced, that person would be able to predict every step before he even tried, and they could even manipulate his attacks against him. He wonders how Jian could be such a veteran fighter in combat. He was clearly several years younger than him. What kind of monster was Jian? From afar, someone was watching and said it was magnificent. He would be a perfect prey. Tieta tells Hu that Jian not only tricked Luo, but also dominated him. Hu just laughed, and remembered Luo telling his brother that from that moment on, he would be the head of the academy, and everyone would obey his commands. Hu comments that he was sure they would never mess with them again. The protagonist says that Luo had already paid the price for his stupidity, and that they should forgive him. His brother said that his words were very benevolent and just, that Jian would certainly become an upright and respectable man on the Tianyuan continent over time. Tieta also affirmed that the protagonist's name would soar like a great dragon. Jian, somewhat worried, comments that what disturbed him the most was something else. Then he tells Tieta and Hu that it had been a while since they had entered the Earth Zone, so why hadn't they seen a single monster? Tieta responded that now that he mentioned it, where were all the monsters? Hu said that when he had participated in other hunting competitions, this area was full of strong monsters, with an intense bloodlust, ready to bare their fangs. Suddenly, they see a gust of wind coming at great speed and falling near them. Tieta and Hu go ahead to check what had happened. Hu was searching through the bushes and asked, "What's wrong?" Suddenly a shadow appeared behind him. It was a person who grabbed Hu, covering his nose and mouth. Hu realized and became desperate, trying to call Jian and Tieta. Jian noticed and asked where his brother was. Tieta said, "What do you mean? He was standing right there." Hu appeared, apologizing, saying he had just taken a small fall. Tieta commented that Hu was very clumsy. Jian felt a bit uneasy. Hu suggested that they resume their search for the monsters in the area. Tieta responded that it was fine, and that it sounded good. Hu looked at Jian and Tieta's backs with a somewhat sinister smile. A box fell, scattering several manuals on the floor, and a voice said, "Not this one, that one either. Where did it go?" Suddenly the voice said, "Here it is. Finally found it." The person with the voice was Bai, who was looking for the manual. He opened the manual, which said that the first dean of the academy, Hao, sealed a Class 4 monster deep in the jungle. This monster has the ability to become completely invisible, and no magic can explain it. Bai felt a chill and said that the monster was even capable of taking full control of other people's bodies. The director, reading the manual, said that the barrier was set up to prevent the monster from going insane. Once the monster tries to escape, the seal will be activated to prevent it from leaving the forest. Bai said that apparently the monster has the ability to possess the mind and body of a person. The director stated that rescuing the students is the first and main priority, and that they should focus their attacks on a specific area to weaken the barrier and break it. Bai exclaimed that if the monster took control of a student, it would be very easy for it to escape their grasp, and very difficult to capture it. The director responded that the monster can only influence those who are below the Saint Realm, so once they manage to bring down the barrier, they should carefully gather all the students and, if questioned, say that they are just checking the results of their hunts. The master looked at Bai and asked if he had thought of any other way. Bai didn't know of any other way. Then the master called Bai to help her break the barrier and warned that if anything happened to them, no one would be spared. Bai said that, unfortunately, that was all they could do at the moment, and they began to try to bring down the barrier with their holy powers. It was already night, and with the fire lit, Hu, Jian, and Tieta were around the fire to warm up and rest. Suddenly, a high-speed gust of wind appeared in their direction, and behind Hu appeared a Class 2 monster, a nocturnal demon owl. Hu turned his back with a sinister smile on his face. The demon owl senses the danger in his eyes and flees at high speed, frightened. Jian stares intently at Hu's back, observing the scene that just unfolded. Hu turns around with a strange smile, looking towards Jian and thinks, little brother, little brother. While fixing his gaze on the protagonist, he stands up with a sinister grin and walks toward Jian with his hand outstretched. Suddenly, Jian grabs Hu's hand and says that he couldn't hold himself back and asks who he really is and why he was pretending to be his brother. Hu asks if he had already given himself away since he hadn't made any mistakes in copying his brother's foolish personality. His performance should have been flawless. Jian responds that his impersonation was terrible, that being his brother wasn't easy at all, and that his brother wasn't a normal person to begin with. With his malicious smile, says that Jian was exactly what he was looking for, and that Jian was very clever. He could hardly wait to get his hands on him. Jian asks what he intends to do. Suddenly, Hu grabs his wrist and says that this body would be all his now. Hu approaches, looking into Jian's eyes, and tries to take over his body. However, suddenly both are thrown far away. Hu gets up and says, "I failed, but how? He's just a lower saint. How could his soul be so strong?" Jian, standing, responds that his soul had gone through countless life and death scenarios. In a sense, this body had already been taken over by him, so now he should leave his brother alone. He then executes the violet verdant sword technique, demon eradication. The monster is pushed back and responds that Jian should be careful because those attacks would only hurt his brother's body, not him. The possession would not end until the body died or he chose to release it. The monster then challenges Jian to try to kill him if he is capable. Jian asks if the monster is sure of that. Suddenly, the arm of the body he had possessed lifts on its own. The monster then takes a punch to the face, and Jian's brother's soul says for him to get out of his body. The monster's soul firmly grabs the arm, asking how it was possible for his control to have weakened. Jian seizes the opportunity, appearing behind Hu's body and telling the monster to leave Hu's body. Jian strikes Hu's body with holy power, and then the monster's soul begins to leave his brother's body. The monster's soul, in the form of a demon fox, asks how he could hurt her. Jian responds that while this plane might not have ways to deal with her, in other astral planes, there were various ways to harm her. The demon fox, shocked, asks the protagonist what he meant by that, and if he was from another domain. The protagonist says that it didn't matter because she was scum and would no longer be allowed to live. Jian cuts the fox's soul, and then immediately uses lightning with his holy power. The fox, holding the spot where Jian's holy power had struck her, complains, "Damn, I should have killed you in the forest if I had known this would happen." Jian looks at the fox and responds, "Kill me when we accidentally met in the forest?" Jian thinks that the fox had also possessed that girl. The demon fox says that her plan was to leave that place while possessing the girl, pretending to be a student, but unfortunately the barrier didn't allow her to go very far. Jian then understands that the barrier was made to prevent the fox from escaping and wonders who this fox was. The demon fox, looking at Jian, says that it doesn't hurt to tell him and that her name is Mei Mao. She explains that she had the ability to possess whoever she wanted and that, not long ago, an old man condemned her for using her powers to commit various atrocities, sealing her there in the forest. Over the years, she tried to break free from the forest and regain her freedom, but it was all in vain because she had not only been sealed there, but there was also a barrier as reinforcement. Jian asks the fox how she managed to break the seal, and if someone helped her to get free. The fox says that the protagonist is very clever and that he was right because there was someone who helped her. But after he succeeded in freeing her from that annoying seal, he used his power to strengthen and create monsters to serve him. Jian then said that the fox was responsible for strengthening the monsters, and that while she was telling her sad little story, she was just stalling for reinforcements to arrive. The fox, arms crossed, affirmed that he had certainly guessed many of her secrets, and that she had no intention of letting someone like the protagonist live. Several monsters then charged at Jian. The fox gave an evil smile, saying he would go to hell. Hu woke up groggily, complaining that he had just had a very strange dream in which a girl kidnapped and possessed his body. When he realizes he is surrounded by several monsters, he thinks he is still dreaming and throws himself on the ground, going back to sleep. While everyone around him looks on in disgust, Jian tells Hu to stop joking around because they were actually fighting against several enemies. Not believing that it wasn't a dream, looks at the enemies and realizes it's real. Jian points his finger, saying that the mastermind behind everything that happened was the fox, who was responsible. Hu couldn't believe it. The fox and Hu stared at each other, exchanging insults. The fox, irritated, tells Hu that his body wasn't what she desired, that he was just an idiot. The monsters surround them. The fox tells Hu that he had really made her angry and orders the monsters to attack them until nothing is left of them. Jian and Hu yell for Tieta, who had also fallen asleep, to get up quickly because the monsters were approaching. When the monster was about to crush Tieta, Hu and Jian save him. They start running because they couldn't handle so many monsters at once. The fox orders the monsters to chase them, as no one could escape from there. Jian and Hu run while carrying Tieta, who was still asleep, until vines wrap around Tieta. Hu says he can't pull Tieta any longer. Suddenly, only Tieta's boots remain in Hu and Jian's hands. The vines that had wrapped around Tieta during the escape pull him back, launching him at high speed toward the demon fox, hitting her hard in the stomach. As a result, the demon fox ends up fainting and falling to the ground. Jian and Hu, unable to believe what just happened, are left speechless. Tieta wakes up as if nothing had happened. The fox was on the ground, unconscious, and all the monsters were freed from the demon fox's control. Hu wonders why the monsters were fleeing. Jian explains that the fox, who was controlling all the monsters, had been knocked out, freeing them from her control. The fox wakes up, thinking that if she hadn't lost control like that, she wouldn't have manifested her physical form. Irritated, the fox complains that as long as her body remained intangible, she wouldn't lose. Jian charges at high speed toward the fox, slashing her with his sword and telling her not to forget him, that his verdant sword technique and her form were arch-enemies. The director Bai and the master were using their holy powers to bring down the barrier when suddenly it starts to fall apart. The director, breathless and with little holy power left, comments that he only managed to open the barrier briefly, so he instructs the teachers to quickly enter the forest and rescue the students without worrying about life or death. Bai says they can count on him. The students, coming out of the forest and talking among themselves, said that the monsters were very frightening and that some had even seen their friends die in front of them, thinking they would die too. A girl, worried and apprehensive, looked around, wringing her hands. The girl's friend, with a sarcastic expression, asked if she was looking for the protagonist and suggested that she should take the initiative soon because she didn't even seem like herself. The girl responded by telling her friend to stop with that nonsense, saying she just wanted to thank Jian because he had saved her life. The friend mentioned that the teachers had said that all the students who were alive were in that area, and if he wasn't there, that would mean. The girl didn't even let her friend finish, asserting that it was impossible because Jian was on another level and would be fine. Bai, talking to the director, said that they didn't know the whereabouts of the monster, even after searching the entire area, so it could have possessed a student. The director agreed, saying he thought the same. Bai then suggested to the director that, since he hadn't fully recovered yet, he should let Bai finish the test. The director responded that Bai should prevent all the monsters from escaping because he felt ashamed for having allowed his students to get hurt. With great anger, the director stated that he needed to finish off that monster with his own hands. He then instructed that the magical exploration devices, which were spread all over the place, notify him immediately when any abnormality arose. Bai agreed with the director. The director asked all the students to place their magic cores on his desk, one by one, as he would evaluate the results of the hunting competition. Bai kept an eye on the students, listening to their conversations from all sides to see if anything was wrong. Chung, overhearing the other students, said that they were all a bunch of trash, that the monsters weren't strong, but they were too weak. Chung took off his belt and said he would show the gap between their abilities, throwing a pile of pearls onto the table. Luo and other students were astonished by the number of pearls. Some students even commented that Chung truly deserved to be the young master of the Huayan sect, that his strength surpassed that of many geniuses of his generation. Chung felt superior to the others and said they were just a bunch of failures. The girl, seeing that attitude, told her friend that Chung was very arrogant, insolent, and a controlling idiot, and that she feared for the future of the Huayan clan. The girl's friend said that Chung's strength was no joke and that he had the power to get what he wanted, as there was no student better than him. Suddenly, a voice shouted from the middle of the crowd, telling Cheng to stop being so full of himself with just that measly amount of pearls. The girl quickly turned around, recognizing that voice and knowing it was John, Hu, and Tieta. Hu started laughing loudly, saying it felt great to be the center of attention. Jian accused Hu, saying that if they hadn't heard about that treasure, they wouldn't have wasted so much time and would have left a long time ago. Hu responded that he thought there would be many treasures in the forbidden area. How could he have known that there would actually be nothing there? Tieta, with a piece of meat in his hand, laughed and said that the hunting competition had been a lot of fun. Chung looked at the protagonist and asked how he was still alive, what they were insinuating, and if they had managed to collect more monster pearls than him. John smiled sarcastically, saying that it was already obvious. The girl's friend, seeing John with that confident attitude, said he was amazing and that she loved him. John approached the table of pearls and asked the director if he could arrange for a larger table because he wanted to show Chung how vast the world was. Chung asked if that table would suffice for John and said he would love to see how many pearls he had collected. John responded by telling Chung to pay attention and not be shocked. John tossed his belt into the air and opened it, causing several pearls of different sizes to fall out. Chung, seeing this, couldn't believe the sheer quantity that kept pouring out. There were so many pearls that even the director and Bai were shocked. The students also couldn't believe what they were seeing and wondered if he had really killed that many monsters. John crossed his arms and asked Chung if that quantity of pearls was enough, adding that a person's strength lies in their integrity of character and unshakable confidence, and it's not something to brag about or use to belittle others. The girl's friend agreed with John, and the girl said that John had turned Chung's arrogance to dust. Chung, emanating an aura of bloodlust, told Jian to stop with his lecture, stating that the quantity of pearls meant nothing, but rather the quality, which made all the difference. Chung plunged his hand into the pile of pearls, saying that killing a high-class monster was better than killing 100 low-level ones. Finally, Chung takes out a high-ranked pearl. Bai comments that it is indeed a third-rank pearl, and that Chung had been hiding his true strength all along. The director adds that, as the young master of the Huayan sect, it was normal for Chung to have a few tricks up his sleeve. Chung approaches the protagonist and asks what his excuse would be since his pile of pearls was of low rank. How would he surpass his high-class pearl? John calls for Hu, while Chung says it's too late for John to call his brother and beg for mercy. Hu tells Chung to be quiet because John was talking to him. John then responds that he will let Hu reveal the most valuable pearl. The protagonist's brother comments that he is an expert in this sort of thing. Hu takes out a large, shiny pearl and asks Chung what he thinks of that pearl. Chung, feeling awkward, replies that it is a fourth-order pearl. Bai, in disbelief, says that it's a pearl from a magical monster. The director, equally surprised, says he is stunned. Hu asks Chung if he himself hadn't said that quantity couldn't compare to quality, and if he had anything to add. Chung, incredulous, shouts that it's impossible and calls for the director, accusing them of cheating. He questions how on earth they could have killed a fourth-class monster on their own when he didn't even have the strength for such a feat. Hu and Tieta start teasing Chung, saying he's getting cranky. Jian tells Chung to never forget that there are always people more skilled than him. Chung, irritated, tells Jian to be careful with what he says and who he thinks he is to be chatting like that, and tells him to go to hell. Bai appears, grabs Chung, and says that this was Kargath Academy, not the Huayan sect, and that Chung had a lot of nerve to act that way. The director orders everyone to follow him, and using his power, he makes them disappear from that area. The girl's friend, seeing the director act that way, comments that she had never seen him so serious. The girl, in shock, wonders how they got a fourth-order pearl, thinking that the vast forest hid a huge secret. Meanwhile, the master stood silently beside a mirror, and several shadows of people were talking among themselves. They commented that Yu Yue's 16th birthday was approaching, and that it would also be the day when her marriage would be decided. One shadow asked which candidate His Majesty thought was worthy of the princess. The other shadows said that after that period of assimilation, it was obvious that Jian was the one with the most character, unlike Chung, who was arrogant and frivolous. Another shadow mentioned that they didn't expect the Chongyang sect, which had been in decline for years, to produce a genius of such caliber. Finally, His Majesty said that since everyone was in agreement, they would issue a decree because he wanted to marry his daughter to Jian from the Changyang sect. The director, still unable to believe that the monster had been so furious that it transformed into its solid form and was accidentally defeated by the Iron Tower, saw that Jian took advantage of that opportunity to defeat it. Jian tells the director that, thanks to his brother, the monster lost its patience and became very angry. Hu smiles at the director and asserts that he is a master at making others lose their patience. The director sighs, agreeing with Hu, stating that he has never had a student as annoying as him. At that moment, the director wonders if it was really possible for a fourth-class magical monster to have been knocked out by the tower. Tieta responds, questioning whether the director didn't believe them and if he wanted a demonstration right there. The director, embarrassed, says there's no need, as he believes them and doesn't need a demonstration since his office is full of old things. In his thoughts, he believed that there was no way the monster was defeated so easily and that the students were hiding something. The director tells the students that he never would have imagined that a monster that could only be sealed and not even killed by the first director would have been defeated in the end by a few students. Jian responds that it was just beginner's luck. Tieta confirmed that it was indeed a lot of luck, so much so that they couldn't even believe it themselves. The director points at Jian, saying that regardless of whether it was pure luck or his strength, since he defeated the fox, he would be the champion of the competition, and that result was indisputable. In his thoughts, John believed that deep down, the director knew they were hiding something, but he was avoiding asking, which only made things worse. The director, smiling, thanked the students for helping to solve a big problem, saying he was very relieved and could finally breathe easy. Suddenly, the director takes the students back to the competition area where the other participants were. The director, taking the lead, tells the other students that in this edition of the competition, Jian was the champion, and if anyone was injured, they should immediately head to the medical area, while those who were fine could return. Chung, incredulous, said it wasn't possible. He was sure that the protagonist had cheated. How could he be the champion? He wouldn't accept it. How could John have defeated a fourth-class magical monster? The director, seeing this attitude, told Chang to shut up. How could he question the Academy's final verdict? If he had any issues, he could come to his office and schedule a meeting. Chung, afraid, only replied that he understood. Bai called the injured students to the medical wing, and the rest could return to their quarters. Tieta, carrying someone, calls the doctor, saying he had brought a patient. The girl who was in the medical wing saw Jian and said she had finally found him. Jian approaches the girl, asking if her wound was okay, if she was feeling better. The girl replied that she was fine and had heard her classmates say that Jian had saved them from death and that she was grateful to him for saving her. Jian told the girl that gratitude wasn't necessary, as long as they could resolve that misunderstanding. The girl responds that in that case, anyone willing to sacrifice their own life to save others must be a good person, and asks Jian to forgive her for offending him. She reveals that her real name is Yu Yue. Jian said that since she revealed her real name, his was Changyang Xiangtian, and they shook hands in greeting. At that moment, the master appears and separates them. Yue, not understanding why, asks what's going on. The master looks at the protagonist and tells him not to get too happy, as his problems were just beginning. The master calls Yue to follow her, saying there was something that needed her attention. Yue looks at the protagonist, apologizes, and says goodbye. Jian sighs and remarks that Yue was already starting to stutter. The chubby one, while eating, starts talking to the protagonist, saying that the girl they saved didn't remember anything, and he missed the chance to become friends with two girls. The protagonist tells him not to be sad because they still had the prize, and his brother would bring back many rare things. Hu appears, shouting and laughing, saying he had news. John looks at his brother and asks why he was so excited, and if the prize was a beautiful. Hu responds with a sarcastic face, asking if he already knew, calling him a rascal. Jian, in disbelief, replies, "What do you mean, is the prize really a beautiful girl? That must be a lie." His brother asks why he wasn't happy. Tieta, also confused, said that he could marry the princess, and he should be happy about it. The protagonist turns his back, saying he didn't even know who that princess was, so how could he marry her, and that he wouldn't accept it. His brother responds with a silly face that Princess Gran was the only daughter of the current king. Even so, John was left speechless. The protagonist turns to Hu and says, "So what?" Feeling awkward, replies that it's nothing, and also mentions that Princess Gran had been very mysterious since childhood, and only the royal family knew who she really was. No one had ever seen her, or knew what she looked like. The chubby one asked what the princess might look like, wondering if she could be very ugly. Hu responds that even if she were ugly, she would still be a princess. If you married her, you could inherit the entire kingdom in the future. Jian, irritated, said he had no interest in being king, that he just wanted to take a peaceful walk, and that this inexplicable marriage was annoying. The chubby one asks Hu if his brother would try to run away from the marriage. Hu said, "Run away? But would it really be that bad to get married?" He also remembers that disobedience in the capital was an offense, and they would have to persuade John. Hu then shouts to the protagonist not to act impulsively. John then disappears. The master and Yue were in a chalet talking. Yue asks the master what she thought John would do, and if he would agree to the marriage, considering he didn't know she was Princess Gran. The master responds that the protagonist's family would certainly agree, as it was a great opportunity for the family to rise again. As for Jian, she didn't know what his answer would be. Yue says that if Jian were one of those greedy types who wanted the marriage and agreed to it, she would ask her father to cancel the wedding. The master asks, "And if he doesn't agree?" Yue, then slightly blushing while eating a watermelon, says that if he really was special, then she might consider it. The master, somewhat confused, says, "If he agrees, you reject it, but if he doesn't accept, you agree? I can't understand these young people today." The master senses someone's presence and says, "Speak of the devil." Jian, walking and talking to himself, thought that he was doing just fine before, free and easy, but out of nowhere, a marriage was arranged for him. In the future, if he met someone else, he wouldn't be able to adjust. Jian sees a piece of eaten watermelon being tossed in his direction and turns to see where it came from. It was Yue, calling him to share a piece of watermelon with her. Jian asks why she was there, as she was supposed to be out doing something. Yue replies that she had already finished and was just there to enjoy the scenery. She also mentions that she heard someone had arranged a marriage for him. Jian asks how she knew. The princess replies that she is very well informed and congratulates him, saying he's about to marry the princess. Jian responds that it's not something to congratulate him for, as he has never seen the princess, and out of nowhere, they arranged this marriage. Yue says that if he married the princess, he could inherit the entire country in the future, and many people would dream of such an opportunity. The protagonist responds that if he wanted something, he would achieve it on his own, as he didn't want anything handed to him. The girl then asks if he would reject the marriage. John says that the marriage was a decision of the royal family. If he rejected it, it would involve his entire family and would be disrespectful to Princess Gran, and he couldn't hurt innocent people. Yue responds that she didn't know he cared so much about others. The protagonist says that he's still young and wants to focus on cultivation, nothing more. And when he's strong enough to negotiate with the royal family, he will resolve that issue. Yue says that Jian is very mature, not seeming like someone so young, and asks if he isn't hiding his true age. John, a bit embarrassed, responds that no, he's just a kid, and tells her to eat the watermelon already. Yue says that she finds the protagonist very interesting. The master, observing from a distance, says that she really doesn't understand these things about young people. Chung, with his claws on Hu, asks where the protagonist is, and says that if Hu doesn't answer, he'll face the consequences. Hu looks at Chung and says that it was the king's decision to approve the marriage, and if Chung really thinks that by killing John he would marry the princess, he's mistaken. Chung, enraged, responds that he is the young master of the Huayan sect, possessing exceptional strength, and that Princess Geylan could only marry him, insisting that the king must have given her hand by mistake. The protagonist's brother tells Chung that he cannot behave like that at school, and that the director will not let him get away with it. Chung, using his holy power against Hu, says that his father had invited the director and Bai to visit the Huayan sect, and that no one at the academy could save him. The protagonist's brother also uses his holy power, and says that he wouldn't wait for someone else to save him, and reminds Chung that his holy power attribute is earth. Hu charges at Chung, using his holy power to bind Chung's feet, taking the opportunity to escape. Chung uses his holy power to strike Hu's back, leaving him injured. The protagonist's brother, in his thoughts, recalls that the campus was not a good place to hide. He attacks Chung's subordinates and starts running. Chung tells his subordinates to follow Jian and not let him escape. At the chalet, Yue tells Jian not to be in a hurry to refuse the marriage proposal, as it might be better than he imagined. The protagonist then asks if she knew Princess Geylan, and if she was from the royal family. The girl replies that he would find out eventually, then leaves, waving goodbye to him. Jian, seeing her leave, comments that whether it was now or in the past, he still couldn't understand what was going on in a woman's mind. Suddenly, the protagonist senses several lightning strikes in the area, and looking in that direction, he notices multiple waves of holy power and wonders if people were fighting nearby. Hu was injured. Chung says that he would start a game of cat and mouse, and that it was over for Hu. Suddenly, just before Chung strikes Hu, a ray of holy power heads toward him. Chung defends himself and wonders who it could be. John, seeing his brother's state, asks if he is okay. His brother tells the protagonist to run because Chung wanted to kill him and that he should find the dyer. Before he could finish speaking, he faints. Chung tells John that he had the nerve to show up in front of him, and if he killed him, Princess Gyelan would be his. The protagonist responds that although his brother is shy and annoying, he still risked his life to find magic cores for him and gave him everything good, and that in this world, apart from his mother, the only person who gave him familial warmth was his brother. Jian, furious, says that this blood is his brother's and that a blood debt must be paid in blood. How dare Chung hurt his brother like that? They all deserve to die. John, extremely angry at Chung, says that he must die. Chung, thinking he was the young master of the Huayan sect and the strongest student at Kargath Academy, wonders how he could be afraid of this freshman. Chung, enraged, orders John to come at him, saying that it would be John who would die. Chung uses his piercing meteor technique. John asks if Chung really thought he was the strongest at Kargath Academy and says that he would show him who was truly the strongest. The two clash. Chung, shocked, realizes that it was a very precise block. It was clear that John had just advanced to the saint level, but why was his control over his holy power so unusual? John pushes Chung back and delivers a sword strike, cutting him. Chung, clutching his chest, writhes in pain, wondering how it was possible that this strike hurt him. It couldn't be possible. Surely it was a lucky hit. As they fought, the protagonist dodged Chung's attacks and countered him. Cheng refused to admit that this was happening. Then John strikes him in the back, cutting him. Chung, holding the wound as blood flowed, still couldn't believe it and wondered how his movements were being predicted, as he couldn't land a single hit. The protagonist, seeing Chung in that state, says he would show him mercy because normally he didn't like to kill anyone, but today would be different. Jian, very angry with Chung, said that daring to hurt his older brother was unforgivable, and for that he had to die. The protagonist delivers several sword strikes to Chung until he falls to the ground. Jian approaches and says that he couldn't care less if Chung was the young master of the Huayan sect or the strongest at Kargath Academy. Chung couldn't believe what was happening. He remembered his past, when his caretaker said that ordinary people needed a month to learn how to handle a sword, but he had mastered it in just one day. He was truly a genius. Chung recalled mocking and calling others failures. Many people praised him in his childhood, saying that he would have a brilliant future, elevate the Huayan sect, and become the patriarch, the king of all countries. Chung thought that everything belonged to him. Chung, furious, stands up, declaring that he was the future patriarch of the Huayan sect and future king, that he was a genius and could not lose. He calls his subordinates, ordering them to kill Jian, saying that Jian might be strong, but they were greater in number, and how could they fear one guy alone? He even promised a great reward to anyone who killed him. Jian responds, saying that strength is different, and that very few could withstand such power, as he cuts them down with his sword. Chung, admitting that Jian was very strong, tries to negotiate, saying they should stop right there. He asks if Jian really cared about his older brother, and if he didn't want to see his brother die right there, he should cut off his own right arm. The protagonist becomes furious with Chung. Chung then tells Jian to be quick, or his brother would die. Suddenly a great sword strike cuts through several trees and also Chung's arm. When Chung realizes the strike, he writhes in pain. Jian says that it was simple, but it would be Chung's arm. Chung responds asking how Jian dared to harm him, warning that his father would not let this slide and would destroy his family. Jian, with a serious look, says that if he killed Chung, no one would know who did it. Chung begins to tremble with fear and runs away, crying for help. Jian then tells the people hiding to come out. The teachers appear and ask who is fighting in the courtyard, questioning if they no longer respected the school rules. Chung begs the teachers for help, saying that Jian wanted to kill him. The teachers ask what had happened, affirming that they would help him. The protagonist remarks that it seems there would be no way to kill Chung discreetly. Jian picks up his brother and runs, leaving the scene, as he wanted to take his brother somewhere safe. In a cave, Hu wakes up screaming, calling for his brother, and comments that it seemed they had met a tragic death, wondering if this was hell. Hu begins to lament for his brothers, saying he couldn't die in peace and that he needed to become a ghost and go after Chung. Jian then tells his brother to stop worrying about treasures, as Chung had been defeated by him some time ago. Incredulous, asks what he means, if they weren't dead, and whose blood was that? The protagonist explains that he found a little fruit in the forest and that its juice could stop the bleeding, so he applied it to their clothes. Amazed, asks how he managed to deal with Ching. The protagonist then tells him that he cut off that bastard's arm, that initially he wanted to kill him without causing a scene, but the inspectors appeared, and he had to escape. Shocked, says, "You cut off his arm? He's the only son of the Cheng family. The Huayan sect won't let this slide. You need to flee because if the Huayan sect catches you, you'll be dead." Jian responds that if he fled, the Huayan sect wouldn't leave the Changyang family in peace, and he couldn't drag his mother and family into this. His brother says that, unfortunately, the director and the others were invited by the Huayan sect, and now no one could do anything for them. Jian says that since the director was at the Huayan sect, it seemed like a good bet. At the Huayan sect, the director and Bai were talking with the patriarch. The director asks the patriarch why he had invited them with such pomp, only to drink and have fun. Bai takes the opportunity to say that if there was nothing else, they would return to the academy as they had a lot to do there. The patriarch asks them to stay a little longer, saying they had just arrived and that there would be no problem at the academy, and even if there were, it wouldn't have anything to do with them. The director and Bai exchanged glances, wondering if Chung might be trying to do something to John within the academy. The patriarch was thanking the director and Bai for taking care of Chung at the academy over the past years. Suddenly, a subordinate entered saying it was bad news. The patriarch asked why he was so desperate. The subordinate then replied that the young master had lost an arm to Jian at the academy and was gravely injured. Bai and the director were incredulous. The patriarch, surprised, exclaimed, "What do you mean?" In the palace, Yue couldn't believe that Jian had cut off Cheng's arm. The master said that if they couldn't find a 7th-class holy master, Cheng's arm would be beyond saving. The girl responded that there wasn't a 7th-class radiant holy master in the entire kingdom. The master mentioned that the head of the Cheng sect had sent a letter asking His Majesty for help and requesting that Jian be severely punished, and that His Majesty was quite concerned about the matter. Yue then said she would see the king and ask him to forgive Jian. The master warned the girl not to act impulsively. Yue replied to the master, saying that the protagonist wasn't one to pick fights, and that if he had hurt Cheng, something very serious must have happened. The master replied that, regardless of whether there was something behind it or not, it didn't matter because the Huayan sect was the #1 in the kingdom, while Jian was just a genius from a poor family. Yue said that the king would forgive Jian. The master then responded that the king was the ruler and had to think about the entire kingdom, and that was the reality. Yue went outside, thinking about the protagonist. The next day, His Majesty said that a day had already passed, and Jian still hadn't been found. Cheng's father commented that there was an 80% chance that Jian was still hiding in the academy and asked for permission to join the search team. The director retorted, saying no way, that the academy was not a free-for-all. Cheng's father stated that he had just received information that the protagonist's father had been seen at the academy recently and asked how the director could explain that. The director and Bai couldn't believe that Jian's father had already arrived at the academy. The patriarch of the Huayan sect begged His Majesty for permission to bring his men to the academy and pursue Jian and his brother so that they wouldn't escape. From a distance, a voice rang out, telling Patriarch Cheng not to worry, as he had brought Jian with him. It was Jian and his father. Ban told His Majesty that he hadn't properly raised his son, which is why the protagonist made such a grave mistake, pleading for His Majesty to condemn him. The patriarch of the Huayan sect told Ban to stop with the theatrics, asserting that what he really wanted was to ask His Majesty to forgive Jian. Ban then replied to Lord Cheng, asking for forgiveness, saying that Jian had made a huge mistake and should be punished. Ban stated that he would take Jian to the Huayan sect and leave him at Cheng's disposal. Lord Cheng told Ban not to touch him. The protagonist loudly declared that he took responsibility for his mistakes and that he had cut off Cheng's arm to settle their issues without involving his family. His Majesty told Lord Cheng that the Changyang family was very honorable and that he should also behave like a lord. Lord Cheng thought that although they could plot as much as they wanted, if Jian reached the Huayan sect, he would be killed. Lord Cheng agreed, saying that he would settle the score exclusively with Jian and wouldn't involve the Changyang family. Lord Cheng called his subordinates and ordered them to take the protagonist to the Hushun prison. Bai was growing impatient with the situation. The director told him not to lose patience and just watch what would happen, believing that Jian surely had some card up his sleeve. An hour earlier, Ban had arrived at the academy and told Jian that he came as soon as he heard what had happened, asking if he was hurt. The protagonist only asked his father not to cause trouble for the family. Ban replied that it was his fault because he hadn't been able to protect Jian, and that despite having punished the bastard, he also had to worry about retaliation. Ban said that he had already arranged a way to send Jian to the kingdom of Gesun immediately. The protagonist responded that if he left, The Huayan sect would never leave the Chongyang family in peace. Ban then said that his son was very good and had a lot of consideration for his family. The protagonist simply replied that he was doing it for his mother, not for the family, and then said that he had a plan and was going to make a brilliant move. Returning to the present, John was thinking about what the Huayan sect would do to him. John was being taken to the Huayun sect when he noticed and asked if that wasn't the way back to the mountain. At that moment, there was Cheng, with his arm bandaged, shouting his name and saying that John would pay for his lost left arm. John smiled and said that finally Cheng had appeared, as he had been waiting for a long time. Flashing back a bit, his father wondered why John wanted to surrender to the Huayun sect, questioning if he had gone mad. John then replied that he had heard the director and vice director had been invited to the Huayun sect. If they were there, the Huayun sect wouldn't dare do anything to him directly. But since Cheng was a vengeful person, if John went to the sect, Cheng would try to seek revenge, and that would be his chance. Ban, frightened, responded that it was very risky because that was Huayun sect's territory. The protagonist, with a serious face, said that if he wanted to save his family, he had to do that, and demonstrated his power to his father by cutting down several trees. His father was shocked by the demonstration. John, still serious, told his father that if he didn't find his former masters, no one could stop him in the Huayun sect. Ban, in his thoughts, saw that his son had matured a lot, and then said that it was all right, and that this time he would trust him. Cheng ordered his subordinates to kill Jian, and they rushed at him. The protagonist said that was all they had, and broke free from the chains that bound him. John used his holy power and said it was time for Cheng to die. His Majesty asked Lord Cheng what he was going to do with the protagonist, as no one knew the truth behind Cheng's injury, and therefore he shouldn't seek revenge yet. Lord Cheng replied that His Majesty needn't worry, that he would discover the truth and act justly to give a satisfactory answer to everyone. Suddenly, a subordinate arrived with more news. John had kidnapped the young master and escaped from the sect. The director couldn't believe what had happened. Lord Cheng asked what had occurred. The subordinate, in his thoughts, recalled that young Cheng had led them to ambush John, but in the end, the tables had turned because John had captured Cheng and threatened to kill him if they didn't get him out of there. John also beat Cheng before fleeing and told them to disappear, or he would dirty his hands. Ban and the school director asked Lord Cheng how he allowed his son to try to kill John, stating that the Huayun sect was in complete chaos. His Majesty then asked the patriarch of the Huayun sect if this was what he called just behavior. Lord Cheng began to argue with his subordinates. Seeing the situation, John's father took the opportunity to ask the king that, since his son had escaped, they search for him and implore not to blame the Chongyang family. His Majesty decreed that the message be conveyed that the Chongyang family had a correct and commendable attitude, and that the problem had nothing to do with the Chongyang family, and no one could blame them. However, the young master of the Huayun sect should be sought across the country for his misdeeds. 5 days later, in the border city of the Geisun Kingdom, Baiyun, several merchants were working and loading various goods, as the caravans were to leave the Geisun Kingdom that day. A young man arrived and told the merchant that he was the escort sent by the mercenary union. The merchant asked for confirmation and said that the young man seemed so new, asking what his name was. The protagonist then said, "I am Jian Chen." In the Geisun Palace, someone informed His Majesty that Hua Yunzong had written again, requesting that the royal family allow the marriage of Princess Gran to Mingxiang. His Majesty then ordered them to say that Princess Gran had traveled and that the marriage was postponed indefinitely. His subjects questioned whether the princess's behavior was somewhat childish, considering that the marriage was postponed so suddenly. The king then slammed the table and said that the princess's hand had been promised to Jian due to his exceptional talent, and perhaps he might be the one capable of resolving the kingdom's crisis someday. But now that Jian was absent, he asked his subjects who in the kingdom would deserve the princess's hand, and whether it could be Cheng, the cripple. The subjects broke into a cold sweat and commented that they would have to give an explanation to the Huayun sect. The king then ordered a large sum of gold and silver to be delivered to the Huayun clan as compensation, so they would forget the marriage and drop the matter. The king got up and went to his chambers, asking the master if the preparations were complete. The master replied that Yue had already departed and would leave the kingdom in a few days, asking the king if he was not going to tell Yue about the kingdom's crisis. The king then said that if he told her, she wouldn't leave. He added that if the kingdom's destruction were inevitable, the king's martyrdom would be enough, and Yue's responsibility in the future would be in her hands. The master said she understood his order. The king then stated that her obedience was not for him, but for the country. The master wondered if that was the right thing to do, even with the country about to fall. Jian, thinking he would soon leave the Gaesun kingdom, recalled the message from his father saying that his family had not been involved in all that trouble and that he could rest easy, without worrying about anything. In the current situation, he remembered when he descended the mountains alone to the rivers and lakes. Suddenly, several people riding monsters advanced towards the caravan's supplies, knocking everything over and ordering everyone to leave. Jian saved the merchant from being crushed by the caravan animals. The merchant thanked him for saving his life. Jian replied that it was part of his job to protect the merchants. Then the protagonist saw a wanted poster and noticed that his face was on it. The people who put up the poster said that there was a high reward for the fugitive and that even a small clue would yield a reward. The protagonist thought that this was expected from the kingdom's #1 clan and that they were only a few steps behind him. Faced with the wanted poster, Jian decided he should disguise himself to avoid being discovered. The merchant's caravan was leaving when a guard ordered someone to remove their hood, saying there was someone suspicious there. Several guards ran and surrounded the hooded person when the merchant stepped in front and told the guard not to worry because they were on the same side. The guard asked the merchant if he knew the hooded man. The merchant then explained that he was his wife's older brother, who had insisted on following him to see the world, and mentioned that he had had leprosy, so he was hooded because he was full of scars. The guard, still suspicious, asked if this was true. The merchant replied that he was very shy and would never protect a fugitive. The guard then told him to move on. As they were leaving, the merchant commented that when they returned, he would invite the guard and the others for a drink. The protagonist looked back and realized that he had managed to leave the Gaesun kingdom. The merchant then said that the guards would not come after them and that Jian didn't need to worry because the caravan's informants only listened to what he said. Suspicious, Jian asked why he helped him, since if he had turned him in, he would have earned a lot of money. The merchant replied that if Jian were a bad person, he would certainly have turned him in, but he knew that Jian was a good person. The protagonist asked, "Do you really think I'm a good person?" The merchant replied that he had traveled for a long time and could tell a good person from a bad one from afar. Furthermore, Jian had already saved him before, and to him, Jian was a good person. Jian then removed his hood and bid farewell to the merchant. The merchant grabbed Jian and said, "Who said you can just leave? Now that you're a mercenary escorting our caravan, you should finish the mission and get us safely to the Blue Wind Kingdom." The protagonist, a bit embarrassed, replied that he was already forgetting, and since he didn't know where he would go afterward, he would continue escorting the caravan. The merchant thanked the protagonist and said that everyone depended on him for their safety. The merchant explained to Jian that this was the campsite for all caravans and that it was safer for everyone to camp together. The protagonist remarked that there were already quite a few people there. The merchant then said that there weren't just caravans, but also adventurers and mercenaries from all over the world, and that they would stay there for the night. There was a hooded person in the area of the caravan where they were going to stay, and people were telling them to leave. The caravan leader intervened and said to let them stay, assuring that it was fine for them to be together. The protagonist looked at the hooded person with suspicion and suggested to the merchant that they camp in a more isolated spot away from the main camp, because if something happened, they would be the first victims. The merchant smiled and said he knew, but there was no other option since they were alone and that was the only place left. He commented that they could only pray that nothing would happen at night, and that in fact, he couldn't sleep there because he was so worried when camping in that area. At night, everyone was sleeping without worries. Jian, slightly irritated, thought about the merchant's hypocrisy, who said he couldn't sleep but was now sound asleep. Only the caravan guards were awake when suddenly several arrows came flying their way. Jian deflected the arrows and shouted for everyone to wake up, warning that they were under attack. Suddenly, an enemy emerged, attacking Jian and saying he was tough to take down. The protagonist began exchanging blows with him as people started to wake up. While fighting, Jian noticed that the enemy was a master at the mid-level, a level above him. The caravan leader ordered his companions to be careful as they were being attacked. Several enemies appeared, shouting that they were already doomed because the borderless bandits had arrived. The people of the caravan began to shout that the borderless bandits had arrived and that if they didn't want to die, they should grab their weapons and fight for their lives. A bandit threw an axe at the caravan leader, but he dodged it. Jian then told him to get everyone out of there because he would stay behind to cover them. The caravan leader ordered everyone to leave quickly. Jian's enemy said, "You're trying to escape from the borderless bandits? What a bunch of fools," and attacked Jian. Jian used his violet viridescent sword art, Cloud Walk. The enemy dodged and thought that this kid was clearly a mid-level saint. How could he have dodged his strikes? Jian noticed an opening and attacked. The bandit leader dodged and was startled by the speed of Jian's attack. wondering if that was the holy power with a wind attribute. Jian commented that he couldn't hurt him even with his sword at maximum speed. The bandit leader wanted to know who this kid was and wondered what had just happened with that sword, how a saint could strike so quickly. Jian asked if that surprised him and if he believed he could wield his sword even faster. The bandit leader, scared, asked how fast Jian's sword could go. Jian made a sarcastic face and told him to find out. The bandit got frightened and started to run. Jian burst into laughter and said he was lying, then turned to leave. The bandit leader, furious, shouted, "How dare you mock me? I'll cut you into pieces." He then used his spear technique, soldier's condensation, but Jian was already far away. Jian sighed and commented that this was the strongest opponent he had faced since crossing into that area, and it would be very difficult to face him. The best thing to do was to keep moving. While searching for his companions, Jian spots a hooded figure who, in that situation, was stealing. Jian confronts the thief and discovers that it was a woman. The woman tells the protagonist to let her go, claiming that he is mistaken. At that moment, the bandit leader arrives and leaps towards them, saying that now there would be no place for them to escape. Delivering a powerful blow, Jian and the thief dodge the attack, and the girl comments that she was just passing through and asks if she can leave. The bandit leader replies that everyone would die there, that no one would escape. The thief gets annoyed and says that it was a very unlucky day and that he was asking for it. Then, she draws her holy sword. She strikes the bandit leader and he leaps toward her, saying that she would die too, and their blows clash. The thief, upon receiving the blow, realizes that the bandit leader was a mid-level holy master. The bandit advances and says that he will attack first and kill her, delivering a massive strike that breaks the ground. The thief can barely defend herself. The protagonist shouts, asking to join forces to fight the bandit leader. The thief, almost out of strength, says she doesn't need help and that he should go away. The bandit says they could team up, but he wasn't afraid of them and that nothing would change. Jian tells the thief that if they didn't get rid of the leader, he feared they wouldn't be able to get out of there, so he suggested they join forces. Convinced, the thief responds that since Jian had begged to join forces, she felt obliged to cooperate. The caravan leader, fleeing from the other bandits, cried for help, asking someone to save them. Jian tells the thief to hold on, that he would be right back. The thief shouts, calling him a bastard, saying that he tricked her into joining forces, and that in the end, he took the opportunity to flee. The bandit leader advances toward the thief, saying she shouldn't worry, because after killing her, he would take out his anger on Jian for her. The thief begins to use her holy power, saying she didn't want to show her true strength. Then she reveals herself, draws her sword, and dodges the bandit's spear attack, striking the ground. The bandit leader wonders if that was some kind of battle technique. Then, a large explosion occurs, and the thief says, "You want to kill me? Then try." The bandit replies, surprised, "So you do know battle techniques, but unfortunately, you're not strong enough. If you were a holy master, I would already be dead." The bandit, very interested in the thief's battle techniques, asks her to teach him, promising to spare her. The thief flips him off and says, "Keep dreaming." The bandit, irritated, says he will cut off her legs and strikes. Jian appears and saves the thief. She exclaims, "Didn't you run away?" The protagonist's caravan companions shout that it didn't matter because Jian was saving them. Jian, barely able to defend the bandit's blow, says they had agreed to join forces and that he wouldn't break the promise. He tells the thief that she had already done her part and that he would take care of the rest, pushing the bandit away. The bandit leader thinks that this kid is very strong and shouts that he will finish off both of them using his battle technique. Thus, a large whirlwind is created, heading in various directions. The thief is frightened, while Jian tries to counterattack, using his technique and holy power to cut the whirlwind and split it into several pieces. Jian then jumps in front of the thief to protect her, getting hit. The thief, unable to believe what happened, is in shock. The wounded protagonist says that it's all over, while the defeated bandit leader has his chest pierced. In his final moments, the leader says that the blow hit him because he was careless. Jian replies that it was a desperate attempt, but thank God it worked. The protagonist then feels the blow that hit him and starts coughing up blood. The thief runs to him, holds him, and says that he overexerted his holy power to deliver that blow, executing several windblade attacks, and that his internal and external wounds were very serious. She asks what kind of hero comes so close to dying. The protagonist then says that if he hadn't fought, everyone would be dead. The thief asks why Jian saved her. Jian replies that she had already done her part, so the rest was up to him. The thief, angry, tells him to stop with the nonsense, as it seemed like he was just fine. Jian responds that he was telling the truth. The bandits, seeing that their leader was dead, began to cry. The protagonist, in his thoughts, noted that their leader was very strong, so it was no wonder they were crying. John had a wicked thought and started shouting, using his power, declaring that he was the one who defeated their leader and that now it was their turn. The bandits began to run, screaming for their lives and telling the others to flee. The guards were puzzled as to why they were running, while some said they had managed to survive. The caravan leader mentioned that although they had defeated the bandits, they were small fry, as the main force of the borderless bandits had yet to appear, and that to avoid retaliation, they would have to flee quickly to the Blue Wind Kingdom during the night. The merchants agreed, saying they didn't want to die, so they should leave immediately. Jian asked the thief if she was going to the Blue Wind Kingdom with the caravan. The thief, slyly, said that by coincidence, she was also heading there, so she would go with them. Jian told the girl that since everyone had seen that she had battle techniques, it would be bad if the news spread. She replied that it wouldn't be a problem and that she wasn't afraid, extending her hand to John. John, not understanding, introduced himself, saying his name and that it was a pleasure to meet her. The girl got angry and said she didn't want to shake his hand, and that if it weren't for him, her cloak wouldn't have torn, so she wanted compensation, asking if he was going to refuse. Jian replied that it was fine, but that he needed to know her name. The girl then told him not to forget it and said her name was Mu Yun. As they arrived in the Blue Wind Kingdom, Yun commented that Jian's cultivation method was quite special and asked him to teach her. Jian then said it was a family secret. Upon arriving in the Blue Wind Kingdom, Yun mentioned that the place was very famous for being a mercenary kingdom with various bounties. The protagonist, upon seeing the bounty posters, recognized a familiar face and said that it wasn't possible. Yun asked Jian what he saw and why he was so shocked. The protagonist asked if she knew that person. Yun replied that yes, it was the hermit. The protagonist became agitated, asking where he was. Yun said that if she knew, she would have collected clues to claim the reward, and asked if he was that excited about the bounty, advising him to give up because his strength was nowhere near the hermit's level. The protagonist, serious, asked what Yun knew about him. The girl seized the opportunity and said that if he wanted the information, he would have to pay. Jian paid and asked if it was enough. The girl said that the hermit was a powerful man who suddenly appeared in the Blue Wind Kingdom more than 10 years ago, was very strong, and liked to kill, quickly becoming the kingdom's top bounty. Jian, in his thoughts, noted that it was the same time as his time travel. Could it be that they had traveled together, but he had turned into a child while the hermit remained the same? Yun replied that the hermit's whereabouts became unknown, and all information about him was classified as strictly confidential by the mercenary union, but his bounty remained, so he must be alive. Jian exclaimed, "What do you mean, strictly confidential? Only those in the mercenary union can see it." Yun replied that no, only the high-ranking members of the mercenary union could see it. The protagonist then asked if, to find information about the hermit, he would have to join the high ranks. Yun said she also heard that the hermit was looking for someone named Zhan Chen. The protagonist, in his thoughts, concluded that the hermit was searching for him, so he needed to find him to see if they could discover the secret of time travel and return to the original spacetime. The merchant thanked Jean for the journey and said he would be heading to the Chamber of Commerce, so it was a farewell. The protagonist also said goodbye. Yun told John that she also needed to be on her way. The protagonist grabs Yun, telling her not to leave because he needed a favor. Yun asks if he had more money to pay her if he wanted her help. The protagonist replies that he didn't have any more money, but he knew where to find a voucher. Yun exclaims, "What? How come a voucher?" Jian then calls her and takes her to a place. The girl, suspicious, asks if it wasn't his first time in the Blue Wind Kingdom and how he knew about that cave. The protagonist responds that he heard from the mercenaries who were chatting at the camp that it was one of their favorite places, as well as a spot frequented by outlaws and bad elements of the city. He tells her she could order a drink and that he'd be right back. The girl goes and orders a glass of water. Jian walks over to a table where two people were drinking and eating. He says that the reward for Pews was 100 gold coins, and for Ralph, 150 gold coins. The two guys ask what the protagonist wanted with them and tell him to get out of their way before he lost his head. Jian smiles and says that what he wanted was them. They would be his vouchers. Suddenly, the attendant and Yun hear several noises and screams, and Jian appears carrying the two unconscious guys and throws them face first on the ground, telling Yun that of the wanted guys on the posters, he only found those two, and their reward should be enough. If not, he could grab more right there, giving her a smile. The other people there were scared and said they had no bounties on their heads and would leave and be good. The girl, in shock, asks the attendant for a drink because she needed to recover from the scare. Yun was drinking with the protagonist and started to say that to become someone of high rank in the mercenary union, he needed to accumulate enough merits or could complete some tasks to earn a promotion. The protagonist then asks what he should do if he wanted to accumulate merits quickly. Yun says the first place he should go is the Monster Mountain area, where there are many tasks to be done and where the ancient monsters first appeared. The protagonist finishes his drink and says, "All right, here we go." The protagonist arrives at the mountains with the girl and asks if this was the monster area, commenting that the place was really spectacular. Yun responds that without a doubt, it's very interesting, but it gets tiring after a while. To be honest, she would prefer just to be responsible for guiding him and providing information. As for hunting and killing monsters, that would be his responsibility, and if he wanted her help, he would have to pay extra. The protagonist replies that it's no problem. He just needed a guide to the Monster Mountain. The girl responds that the highest value mercenary task was related to hunting the golden striped silver serpent, but it was extremely rare, and its strength was terrifying, so there was no need to take the risk. The protagonist says he was there to complete the task, not to seek death. Yun recommends that he complete the task of hunting 10 ghost bats. Despite being difficult, the reward was generous and of high merit. John responds that he would follow the advice of the experts. Yun laughs and says that of course he should listen to her. She explains that this was the region where the ghost bats lived. They are almost transparent and could only be found in a specific way, and she asks if he wanted to know how. John says yes, but the girl comments that this would have a small cost. The protagonist says that she was the one who suggested he complete the ghost bat task, and now wanted to squeeze more money out of him. The girl responds that it was just a business opportunity. Jian notices something coming towards him, thrusts his sword, and ends up killing a bat. Yun, in disbelief, asks how he did that. Jian takes advantage of the situation with a smug expression and asks if she wanted to know that it would also have a small cost. Yun gets angry and turns her face away, saying she wasn't interested at all. Since he knew a way to hunt ghost bats, he should finish the job quickly because she was out of patience and wouldn't wait forever. Jian began hunting down several bats, defeating them one by one. Yun thought that Jian Chen's techniques were very special and that he seemed very interested in the hermit. Could they have some kind of relationship? She was shocked by the idea that Jian Chen might be the hermit's son. The thief thought that the reason Jian Chen had insisted so much on going to the Monster Mountain area was to find his father, the hermit. The protagonist, in his thoughts, said the girl was crazy since she was talking to herself, until he noticed an aura behind her and started using his holy power. The thief was startled and asked what he was doing, if he was going to kill her to keep her quiet. Frightened, she even said she wouldn't reveal his secret to anyone. Just then, the protagonist passed by her with his sword and clashed with a giant monster. The protagonist said that the impact was great, pushing him back. At high speed, a monster's tail came after them. Yun noticed it and summoned her fire-attributed sword, delivering a strike. The thief asked the protagonist if he knew what was attacking them. Jian replied that it had been too fast to see clearly. Then, a monster began to emerge from the golden ground. The protagonist and the girl were shocked, as the monster that emerged from the ground was the golden serpent with silver stripes. The thief told Jian that she didn't know if it was luck or misfortune to encounter the golden serpent. Jian replied that, judging by the size of the serpent, it was a second-level golden serpent, and the one he had knocked down was the oldest. Yun, in shock, asked then what it was that she had knocked down, if it was another golden serpent. Jian sighed and replied that if there was another serpent, their lives would be at risk, and they wouldn't be able to face them. The best thing to do would be to get out of there. Yun asked if he had any plan. The protagonist said he would draw their attention, and she should use her battle techniques to create a way out. The thief replied that she had asked for his plan, not his orders. Jian charged at the serpent, trying to face it head-on using his holy power, but he realized that its scales were too hard, and he had no chance of cutting through them. The protagonist leaped away, dodging the serpent and pushing it back with his holy power. The serpent began to split and attacked Jian from multiple directions. Jian defended himself against the serpent's attacks and shouted to Yun that this was her chance. The girl said she understood and charged at the serpent, but as she emerged from the ground, the serpent's tail grabbed her. Yun screamed and told the protagonist that the serpent had caught her with its tail and she was trapped. The protagonist rushed toward the serpent and launched his sword with holy power to save Yun. Meanwhile, the other serpent took advantage and attacked Jian from behind. When Jian's sword penetrated the serpent, Yun asked why he had done that, saying that now they would both die there. The protagonist, badly injured and weakened, replied that they were companions and that he wouldn't let her die in front of him. The serpent's venom began to take effect on Jian. The serpent threw Jian into the air, attempting to devour him. The protagonist, in his thoughts, said he never imagined he would die this way, as the venom spread further into his body. Suddenly, John began to realize that he was seeing everything around him with his eyes closed, until he understood that he wasn't seeing but rather sensing, and he noticed his holy power growing stronger. Suddenly, the protagonist's sword started to return to him. Yun saw this and couldn't believe it. The sword was coming back at high speed. It was the spirit sword, piercing the serpent. The protagonist said that this was great because the spirit sword could strike the serpent, and that even if he died, he would take the serpent to hell with him. Thus, inside the serpent's stomach, he began using his holy power and his spirit sword to wound the serpent. The thief, witnessing this, couldn't believe that the sword could fly on its own. The protagonist continued attacking the serpent with his spirit sword, slicing it multiple times, and said that even if its body was as solid as a rock, he would kill it. The protagonist, almost out of strength, said that he had finally managed to kill it. Yun, seeing this, thanked God that it was all over, but she noticed Jian fainting and starting to fall. The girl screamed his name and rushed to his side. The protagonist, who had fainted, woke up, and the girl said that he had finally come to. Jian asked if everything had ended well. Yun replied that the core of the golden serpent with silver stripes could neutralize its venom. Yun, delighted, said that the protagonist was so powerful that he managed to kill a golden serpent with silver stripes, and asked what the technique he used to kill it was called. Jian responded that it was his best strike, and that he would keep the secret. Yun remarked that she already knew he didn't want to expose himself because he was the son of that hermit. The protagonist, incredulous, asked what she was talking about, since when had he become the hermit's son? Yun, laughing, said she had already figured out that he was the hermit's son, and that he didn't need to hide it from her. She mentioned that the hermit's famous technique was a flying sword, and asked how he could deny that the hermit was his father. John thought that when the hermit crossed time, he managed to master the spirit sword. The girl then suggested that since he was okay, they should split the golden serpent because, after all, it was a very valuable treasure. Just as they began to sense a holy power, the owner of the holy power said he had felt some fluctuations of power there, but hadn't expected such a rare find, and commented that it really was a golden serpent that would make him rich. Jian and Yun asked who was there when a man with a scar over his eye and several hooded people appeared, claiming that the serpent belonged to him. The scarred man started bragging while his subordinates applauded him. Jian Chen and Mu Yun commented that it seemed like all villains followed the same script and ended up speaking simultaneously. Yun said that they were the ones who killed the golden serpent and asked if they weren't afraid of being killed too. The scarred man replied that one of them was practically out of holy power and the other was all beaten up. How could they kill them? Some of his men shouted for Jian and Yun to surrender quickly and grow up. The scarred man thanked them for killing the golden serpent, but now it was their turn to die, and he summoned his weapon. The thief told the protagonist that she would hold them off while he should run away. Jian asked how she planned to get out afterward. Yun responded that he shouldn't worry because she had several tricks up her sleeve, and if she didn't have to carry him on her back, she could easily escape from there. Jian replied that he wasn't that useless. Yun said that he was practically out of holy power, so how could he be useful? And that earlier she was listening to him, but now it was his turn to listen to her. The protagonist said it had been very difficult to kill the serpent. How could he give up like that? And on the other hand, there was only one strong middle-aged guy there. The others were nothing. They just needed to be careful with him, and they wouldn't have a problem. The girl asked how he planned to fight them if he only had enough holy power to make a tiny little weapon. John Chen replied that she would see when they started fighting, and that she would fight the boss while he took care of the lackeys. The thief accepted this, started using her holy power, and charged at the scarred man. The man said she was a fool who didn't know her own strength, and that she would die. Their attacks clashed. The man's subordinates rushed at John and started mocking him, saying his weapon was too small and asking if he really wanted to fight them alone. Jian closed his eyes and used his holy power on the weapon. The lackey started saying that he was so scared he even closed his eyes. Jian, in his thoughts, said that since his holy power had increased, his perception of his surroundings had improved a lot, and that he could control the spirit sword with little holy power, making it not difficult to face those mercenaries. He then sent his spirit sword toward the scarred man's lackeys. The scarred man saw this and couldn't believe it, asking how it was possible since Jian was supposed to be out of holy power, so how could he move? Mu Yun, laughing, said, "Very well." The protagonist remarked that it would be nice to die there, in the midst of the beautiful mountains and rivers. The man admitted that he had indeed underestimated them, but, fortunately, had been careful not to go too far. The man shouted, and 2 arrows came flying toward them, forcing Jian and Yun to defend themselves. The protagonist realized that there was still a hidden Saint Master in the shadows and told Yun to go after the man quickly. Yun began to chase the man, who continued running away. Suddenly, the protagonist felt something. The girl looked back and shouted, asking what he was doing, lagging behind like that, and that they couldn't let the man escape. It was only then that she noticed Jian had fainted. Mu Yun rushed back, asking what had happened to Jian Chen. The protagonist replied that he didn't know. Suddenly, everything went dark, and his head started spinning. Yun asked if that hidden Saint Master had done something. Jian responded that it wasn't, that the problem was with him, and he thought it was because of his holy power being exhausted, but there was no need to worry. The girl asked if he was sure, and if he was okay. The protagonist noticed something and realized that, although the spirit sword didn't consume his holy power, it had consumed his spiritual power instead, which left him dizzy because he was out of spiritual power. He also realized that he couldn't use the spirit sword at will. Jian told the thief that it was no longer possible to catch the fugitives. The girl said she hadn't realized there was still a hidden Saint Master and that they were very cunning, but fortunately, they all ran away. The protagonist commented that the mercenaries had escaped and that the news of the golden serpent with silver stripes would surely leak, and he was afraid they would be followed. The girl said that the Monster Mountain area was vast and large enough for them to escape, and with her as a guide, he didn't need to worry about anything. Suddenly, a light emerged from the girl's blouse. Jian asked what that was, but Yun said there was no time to explain, that they needed to leave immediately. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening. Yun said it was an emergency, and that she couldn't reveal anything, and that they needed to settle the account. The protagonist, confused, asked where she had gotten a pen and paper. The girl said that the golden serpent was too big to divide, so it would be all his, but she would count on 50,000 purple coins as compensation, plus the costs of hiring her as a guide and for helping with information, totaling 60,000 coins. John, in disbelief, commented that she was truly born to be a merchant. The girl, sticking out her tongue, responded that it was obvious and that the bill was right there. The protagonist said that all his finances were in that ring, and when he had the rest of the money, he would pay her. The girl replied that he should remember his debt and pay it, then said goodbye, using a magic orb to leave. John asked her to wait, but it was too late. He wondered how he would pay her since she didn't even leave a contact method, or how he would find her, and if she wasn't afraid that he would cheat her. The protagonist then wondered what he would do with that serpent alone. It was obvious that he couldn't carry it. He remembered reading once in the Academy library that refining the golden serpent with silver stripes could create a body immune to all poisons, and that although cultivating that technique carried the risk of being corroded by the serpent's venom, he didn't need to worry too much about it since the mercenaries might return with reinforcements, so he decided to refine the serpent immediately. He began to internalize the serpent, intending for its body to transform into his flesh and blood, making him immune to any poison. The entire refining process was excruciatingly painful, and in the middle of it, he started coughing up blood and commented that it was terrible because he was losing control of his body. The protagonist's body was transforming, and he was losing more and more control over himself, thinking that if it continued, he would really lose himself and turn into a serpent man. He recalled his fight against the demon fox when he used his violet viridescent sword art and decided he would have to take the risk again. So he used the violet viridescent sword art on his head, praying that it would work and eliminate the serpent's demon. When he used the technique, it ended up working, expelling the serpent's spirit from his body. Jian told himself that thankfully, he still had the violet viridescent sword art and that training a venom-immune body was extremely difficult. The energy of the golden serpent with silver stripes had been absorbed by his body, and now all he had to do was wait for the energy to continue merging with him, making his venom-immune constitution even stronger. John thought that it wasn't good to stay there for much longer, and that he needed to wash off the sweat and bad smell from his body immediately. At night, the mercenaries returned to the place where they had seen the protagonist and the girl, but, as they had expected, they were already gone, and it would have been strange if they hadn't fled. The scarred man asked his captain what they should do. The leader said to put a bounty on them and spread the news that they had killed the golden serpent with silver stripes, so they would never be able to leave the Monster Mountain area alive. In another part of the mountains, in an area with waterfalls, there was the protagonist bathing to wash off all the sweat and stench from the serpent. Jian thought that after training his venom-immune body, his perception of his surroundings would become sharper, as if he were integrated with everything. Jian felt as if he were one with the river, as if he were the fish, as if he were the stones, and so he descended the waterfall. Jian felt very alive and started running and jumping into the water. When he jumped into the river, he noticed a girl sitting by the edge, wrapped in a towel, but it was already too late. The girl ended up seeing Jian's privates before he fell into the water. The protagonist, startled, asked her not to scream and to wait a moment. The girl blushed deeply. Jian Chen told her that he truly didn't know anyone was there and asked her to believe him. The girl, angry, said there was no misunderstanding at all, slapped him, and told him to go to hell. Jian flew off into the distance, saying that the girl was very strong. Jian fell into the river and commented that the girl was indeed very strong. Even though they were the same age, she was already a great saint master. He thought that the Kargarth Academy was famous for its talents, but no one there could compare to her. Returning to the surface, the protagonist thought he needed to explain himself properly because, if he didn't, he would end up gaining another enemy. But first, he needed to get his clothes. After he returned, he wondered where the girl had gone. From afar, she came toward him, calling him a scoundrel, and used the first form of the imperial water art, the water dragon art. Jian jumped, asking the girl to wait, explaining that it was just a misunderstanding. She appeared behind the protagonist, saying that, misunderstanding or not, spying on a woman bathing was an offense in the capital. Her butler slapped the guard, Monster Feng, asking how he could be on guard if he allowed strangers to invade the waterfall and get close to the young lady. Monster Feng replied that he always used his holy power to monitor the river, but Jian managed to bypass his perception. The butler, irritated, said it was obvious that this happened because he was too relaxed, drinking. He also commented that the protagonist didn't seem like someone easy to deal with. Feng asserted that it was clear he was relaxed, drinking, because the young lady was invincible among those at her level, and that neither here nor in China could Jian defeat her. The protagonist tried to apologize several times, but she didn't stop to listen. The young lady, irritated, asked what he was going to do and charged at Jian again, calling him a scoundrel and telling him to die. Her sword pierced Jian's arm. The protagonist realized that if he didn't react, he would die. So Jian attacked her, grabbing her clothing and throwing her against the rocks using his holy power. The protagonist commented that it was evident she was stronger than him, but she had no real combat experience, and what happened was just a misunderstanding. He had already apologized and asked her not to attack him anymore. The girl, indignant, responded, asking how he dared threaten her. Suddenly, she used a strange technique and escaped. The protagonist, astonished, asked if that was some kind of special battle technique. The girl responded that she would have to use her battle techniques, affirming that he wasn't just any pervert and that he wouldn't escape. She then used her battle technique. The protagonist replied again that he wasn't going to do anything to her, and that she was being ungrateful, and that she shouldn't blame him if he was rude now. So he used his spirit sword. The girl realized she couldn't dodge it, but when her butler appeared with a flick, he knocked Jian's sword away. The protagonist noticed that this man was strong. The man then said that Jian was a scoundrel and asked how he dared to hurt the young lady. Monster Feng, standing behind the protagonist, remarked that Jian had been doing well, but unfortunately it was over now. Jian Chen noticed Feng behind him and wondered where on earth this person had appeared from. Feng concentrated holy power in his fist and asked how Jian dared to spy on a girl while she was bathing, calling him a demon spawn and punching him in the stomach, sending him flying. The protagonist spat blood and fell near the waterfall. The young lady praised Uncle Feng, saying he was amazing. Jian, lying on the ground, writhed in pain. Feng noticed that Jian hadn't died, even after taking such a strong punch. Suddenly, he sensed something strange. The girl told Feng to kill Jian right away, but he responded that it was better to leave him be since he was all battered and agonizing alone. The young lady said that Jian was just a pervert who had spied on her while she bathed, and that she couldn't let him go unpunished. The butler replied that it could interfere with their business and cause problems. They called for the carriage, and a dragon appeared. The young lady looked at the protagonist and told him to agonize until he died. While flying, the butler asked Feng if he had discovered anything about that young man. Feng responded by asking where he got that idea. The butler said that after so many years working together, he knew Feng like the back of his hand. The young lady asked Uncle Feng and Uncle Yun what they were talking about. Feng responded that he had only slapped the boy, but his hand had already gotten hurt, and he didn't know how it happened. The girl said that the protagonist was just a pervert weaker than her, and asked how he could have hurt Uncle Feng. The butler Yun, incredulous, commented that he didn't understand how that kid, who was at most a saint, could hurt Feng, and that the weapon he used was very strange. It seemed like he could control it with his mind. He also managed to hide from Feng's perception and get close to the young lady. Feng remarked that the protagonist's origin must not be ordinary, and it was very suspicious, suggesting there might be a powerful force behind him, so he thought it was better not to mess with him. The young lady responded that no force could compare to her clan, and that Uncle Feng was being too timid. Feng warned the young lady not to be so capricious, as these were strange times and they couldn't afford to make more enemies for the clan. The young lady pouted and, showing her finger, said she wouldn't cause more trouble. The butler turned around, and the young lady, startled, said she understood. She sighed, realizing she had almost been caught, and in her thoughts, regretted not having had the chance to kill that pervert with her own hands, but she was sure he wouldn't survive. The next day, Jian woke up, complaining that his injury was very serious because he couldn't move his body. His ribs must have been completely broken, and if it weren't for the protection of the viridescent sword, that slap would have been a fatal blow. Although he hadn't died immediately, now only death awaited him. Jian refused to die now that he had managed to improve his strength. Jian noticed some kind of power in that area. The protagonist sensed a type of holy power and wondered if he was able to perceive more things after his perception had increased. That holy power felt very familiar. Jian then remembered that the holy light power was the same his mother used to heal people. Jian recalled his mother's words and recited, "The holy light master heals through the holy light power that exists in the environment." Jian thought that if he could use that to heal himself, it would be better than waiting for death. He reached out and touched the holy power, and was greatly surprised when the power spread throughout his body. Some people nearby were talking about birds, saying they had sensed the aura of the Huang family at that waterfall. Their leader ordered them to search everywhere and kill anyone in their way. The people who were flying descended from their birds into the area, and talking among themselves, said that there was no one left there, that they had already fled. Jian was hiding under the river, wondering who those people were, as they didn't seem like good people. Fortunately, his aura could blend with the environment. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. They searched around the waterfalls and commented that there was nothing unusual in the water, so it really seemed like they had already left. They mounted their birds again and left. The protagonist, underwater, felt relieved and said that thankfully, his breathing and mind were calm with no disturbances. Suddenly, some rocks started to fall towards the protagonist. He began swimming quickly to escape, but then felt pain in his ribs. Jian thought he had moved too fast and that his wounds, which were beginning to heal, might have reopened. Murphy's Law never fails. Jian never thought this would be his end. He started to drown and his eyes began to close. Half conscious, the protagonist saw several beautiful girls. They were saying that he had finally woken up. Jian wondered if this was the paradise for men. He then heard someone say they were tired of carrying him. When Jian Chen really woke up and opened his eyes, he realized they were men instead of women. Startled, Jian asked who they were. The men replied that they had heard a noise nearby, came to check it out, and ended up saving him. They asked how he had drowned and what was going on, wondering if Saint Masters had fought there. One of the men called the other by the name of Xiao Dao and told him to calm down, as Jian had just woken up. The protagonist, in his thoughts, blamed his brother for that dream and regretted ever reading his brother's magazine. The older man told Jian not to pay too much attention to Xiao Dao, saying he was too talkative. Dao apologized, admitting he couldn't control his tongue. The man with a hat asked the protagonist how he had drowned, noting the large wound he had. Jian Chen responded that he had been diving to fish when he suddenly heard a loud noise. Soon after, several rocks started falling into the water. He was hit and ended up drowning. The men, talking near the waterfall, said that a battle between Saint Masters must have taken place there, explaining why the rock wall was completely destroyed. The protagonist, in his thoughts, agreed that the waterfall was indeed destroyed and wondered who these people were and if they had any connection with the girl from before. Xiao Dao asked the protagonist for his name and if he wanted to join the Flame Mercenaries, saying their group only had 3 members, but in the future, it would be the biggest mercenary group in the entire Blue Wind Kingdom. Jian wondered about the Flame Mercenaries. The man with a mustache said it was just Dao's joke, and the man with the hat said Dao was crazy, as he never made any sense. Jian, in his thoughts, noted that these 3 guys didn't seem bad, and since he was injured and unfamiliar with the area, it might be a good idea to join them. The protagonist then said he had nowhere else to go, so if they would accept him, it would be great. The man with the mustache, surprised, said, "Really? You actually want to join our group?" Dao laughed heartily and said, "All right, the Flame Mercenaries are growing again." The man with the mustache told Jian his name was Kendall and that he was the leader of the Flame Mercenaries, while the man with the hat said his name was Hu Po and that he was the vice leader. Xiao Dao introduced himself to Jian, claiming to be the acting leader of the Flame Mercenaries. The protagonist introduced himself to them. Then the leader of the Flame Mercenaries welcomed Jian. Dao, full of joy, said that Jian Chen would be the acting vice leader with him. Po remarked that Jian seemed more reliable than Dao and deserved to be acting leader more than Dao. Dao, agitated, argued that he had more experience than Jian Chen and would remain as vice leader. Kendall laughed and said Jian would be the second vice leader then. Watching the scene between Dao and Po, Jian started to laugh out loud. Jian remembered that these guys seemed like his comrades from the group he had formed before the time travel, and recalled the conversations with his former companions. Jian, serious in his thoughts, affirmed that he would find his hermit friend, discover the truth about the crossing, and return to the clan as quickly as possible. Kendall said that to celebrate Jian Chen's entry, they would spend a fortune at the mercenary market. Dao was excited and said, "Let's go." Jian, confused, wondered about the mercenary market. From a distance, Jian saw several giant rocks high up, with various bridges connecting them, and many cabins built. Upon arrival, the protagonist was amazed by the size of the place. Kendall said that this was the mercenary market. In the beginning, it was just a place where mercenaries would trade among themselves, but later it turned into a real market. The protagonist says he never thought there would be such a lively market in the middle of the mountains. Dao and the others are shocked when they see a wanted poster. Dao remarks that the person on the wanted list looks exactly like Jian. Kendall agrees, noting that it really does resemble him. The poster stated that these two people had hunted and killed the second-level golden snake with silver stripes. Po, astonished, comments that such a feat could only be accomplished by someone at the Saint Master level. Embarrassed, Jian mutters that things were about to get really bad, and that he never imagined news would travel so fast. He would have to do something to throw them off the trail. Jian then says, with his humble saintly power, how could he possibly hunt and kill a golden snake with silver stripes? Kendall and his friends, half in disbelief, agree that Jian is right. Someone capable of killing such a creature would never drown. It was just a look-alike of Jian Chen. Dao sighs, saying it would be so cool if such a Saint Master joined their mercenary group. Kendall responds that Dao might as well forget it. A master like that would never pay attention to a small mercenary group like theirs. Jian sighs in relief, thinking it had worked. Kendall tells the protagonist that, to avoid problems, it would be better if he disguised himself. It wouldn't be good to be mistaken for someone on the wanted list. Jian covers his face with his hood, thanking him. Kendall shouts that they're going to take everyone to splurge. Dao gets excited while Po complains that they're just going to waste money again. Their voices echoed in the large mercenary market. As they walked, they saw various items like manuals, shirts, and food. Dao, all happy, tells Kendall that now that he's saved up a lot of money, he'll be able to buy many things for his sister-in-law and for Mira. Kendall replies that it's been half a year since he last visited. He wonders if Mira would still call him father. Kendall tells the protagonist that he can buy whatever he wants, and if he doesn't have money, Kendall would lend him some. Jian Chen thanks him but says he doesn't want to buy anything. Jealous, Dao complains that the captain is such a suck-up, as he's never lent him money. Po responds that Dao is a glutton who only knows how to buy food and that giving him money is a waste. Dao retorts to Po, saying, "The pot calling the kettle black." Kendall agrees with Po, saying he couldn't lend money to Xiao Dao. Jian thinks that they all get along very well. The protagonist then senses something with his saintly power, and wonders why the power of the violet viridescent sword is reacting on its own. Could the power of the violet viridescent sword have a consciousness of its own? How could that be possible? Jian Chen begins to look around and wonder if there's something there, until he sees a stall with various pearls. He notices one pearl that resonates with his power and thinks it couldn't be because of that. But then the pearl begins to resonate more strongly with his power, and he realizes that the power of the violet viridescent sword within him is stirring again. That pearl seemed very strange, so he picks it up and notices that it's extremely heavy. Dao wonders what Jian is doing. Jian tries to lift the pearl with great effort, but it's very heavy. The pearl and his power begin to resonate. Jian sees that the power of the violet viridescent sword has activated on its own again. The stall owner asks the protagonist if he wants to buy that pearl, which he claims to be a treasure he found in the magical Beast Mountain. Jian, incredulous, thinks that it was found in the areas of the magical Beast Mountain. Could it have something to do with the hermit? Jian asks what that stone does to be considered a treasure. The pearl's owner responds that he doesn't know. He just knows that it's heavier than normal, harder than normal, and that its saintly power is indestructible, so it must be a treasure. Jian then asks, "So you don't know either?" The pearl's owner says that a beautiful woman who hides her face is always the most beautiful of all, so a treasure with mysterious properties is the most powerful, right? The protagonist thought that made sense. Jian considered that the stone had stirred the power of the violet viridescent sword, even if it had nothing to do with the old thief Doku. It must definitely be related to the art of the violet viridescent sword. He had to buy it at all costs. But then he remembered that Mu Yu had taken all his savings. Kendall appeared, asking if he wanted to buy it. Dao asked why he would want to buy such a silly stone. It would be better to buy some meat to fill his belly. Po said that Dao only thought about food. John Chen responded to Kendall that he wanted to buy it, but he didn't have a single cent. Kendall said it was fine. He would buy it for him as a welcome gift to the group. Kendall asked how much the pearl cost. The stall owner said it was cheap, a real bargain, 1,000 gold coins. Everyone was shocked and left with their mouths hanging open. Kendall and the others said that a beat-up stone like that for 1,000 coins was like being robbed, and that the seller must be going crazy. The pearl's owner responded with peace and love, saying they could negotiate. The protagonist told Kendall to let it go, that it was too expensive. Kendall insisted, saying he had promised the gift and would try to negotiate. He shouted, offering 830 gold coins, which was already a good sum, asking if the seller would take the deal or not. The others remarked that it was all of Kendall's savings. The pearl's owner accepted the deal and thanked them for their help. Kendall closed the deal. John, in his thoughts, said it was a ripoff and that he would find a way to repay Kendall that money. The protagonist stared at the merchant as he carried the bag of money away. The merchant, startled, said that money had been hard-earned. Then he added that since they were such wonderful customers, he would give them a special bonus. Kendall, suspicious, asked, "A bonus?" The merchant replied that he happened to know some information about the two-headed lynx and would share it with them. Kendall, incredulous, responded, "The two-headed lynx? The fourth-order magical beast?" The protagonist, with a grim look, asked why he was giving such valuable information to them. The merchant admitted that although it was precious information, it had already become common knowledge, so it was only worth a few hundred gold coins now. He hadn't believed they would actually buy the stone, so to make up for it, he was giving them the information as a gift. The protagonist immediately smiled, saying it was fine, and he would accept. Jian and the others left with the information. The merchant thought to himself that he had narrowly escaped. They descended from the mercenary market, discussing how, since the money was gone, they would have to stop shopping. Dao remarked that a poor man's joy is short-lived. The protagonist, embarrassed, said it was all his fault, and now no one could buy anything. Kendall told John Chen not to mind his brothers, as the deal was done. It was a gift from him. The protagonist said they would go after that two-headed lynx and fill their pockets again. Dao, serious, replied that he was sorry to say it, but that monster was fourth order and way out of their league. Jian responded by saying he wasn't joking and that he would come clean with them. The person on the wanted poster was him, and he was the one who hunted and killed the golden snake with silver stripes. Kendall and the others didn't believe Jian, saying it couldn't be true, and if it was him, how would he explain the fact that he had drowned? Jian smiled and used his saintly power, demonstrating it to them. The protagonist asked if they still had any doubts. From afar, a scarred man watched them, saying that he had found him. Leaving the mercenary market, the pearl merchant, all beaten up, was saying it was true, that he had only sold the stone to them and given them the information about the two-headed lynx. The scarred man grabbed the merchant by the collar and said, "Very well, you were supposed to pass on the information about the two-headed lynx and then leave quickly." The merchant replied that it was a lucky coincidence, as he had already made a copy for himself, which was right there. The scarred man reports to his captain that the boy and the flame mercenaries have gone after the two-headed lynx. The captain asks if the man or the woman were with them. The scarred man replies that as soon as he received the information from his spy, he personally went to the market and only saw the boy alone. The leader responds, "So they split up. Seems like they're not fools." His subordinate asks what they should do. The leader says that, according to what the old monster Doku had said, the monster hunter was after him, and that he wanted the boy and the two-headed lynx, all of them. His subordinate asks about the mercenaries. The leader says they're of no use to him and that they can be killed. The leader then orders them to gather all the men, stating that this time, the boy won't escape. The subordinates accept the order, responding, "Yes." Switching to the magical beast mountain, the protagonist was slicing through all the magical beasts with his saintly power. Kendall and his group were just watching from a distance, cheering on Jian as he defeated the monsters. The protagonist said to the group, "Where's your pride? Are you going to keep acting like a bunch of chickens?" Kendall and his group responded, "Who are we compared to your power? We're just in the bread line," and that now the Flame Mercenaries were one step closer to becoming the biggest mercenary group in the Blue Wind Kingdom. Xiao Dao commented that before, they never even dreamed of hunting a fourth-order magical beast, but now he was eager to see the face of that two-headed lynx. Kendall remarked that they had already traveled half a day. Where was that cursed lynx? Po said the place marked on the map was here. Could the merchant have tricked them? The protagonist said that the two-headed lynx was likely more elusive, so they should keep searching. Dao responded that giving moral support was exhausting and asked when they would eat. Po retorted that Dao was the biggest burden, but when it came to food, he became the employee of the month. The protagonist mentioned that he was also hungry and had some food to share. Later that night, Jian and the group of mercenaries were roasting meat for dinner. Jian sensed something approaching. Po and the other mercenaries wondered if it was the two-headed lynx. They shouted, "Here comes the beast!" Suddenly, something rushed toward them. It was a kitten that resembled a little tiger, with its tongue hanging out. They were startled and wondered what kind of creature it was. The kitten attacked the meat they were roasting and began devouring the large chunk of meat. Kendall remarked that it only thought about food. It was like the silver blade from World of Warcraft. Dao replied that his words hurt his heart. Jian wondered what it was, when he remembered seeing that little guy in a book at the Academy's library. It was a golden fur king tiger cub. When fully grown, it becomes a fifth-order magical beast. Kendall and the mercenaries were shocked. Jian Chen explained that this was why they hadn't seen any two-headed lynx, as the golden fur king tiger was their natural enemy. The two-headed lynx must have been driven away by the golden fur king tiger. Jian picked up the golden fur king tiger cub, noting that even when captured, it didn't stop eating. What a greedy little thing. Kendall commented that if he could tame it, he'd have a lethal weapon at his disposal. Suddenly, a shadow behind Kendall spoke, agreeing with him. Kendall was startled and looked back, saying, "Captain Cross." John, shocked, thought, "Asterisk? That guy must be a high-level mage. How did he manage to hide from my perception?" Kendall and his group were stunned. It was Captain Cross. John noticed that the golden fur king tiger cub was showing hostility toward the captain. The protagonist asked Kendall if they knew this guy. Kendall responded that he was the leader of the 2nd Regiment of the Zhou mercenary group from Awakening City, Captain Cross. Cross addressed John, saying that Jian might not know him, but he knew Jian very well. The protagonist responded, "What do you mean?" Cross explains that Jian had stolen the silver serpent from his men, and that the Zhou mercenaries had never been robbed by anyone before. He was the first to have the audacity to do so. The protagonist responds, "So those guys were your men? They were the ones who tried to steal the golden snake with silver stripes?" Cross says that John wasn't taking him seriously, and adds that there's no need to return the golden snake with silver stripes, as it's merely a 2nd-order magical beast and worth nothing compared to the 5th-order cub that Jian had with him. Cross's subordinates surround Jian and the flame mercenaries, attempting to attack them from behind with arrows. Kendall notices the arrows and shouts for Xiao Dao to watch out. Kendall and the others start complaining, saying that it was a cowardly move to shoot from behind, challenging the enemies to fight them one-on-one if they had the courage. The protagonist, angry, tells Kendall that this mess ended up involving them, apologizing because they had nothing to do with it, and urges them to leave, saying he would handle it. Kendall, Po, and Dao get angry and tell Jian not to talk nonsense, as he was also a member of the Flame Mercenaries, and they would stick together through thick and thin. Kendall loudly declares, "If you mess with one of us, you mess with the entire Flame Mercenaries group." Jian Chen smiles and tells them to leave Captain Cross to him while they take care of the others. Dao and the others shout, "Let's go!" Cross orders his subordinates to kill those hotheads. Kendall, Po, and Dao start beating up Cross's subordinates. John uses his saintly power and charges toward Cross. The protagonist notices that Cross doesn't even move and wonders if he isn't even going to try to dodge. Jian strikes and tells him not to underestimate him. The attack causes a large explosion. Cross asks Jian if that was his best. Jian notices a saintly power surrounding Cross and is shocked, exclaiming, "A holy armor!" Captain Cross then explains that his holy weapon isn't just any weapon, it transforms into armor. Cross transforms and tells Jian Chen to behold his full holy armor. Jian responds to Cross that hitting him was exhausting, and with a sarcastic smile he says, "Let's see if this technique helps." Cross laughs and asks if Jian has a plan B. Cross uses his saintly power and tells Jian that he has already been defeated and that accepting it would hurt less, or does he prefer to leave those losers behind and run away alone? The protagonist apologizes to the kitten, which looks scared. Jian Chen asks Cross, "Is it us you want or this tiger cub?" With that, he throws the cub far away. Cross says that after capturing the tiger cub, he'll come back to settle the score with them. The protagonist then comments that without Cross, these mercenaries are nothing. Cross starts running after the tiger cub, calling it quick and ordering it to stop. The cub's mother was hunting a bear when she noticed her cub was in danger, letting out a terrifying roar. Everyone is startled by the roar. Dao asks what kind of monster that was approaching. The cub's mother arrives and starts killing Cross's subordinates. Kendall and Po begin to flee from the monsters. The scarred man says that the monster was being controlled by the black tiger. Kendall and his group are shocked. The black tiger appears. Kendall and his group shout, "Run for your lives!" and call for help. Jian shouts that he's on his way. cutting down several monsters at once. The protagonist warns that the black tiger is approaching and that they need to get out of there quickly. Dao and his companions respond, "Yes, let's go everyone, run!" The protagonist says that more magical beasts are coming and that the black tiger must be desperate to save its baby. Kendall comments that since the tiger cub isn't with them, they should be fine. Dao reminds them that the magical beasts have already killed several mercenaries, so it's better to get out of there. The protagonist says that, based on his perception, the direction with the fewest magical beasts is the one they should follow. Meanwhile, Cross is looking for the direction with the fewest magical beasts, thinking that route would be the safest. Suddenly, Cross notices the black tiger behind him and becomes frightened. Cross, terrified, realizes why there were no more magical beasts around. The black tiger was nearby. Cross threatens the black tiger, warning it not to take another step, or he will kill its cub. The black tiger just stares at him with a look of pure hatred. Cross realizes that this tactic isn't going to work, and that he needs to find a way to escape. He notices people approaching. John and his companions are running when John suddenly stops and tells them to halt because the black tiger is in the area. Now he understands why there were fewer magical beasts around. Dao and Po are frightened. Cross rushes past them and says he has a gift for them, tossing a bag into Dao's hands. Hiding, Cross mutters that they have become his disposable pawns. Dao opens the bag and sees that it contains the tiger cub. The black tiger appears behind him and attacks. Po sees this and shouts, "Watch out, Xiao Dao," pushing him out of the way. The black tiger bites Po, causing blood to gush everywhere. Dao, John, and Kendall scream Hu Po's name. Po falls to the ground, covered in blood, and tells them to run quickly. Dao, terrified and enraged, starts screaming loudly, saying that he will take down the black tiger, charging at it with his weapon. Kendall yells for Xiao Dao to come back quickly. The tiger swings its paw to crush Dao, but Jian uses his saintly power to defend against the tiger's claw, though he can't hold it back and jumps away. Dao calls out for Jian Chen. Jian realizes it was a powerful strike. The black tiger unleashes a terrifying roar directed at Jian and Dao. Dao falls to the ground, coughing up blood, unable to defend against the black tiger's roar. Lying on the ground, badly injured, Xiao Dao declares that he will kill that bastard to avenge his older brother, Hu Po. The tiger advances toward them, as Dao insists he will kill the tiger no matter what. Jian tells Dao that his injuries are severe and that he shouldn't move. The protagonist asks Kendall to take Xiao Dao away, saying he'll hold off the black tiger. Kendall responds, saying that Jian should take Xiao Dao while he himself holds off the black tiger. Jian loudly tells Kendall that he is no match for the tiger. Kendall asks if Jian thinks he can defeat the tiger. Jian says he can hold it off long enough for them to escape. Kendall, moving toward the black tiger, says that the tiger dominates the entire forest and that they could only escape it if they could get out of the magical Beast Mountain area in an instant. He adds that among them, Jian is the strongest and the only one who has a chance to get away. Kendall, serious and determined, as the leader of the Flame Mercenaries, orders Jian to take Xiao Dao and leave. The protagonist, incredulous, accepts the order, saying he understands. Jian Chen picks up Xiao Dao and starts running, telling him to be careful. Xiao Dao, unwilling to leave his leader behind, says he wants to stay with him. Kendall tells Jian Chen not to forget to avenge them. Dao screams his leader's name. The protagonist tries to use the holy power of healing to save Xiao Dao and tells him he must survive. Xiao Dao, weak, asks if he is going to die. The protagonist replies that he will use his holy light power to heal him and that he'll be fine. Dao says Jian is amazing, that he can do anything unlike him who considers himself worthless. The protagonist, holding back tears and smiling, tells him to be quiet because he's going to heal him. Dao, with no strength left, says that he's the last of the Flame Mercenaries, and then he closes his eyes. Jian Chen, crying in rage, curses the names of Cross and the Zhou mercenaries. The protagonist hears a roar and realizes that the black tiger is coming his way. Jian, trembling with anger, thinks that at that moment he can't fight the black tiger and that he can't let Kendall's sacrifice be in vain. Jian Chen swears by Xiao Dao's name that he will return and kill the black tiger with his own hands to avenge his friends. Jian builds a stone grave for Dao. The tiger begins roaring nearby. The protagonist starts running, thinking that the black tiger is too fast. There's no way to fight it right now. It's impossible. The protagonist thinks that his only chance is to hide his breath and hope the tiger doesn't find him. The tiger starts running and searching for Jian. The protagonist hides in the bushes while the black tiger prowls nearby, searching for him. The tiger begins to catch a scent and looks toward a tree. The black tiger roars in Jian Chen's direction, splitting the tree in half. The protagonist manages to defend against the roar, cursing the tiger and charging at it, using his holy weapon and unleashing the sword god strike. The tiger defends itself without much difficulty. John retreats, realizing that even using all his strength, he couldn't injure the tiger. The black tiger begins to harness its power and fires a straight laser, destroying everything in its path, cutting through trees and mountains, and causing a massive explosion. The protagonist, witnessing that power, is shocked and thinks that, thank God, he managed to escape. Scared, John starts looking for the tiger. The tiger is already behind John Chen, attacking him with its claws and slashing him. The strike is so powerful that John coughs up a lot of blood. Lying on the ground, severely wounded, John thought it was the end. As the black tiger was about to crush him, the protagonist's holy power begins to spiral out of control, emanating in all directions. Jian's holy power rises to the sky and the tiger looks up. It was Jian's sword, which was merging with his holy power. The tiger, staring at the sword, begins to roar. Suddenly, Jian's sword starts launching multiple strikes imbued with holy power toward the tiger. The attacks start hitting the black tiger, causing it to roar repeatedly. The tiger begins to flee as the holy-powered strikes continue to injure it. After the tiger leaves, all the holy power from the sword flows back into Jian Chen, transforming into holy light power and healing Jian Chen. At dawn, somewhere in the Blue Wind Kingdom, a young lady is shopping for clothes while her butler and bodyguard tell her not to take too long, as they don't have much time to waste. Feng tells Yun that they need not worry, as the place is crowded, and even if those people were after them, they wouldn't find them. Suddenly, a hooded person appears near the young lady, remarking that she had his scent. The young lady, rudely, asks what he's talking about. Uncle Yun and Feng rush toward the young lady, demanding to know who he thinks he is and ordering him to stay away from her. At that moment, he disappears. Yun and Feng ask who he was and if he's already gone. From afar, atop a building, the person observes them. Without his disguise, the person says, "So you've also come to this world," and calls Jian Chen's name. It was the hermit. Back in the area of the magical beast mountain, amidst a pile of white leaves, the protagonist wakes up in shock, wondering where he is and where the black tiger went. Jian Chen picks up some leaves in his hand and wonders if they were all pieces of trees. The protagonist questions whether all the destruction around him was the work of the black tiger. Jian realizes that if the black tiger had caused all this, he wouldn't have survived such monstrous force unscathed. Jian Chen notices that the wound the black tiger inflicted on him has healed. What the hell happened here? Jian, somewhat downcast, wonders, since there's no sign of the black tiger anywhere, does this mean that Brother Kendall and the others are dead? Later, the protagonist builds stone graves for Kendall and the others, while remembering them smiling and joking around. Jian Chen begins to cry, saying that Kendall and the others had made him remember his home, and that it had been a long time since he felt that way. He couldn't believe this had happened. The protagonist starts recalling the last moments of his friends' lives. John, crying in front of Kendall and the others' graves, says it's his fault because he was too weak and couldn't protect them. Filled with rage, the protagonist cuts his hand and swears by his blood that he will kill the black tiger and the Zhou mercenaries to avenge their deaths. John walks through the forest, hooded, saying he never imagined so much would happen in the magical beast area. First, he would return to Awakening City and take care of things with Brother Kendall's wife and daughter, and then he would seek out information about the Zhou mercenaries. As Jian walks, he encounters a group of people. When Jian passes by them, one of the men in the group orders him to stop. Jian wonders what's happening and if that man has seen his wanted poster. Jian turns around and asks the man what he wants. The man asks Jian if he knows who he's talking to and whether he came from the magical beast mountain area. Jian responds, "What about it?" The man says he's heading to the magical beast mountain area and can see that Jian is smart. So he asks if Jian would like to be his guide, offering a good reward. The man's subordinate comments that working for the young master is far more advantageous than being a mercenary, and that this is a great opportunity Jian shouldn't waste. The protagonist thinks that the man is just a useless young master from a rich family. Jian Chen turns around, thanks him, but declines the offer. The young master becomes irritated and says it should be an immense honor for Jian, questioning how he dares refuse. He yells at his men to teach Jian Chen a lesson. The men leap toward Jian, attacking him, but the protagonist defends himself and quickly defeats them. The young master and his guard are shocked. Even more enraged, the young master calls Jian a bastard and asks how he dares to hit his men, asking if he knows who he's messing with. The young master begins to say his name, but the protagonist suddenly appears in front of him and slaps him hard across the face, sending him flying while warning him to watch his mouth. The young master's subordinates surround the protagonist to attack him, but Jian defeats them in an instant. The protagonist approaches the young master and says that it doesn't matter who he is, he can't give orders, especially since Jian is in a bad mood, and warns him not to make him kill someone. The young master bows his head to the ground, begging Jian not to kill him, explaining that he had just left home and only wanted to go to the magical beast mountain and had no intention of offending him, pleading for his life. He offers his spatial belt, which is full of money, and asks Jian to let him go. The protagonist accepts the spatial belt and releases the young master, but warns him to be careful and stop thinking he's invincible just because of his family. The young master watches Jian walk away, with a look of anger on his face, glaring at him. In Awakening City, Jian is talking with Kendall's wife and daughter when she asks about Kendall. The protagonist replies that Kendall and the others had taken a trip to the Gasun Kingdom on an urgent mission, and that Kendall had asked him to leave that money for them. Jian looks at the girl and asks if she is Mira, mentioning that Kendall talked about her all the time. The protagonist tells Kendall's wife that there are 10,000 gold coins inside the spatial belt, which Kendall sent to cover expenses. Mira is shocked, asking how her father managed to get so much money. Kendall's wife asks if something happened to him. Jian responds that she's imagining things, and that Kendall and the others' trip is a big deal, with the clients paying very well. Just then, Jian hears the young master shouting and calling him a bastard. He goes outside and tells his sister-in-law to stay calm, assuring her that as long as he's there, no one will harm her. The young master tells the protagonist that it's a surprise to meet him again. Jian Chen asks how he found out where he was, and if it was through the belt, as he had confirmed that there was nothing strange about it. The young master replies that, of course, Jian wouldn't have discovered the Tianxiong family's secret method. Jian admits that he underestimated him. The young master then asks if that's his daughter and his lover, and says that after killing him, he'll take good care of them. The protagonist, angered, tells his sister-in-law to take Mira inside the house, saying that he'll handle the situation. Jian Chen summons his holy weapon and with a furious expression tells the young master that he'll be the first to meet his death. The young master tells the protagonist that he still dares to speak to him in that tone, and that this time he has brought the Saint Masters from his family, so Jian is going to die. Jian, thinking, realizes that there are 2 Saint Masters and 1 low-level Grandmaster. The young master taunts Jian, saying it's too late for him to be afraid, and that after he's dead, the mother and daughter will be his. He boasts that he enjoys both mature women and young girls. Jian Chen reflects that during the events at the Magical Beast mountain range, he failed to protect Kendall and the others, watching them die right in front of him. He had promised himself that he would protect Kendall's wife and daughter, and wouldn't let anyone harm them. The young master yells at his subordinates to capture Jian, so he can understand that in Awakening City, the Tianxiong family is top dog. The young master confidently says he doesn't believe Jian can take on so many people. The protagonist wields his holy sword and begins cutting down several subordinates as if they were nothing. Jian responds to the young master, saying that he can believe it or not, but he doesn't care. The young master, frightened, asks how this is happening, and his guards remark that the boy is incredibly powerful. How could someone so young possess such strength? One of the Saint Masters says he doesn't know where Jian came from, but asks why Jian would want to become an enemy of the Tianxiong family, and if there's some kind of misunderstanding. The protagonist replies that he's just a wandering mercenary with no one backing him. Moreover, he doesn't want to be their enemy. The problem is that there are too many ordinary people who start trouble with him first. The young master, enraged, asks the Saint Master why he's even talking to the protagonist, reminding him that the Tianxiong family pays for his support, and orders him to go ahead and kill Jian immediately. The Saint Master says he'll have to be rude then. Jian, with his holy weapon, tells him not to talk nonsense and charges at the Saint Master, striking with a powerful blow. The Saint Master dodges the attack and begins exchanging blows with the protagonist. The Saint Master starts to feel pressured, thinking about how fast and fierce Jian's sword is. He shouts at the other 2 Saint Masters, asking why they're just standing there and urging them to help him. The other 2 join the fight to defeat Jian Chen. Jian attacks and defends simultaneously. The young master comments that they are a pathetic bunch of losers, since even 3 of them together can't defeat Jian. Then, he notices Kendall's wife and daughter watching from a distance. Jian hears Kendall's wife scream, begging for help, and telling them to release her daughter. The young master had captured Mira, and threatened that if Jian didn't kneel immediately, the girl would die. Jian Chen, furious, warns that if he dares touch her, he will kill the young master and his entire family. The young master laughs and says, "Kill my entire family? Let's see how long you can keep up this tough act." The protagonist, filled with rage, shouts at him to release Mira. The young master demands that Jian drop his weapons, kneel, and beg for mercy. The protagonist replies that fine, he will drop his weapons. The young master yells at Jian to hurry up. The protagonist drops his sword on the ground, but the young master says he still has another weapon. The protagonist throws his other holy weapon far away. The young master laughs, asking how Jian plans to fight without weapons, and orders the Saint Masters to kill him. However, the sword Jian had thrown was being controlled by his holy power. The protagonist, serious, declares that it is the young master who will die, and instructs Mira to close her eyes. The sword moves toward the young master, and by the time he notices, it's too late. The sword strikes him in the back. He falls to the ground, covered in blood. The Saint Masters shout his name. Jian retrieves his holy weapon, pulling it back, and declares that they are next. The Saint Masters, frightened, wonder what to do, and whether Jian is using some kind of battle skill. The masked Saint Master tells the others not to panic, saying that Jian only attacked the young master due to a mistake, but they are stronger than him. He orders everyone to attack together. The protagonist uses purple-green sword skill and begins gathering holy power, unleashing the sword rain toward the Saint Masters. The masked master shouts that Jian's strength is unknown and tells the others to hold him off while he goes back to report to their master. The other two complain that he ran away and betrayed them. The protagonist comments that this situation would be a headache for him. Jian considers that while it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape, he's worried about Kendall's wife and daughter. Sometime later, a group from the Tianxiong family arrives at the scene. Jian Chun is sitting on the ground, waiting for them. The guards inform the master that this boy had killed the young master. The protagonist responds that he has been waiting for them for a long time. Jian knew he needed to buy time for his sister-in-law and Mira to escape. The master of the Tianxiong family asks Jian if he knows that Kanger was his only son and the sole heir of his family, and that Jian had killed him. The protagonist tells the Tianxiong family master that his son was arrogant, rude, and mistreated people, and that he was merely carrying out the will of God. The master, furious, responds, "The will of God, huh? But in Awakening City, I am God." With that, he charges at the protagonist, delivering a punch infused with holy power. Jian defends against the blow but is pushed back. The protagonist realizes that the Tianxiong family master is a Grandmaster Saint. The master shouts at Jian, saying he only has the strength of a Grandmaster Saint, so how could he have killed Kanger? He then asks the masked man how Kanger was killed. The masked man replies that it seemed Jian knew some kind of battle skill, and although he didn't see exactly what happened, he knows the young master was killed. The Tianxiong family master tells the protagonist that if he hands over his battle skills, he'll give him a painless death. Jian Chun responds that, as a villain, the master couldn't say anything new. The Tianxiong family master angrily orders Jian to go to hell, summons his holy hammer, and attacks. The protagonist dodges, jumps onto a house, and says he won't play around with him anymore because he's too slow. Jian Chun uses his purple-green sword skill and leaps using cloud walk technique. The Tianxiong family master orders his subordinates to go after him. As Jian runs, he thinks that his sister-in-law would take Mira out of the city to the west, while he would draw the pursuers to the east, ensuring their safety. As the protagonist runs, he senses a holy power coming toward him and realizes they are catching up quickly. The master shouts that he wants to see how Jian will escape his grasp. Jian starts climbing over houses and leaps over the city wall to escape. Just when the protagonist thinks he has gotten away, the wall begins to crack, and the Tianxiong family master appears, breaking through it. Jian Chen hurls his sword toward the master, but the master defends himself, saying he was prepared and asks if that's Jian's battle skill. He then taunts Jian, asking what he can do now that he's unarmed. Jian, raising his fingers, asks, "Who said I'm unarmed?" He then controls his sword, sending it toward the Tianxiong family master. The master tries to knock the weapon away again, but the protagonist starts controlling the sword in multiple directions. The master, in disbelief, wonders how it's possible for a holy weapon to fly around without anyone controlling it. The master grabs the sword in his hand, saying this must be how Kanger was killed. But then the protagonist appears behind him and says, "Then go join your son." The Tianxiong family master uses his holy power to shield his body. The protagonist is unable to pierce the master with his sword. The Tianxiong family master declares that he is the strongest defensive holy power user on Earth. He then attacks the protagonist with his holy hammer, saying he's going to kill him. The Tianxiong family master delivers a massive blow with his holy hammer. The protagonist defends himself but is pushed back. Jian realizes he underestimated the master's strength. The Tianxiong family master, holding the protagonist's other sword, wonders if it has a soul of its own. Suddenly the sword slips from the master's hand and cuts him. The master is shocked, asking how it managed to penetrate his holy power and cut him. The sword then returns to Jian Chun. The Tianxiong family master begins speaking loudly, demanding to know what kind of battle skills Jian possesses, and promising that if he hands them over, he will be forgiven for Kanger's death. The protagonist responds that the master had just said he wanted to avenge his son's death, and now he's changing his tone. The master becomes angry and uses his holy power, declaring that once he captures Jian, he'll have a way to force him to talk. Jian retorts that if the master doesn't kill him now, he will never have peace in the future. The master charges at Jian Chen, saying that even though Jian knows he has no chance, he still wants to fight for his life. Jian replies, telling him to stop talking nonsense and die. The protagonist dodges the master's strike and begins running at high speed around him. The master comments that even though Jian is kicking up dust to try a sneaky move, all he needs to do is sense his breathing. But then he realizes that he can't feel Jian Chen's breath and wonders how that's possible. The Tianxiong family master uses his holy hammer to strike the ground with holy power. He then notices that Jian has fled and says that Jian pretended to fight for his life, but was actually waiting for a chance to escape. He remarks that the boy is full of tricks and needs to be eliminated. The master orders his man to return with his orders and gather others to accompany him to the Magical Beast Mountain Range to hunt Jian down. In the Magical Beast Mountain Range, the master's subordinates are searching for Jian, saying he couldn't have gone far, so they need to search carefully. They note that this time, the master has sent more than 30 saint masters and over 200 saints, making it impossible for Jian to escape. Jian, who is hiding in the trees, thinks that since they want to kill him, they can't blame him for being ruthless. He begins attacking them. When the masked man arrives, he sees several bodies on the ground. They hear more screams from different parts of the forest. The master, standing on a rock, says that since his men can't capture a single boy, Jian is killing several of them. The masked man comments that it seems Jian can hide his scent, so if the men stay spread out, they will be killed by surprise attacks. The master agrees and says that the enemy is hidden while they are exposed, so there's no need to sacrifice his men in vain, ordering them to retreat. The master asks the masked man to offer a reward for mercenaries to deal with Jian, saying he doesn't believe Jian will be able to keep escaping after that. Many people gather around, looking at the wanted posters and asking who that man is. Jian wonders how it's possible that both the Zhou mercenaries and the Tianxiong family are offering a bounty at the same time. A hooded person, excited, comments that this will make things more interesting. Sometime later, Jian Chen is taking a bath, relaxing and joking that Tianxiong is his transportation minister. He's happy to be bathing, as it's been several days since he last washed while on the run. Suddenly, he feels the ground around the lake tremble. A giant turtle, the turtle shell beast, which is a level 3 beast, emerges. Jian draws his holy sword, saying that if it messes with him, he'll kill it. He then charges at the beast and tries to cut it, but realizes that the turtle beast's defense is very strong. From a distance, several people see Jian fighting the beast. They comment that he isn't tall, and that his sacred weapon is a long, large silver sword, which matches the description on the wanted poster. The men ask their leader what he thinks and say not to be afraid, as Jian is only 20 years old, and they're in a group. The leader tells them to wait until Jian finishes his fight with the level 3 beast, and then they'll all join in to capture him. They start laughing, saying it will be easy to earn the 10,000 amethysts. Suddenly, a hooded person appears behind them, saying that they also want the 10,000 amethysts. The hooded person laughs and says it doesn't matter who they are. The important thing is that the money will be theirs. The person then charges at the group. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues delivering several slashes with his holy weapon. While trying to cut through the turtle shell beast, Jian Chen realizes that its fire was strong and its body was covered in scales, making it impossible to penetrate its defense. With only one option left, he throws his sword multiple times at the beast. The sword strikes and rebounds until the protagonist shouts, "Now!" and uses his divine sword, piercing through the beast's head from one side to the other, causing the beast's core to fall out. Jian Chen comments that even the Saint Master level wasn't enough for a level 3 beast. Suddenly, he hears a noise in the area. Meanwhile, the hooded figure had already defeated almost the entire group. The leader begs the hooded figure not to kill him. The hooded figure responds that he's too lazy to kill him, so he'll give him 2 pills and orders him to go to Wake City and spread a rumor, promising the antidote in return after a month. The men ask what message they should spread. The hooded figure instructs them to spread the rumor that Jian Chen is near Beast Mountain and is seriously injured. He orders them to make sure the entire city knows that the protagonist is there and asks if they understand. The men shout that they understand. The protagonist, hidden and overhearing this, thinks, "What? Seriously injured? What kind of trick is this?" The hooded figure remarks that everyone has already left and wonders why Jian Chen hasn't shown up yet. The protagonist asks the hooded figure why they sent so many people after him and if there was some kind of grudge. The hooded figure replies that in fact, there isn't, but that he owes her money. Jian is shocked when he realizes it's Dayun. Dayun asks if he's surprised. The protagonist, now angry, questions why she sent so many people after him. Dayun responds, telling Jian to leave her alone and not act as if he's going to ask something stupid. The protagonist asks what she means by that. Dayun then asks if he doesn't know how much he's worth, as it's a lot of money. Jian Chen asks how much he's worth. His friend explains that both the Tianxiong family and the Zhou mercenary group have each offered 10,000 amethyst coins just to capture him, and since he's so valuable, many mercenaries are eager to capture him. Dayun suggests they join forces and rob them, but it would cost more than 20,000 amethyst coins. The old rules applied: he would keep the magic core, and she would take the money. It would be a lot of fun. Jian Chen responds that it's a good idea. Dayun, with a cynical expression, tells the protagonist to just speak and not touch her. After a few days, Jian and Dayun attack a group of mercenaries, while Dayun mentions that the Cheetah mercenary group had intercepted and killed 4 royal caravans and also assassinated 67 mercenaries. As they fight against the mercenary groups, Dayun comments that the Bloodshed group had massacred a village for no specific reason half a month ago, killing 240 people. When they finally defeat the groups, Dayun says, "Screw them." After a few more days, another mercenary group appears, asking a hooded person if she had seen any trace of Jian Chen. The girl responds by pointing and asking if they were talking about him. The protagonist is behind them with his 2 holy weapons, saying, "Hello and goodbye," before attacking them. Jian touches Dayun's hand, saying that she did a good job walking down the road. The protagonist cultivates his holy power, while Dayun robs the mercenary group, declaring that they are rich. Jian Chen is cultivating when he notices something, and ends up advancing to saint. When Jian finishes his advancement, he sighs in exhaustion. The thief congratulates Jian, noting that he became a great saint very quickly. The protagonist says it's rare, but he still finds it a bit strange. Suddenly, a mercenary group appears. They are delighted, seeing many amethyst coins. It's an unexpected surprise, and they shout that the hunt has begun. The group leader tells the protagonist that he's going to take his life. Jian Chen, unenthused, says he's already tired of hearing the same things over and over again. Dayun says she's in a good mood and will let them live, as long as they leave their spatial belts behind, and everyone can go. The leader gets furious and says they are screwed. How dare they say such a thing in front of the Zhou group? The protagonist hears this and asks if they really belong to the Zhou mercenary group. The leader of the group laughs and confirms, asking if he was scared because if he was, he could lick his boots, and he might consider letting him stay with them. Jian Chen then begins to cut everyone down with his holy weapons, without the slightest bit of mercy. Dayun asks if Jian just hung them upside down to let them bleed out. He was very cruel. The protagonist responds that those deaths were not enough to satisfy his revenge. Dayun asks what kind of revenge that is. Jian senses someone nearby and pulls Dayun aside, just as a holy strike passes close to her. The protagonist demands to know who's there. From a distance, a person approaches, saying that 2 kids had stolen many amethyst coins, and that it wasn't going to be in vain to take action this time. Dayun and Jian Chen are shocked because the person is a great saint master. Jian Chen asks why a great saint master is after such a small reward. The old man simply laughs, holding a holy knife, and says they have more than just that small reward. They must have stolen a lot in recent days. Dayun gets angry, telling the old man not to even think about touching her money, and charges at him. The old man says she can attack him, and the faster she does, the quicker she'll die. Dayun falls to her knees on the ground and starts coughing. Jian Chen asks if it's poison, noting how cruel it is. The old man starts laughing and says it would be better to let him capture them because he doesn't want to fight them. The protagonist says it's a great shame for a great saint master to use poison to deal with a saint, and charges at the old man with his 2 holy weapons. The old man laughs and asks what kind of face one needs to make money. Thus, the holy weapons collide, causing an explosion. Jian jumps back, sighing, and realizes the immense difference between a saint master and a great saint master. He can't fight like this. The old man starts laughing, calling him a little boy, and strikes, saying he's going to see how tough he is. The protagonist dodges his attacks, but the old man is very fast. The old man rushes at Jian, kicking and slashing him with his holy weapon. Jian realizes the situation is not looking good. They exchange many blows while Dayun circulates her holy power. The protagonist's friend starts coughing up blood. When Jian approaches, he asks what's happening. Dayun replies that the poison is very strange and that she can't force it out of her body. The old man, coming their way, asks how far John plans to run after being poisoned. Jian Chen tells his friend to run, that he will hold off the old man. Dayun complains that she won't go. The protagonist insists she get out of there while he charges at the old man. The girl grabs a pearl in her hand, thinking there's no other way, and then breaks it. Suddenly, a portal appears, and a person steps out, asking if she's been poisoned. The girl begs for help and to save her friend, then collapses unconscious. The man wonders, "Asterisk friend, huh?" The old man fighting throws Jian Chen to the ground, telling him to fall. The man that Dayun called looks toward the old man. The old man feels a powerful pressure and says he didn't even notice when he arrived. The protagonist seizes the moment and launches his holy sword. The old man dodges and calls the protagonist a bastard, but Jian Chen's sword returns towards him. It's the Divine Sense Cone Stab ability, hitting him. The old man realizes when struck that it was a second sword that had been launched. The old man falls to the ground. The protagonist runs toward Dayun. Suddenly, the man begins using his holy power and creates a sphere around himself and Dayun. The protagonist realizes it's the power of space. The man, as he leaves, tells Jian Chen that when he enters the realm of a Saint Master, he will be able to kill a great Saint Master, which is a level above. He praises Jian Chen, saying he has good talent and should practice diligently. If he becomes strong, he and Dayun might meet again in the future. The protagonist thinks that to be able to freely use the power of space, one must at least be in the Saint King realm. It's not that easy. Jian, looking at the treasure left behind, remarks that there are at least 700 rank 4 cores, 1,000 rank 3 cores, more than 1,000 normal rank cores, and over 100,000 amethyst coins. Jian Chen, relieved, says that he's been busy for more than a month and has never had as much money as with this last guy. As Jian is examining the old man, he notices something white and shining and picks it up to check. It's a white animal hide. The protagonist starts to recall what his mother had told him in the past about that white hide. His mother had said that the white hide was an inheritance of the Bai family, passed down for hundreds of years, and that the Bai family had been completely wiped out in one night, precisely because of that treasure. He remembers his mother telling him to carry the hide whenever he missed her. Remembering his mother, Jian Chen says he will definitely return safely. The protagonist thinks that it's exactly the same as what his mother gave him. How could that old man have the Bai family's treasure? What exactly was that white animal hide, which neither burned nor tore with a sword? Could it be a treasure map or a secret martial art? It doesn't seem like it. What exactly is that hide? The protagonist sighs and says he doesn't want to think about it anymore. It's better to focus on becoming stronger. A year passes. The protagonist is in a cave cultivating when suddenly an explosion occurs. Jian Chen manages to advance to high-level Saint Master. The protagonist sighs, saying he finally managed to advance. Jian Chen takes his wanted poster and says that now the Zhou mercenary group and the Tianxiong family will pay in blood. The cave where John is begins to tremble entirely. It's a rank 5 beast, the rapid cloud beast, which has climbed on top of the cave. Suddenly, another beast appears, a flying demon bull. Jian Chen lies in wait, observing them, and says that with his current strength, he can only flee. The beasts begin to fight, attacking each other. When the rapid cloud beast falls, John wonders why it's slower. He also feels that its energy is weaker. The protagonist realizes it's running out of energy. John notes that one is seriously injured and the other is blind. Both sides will lose and end up exhausted. 2 more magic cores like those could help him advance to the realm of a great Saint Master. He rushes toward the beasts, using his maximum speed to attack them. The beasts are fighting each other when the protagonist uses this chance to attack the rapid cloud beast, killing it. Afterward, Jian Chen sighs, saying he can now face the flying demon bull since it's blind. The flying demon bull charges at Jian Chen, using wild charge. The protagonist jumps, dodging. With the bull fallen to the ground, Jian seizes the opportunity and attacks, slashing it. From a distance, someone is watching him. It's an old man who says he has found the rapid cloud beast. The old man tells his subordinates that now that the target has appeared, he will leave it to them. The old man says that after all this time, they still haven't managed to take down a mid-level saint, and he'll give them half an incense stick's time to bring her down. The subordinates respond, "Yes, sir." The subordinates call the person a bitch and say she'd better surrender soon, as they'll leave her body intact. The mid-level saint is holding up well, but is tired, and asks if they really intend to kill her. The mid-level saint shouts, saying they aren't good enough, and charges at them. The man's name is Ming Dong, and he dodges the saint's strikes, though he thinks her attacks are very fast. The subordinates shout, saying that she has revealed herself as a Saint Master of the Wind attribute. Returning to Jian Chen, who was fighting against the demon bull, he had been thrown far away and slammed into a tree. The protagonist charges at the demon bull using his holy weapons. Jian shouts that he can't believe he couldn't break through that defense, and then uses his ability, Divine Sense, Great Wheel of Fortune. When it strikes the flying demon bull, it causes a massive explosion, slicing the bull in half. The protagonist retrieves the bull's magic core and comments that rank 5 magic cores are indeed full of energy. Admiring the core, John says that with these 2 magic cores he acquired, as long as he can cultivate diligently, advancing to Great Saint Master will be much easier. The protagonist decides to take the Rapid Cloud Beast's magic core and leave the area. He also remarks that since rank 5 beasts have already awakened their spiritual wisdom, they like to travel in groups, so if another rank 5 beast shows up, it would be very dangerous. When Jian reaches the Rapid Cloud Beast, he sees a snake coiled around its body and wonders where it came from. When the protagonist realizes that the beast's core has disappeared, an old man appears behind Jian Chen, asking if he was looking for that core. Jian Chen notices that the old man is an Earth Saint Master. The old man laughs and says that Jian Chen doesn't seem to be in a hurry to retrieve that 5th rank magic core. Jian Chen responds that if the old man doesn't want to return the core, then it would be useless to try to take it by force. The old man laughs and says that Jian is interesting, and to be honest, that magic core is very important to his Halidor family, and he's been searching for it for a long time, but Jian got to it first. The old man says that if the protagonist wants the magic core, he could give it up, but only if Jian hands over his combat ability. The protagonist becomes serious and says that he doesn't have any combat ability. The old man scoffs, saying that he's joking because the technique Jian used to kill the flying demon bull was so fast and extremely powerful that it wasn't even at the level of a great Saint Master. What could it be if not a combat ability? John responds that he really doesn't have one, but even if he did have what the old man calls a combat ability and ended up giving it to him, would he let him live? The old man gets angry and says John is a rude boy, charging at Jian Chen. He uses his holy power in his fingers, saying it's not a good idea to act like a know-it-all, and with just a flick of his fingers, he sends the protagonist flying. The old man rushes at Jian, saying he's going to kill him. The protagonist grabs the old man's snake and threatens him, telling him not to move. The old man asks what Jian plans to do. Jian Chen says that the shadow snake, with its special powder, can hide its prey wherever it goes, for hundreds of kilometers, and that it's a very unorthodox species and extremely difficult to train. Few people know about it, and even if he kills Jian and takes the magic core back to his family, it won't be easy for him to lose the snake. The old man admits that he underestimated him and asks what he wants. The protagonist uses the vacuum disciple world technique on the snake. Jian Chen says that after a quarter of an incense stick, that barrier will explode, and the old man still has time to consider whether he will give up the magic core and let him go or not. The old man tells John not to be arrogant and asks if he really thinks he can escape from an Earth Saint Master. John responds that he won't trouble him about that. The old man throws the magic core. The protagonist catches it, thanks him, and kicks the shadow snake away, saying that the snake is over there. The old man rushes to catch the snake while Jian Chen runs in the opposite direction. The old man shouts that he'll cut Jian into pieces. The protagonist sighs and says that was very dangerous, running away and commenting that he needs to run fast because the speed of an Earth Saint Master can't be underestimated, and the old man could start chasing him at any moment. In another location, on the edge of a cliff, the old man's subordinates were still trying to kill the mid-level saint and taunted her, telling her to keep running because she couldn't escape. The mid-level saint was exhausted and said she absolutely couldn't die at the hands of worms like them, so she jumped off the cliff. When she noticed someone below, she shouted for them to get out of the way. It was a great coincidence that they had met at the same place while trying to escape. The old man's subordinates didn't expect the saint to still have that much energy left and wondered who Jian Chen was, but they considered it irrelevant since everyone was going to die anyway. The mid-level saint thought she was really going to die this time when the protagonist suddenly appeared at high speed and unleashed several attacks on the old man's subordinates. The protagonist then walked away, saying it was a waste of time. The saint, incredulous, commented on how fast he was and shouted for Jian Chen to stop running because there was a cliff right ahead. The protagonist then asked if she was chasing him just to say that. The saint, out of breath, replied that what else would it be? Jian thanked her. The saint laughed and thanked him for saving her life, commenting on how fast he was. The protagonist noticed something approaching. The old man was shouting in his direction, saying he could see where he was going. The protagonist was shocked and asked how he had found him so quickly. The old man reached the spot where the protagonist was and saw the mid-level saint, asking how she wasn't dead yet. The saint called him an old geezer and said he wasn't strong enough and that she was still alive and well. The protagonist asked what the situation was, and the mid-level saint replied that she was being chased just because of a few rank 4 cores, and that the old man was their leader. The old man, angry, said they were 2 ungrateful bastards, and that they could have had their lives spared if they had surrendered, but now neither of them would live, and he charged at them. The protagonist told them to split up. The old man used his holy power and asked if they still wanted to run, creating 2 tornadoes and asking how they were going to escape now. The tornadoes, filled with lightning, hurled John Chen and the mid-level saint off the cliff. The old man remarked, "Oops, there go my combat abilities." The protagonist and the saint emerged from the lake, coughing up a lot of water because they had almost drowned. John Chen said his name and swore that if he survived this catastrophe, he would kill the entire Halidor family in revenge. The saint laughed and asked if his name was John Chen. She introduced herself as Ming Dong and thanked him for saving her earlier. The protagonist said there was no need to thank him for that. Ming Dong took out 2 cores and handed them to John, saying they were for him. John, confused, asked what that meant. Ming Dong laughed and said it didn't mean anything. He had saved her life, and she had nothing else to pay him back with. The only valuable thing she had were those 2 rank 4 cores, and she was going to share them with him. John Chen remembered Kendall and the others, and commented that she reminded him of them, saying that he didn't want the magic cores, but asked if she had joined the mercenary group. Ming Dong replied that she hadn't, because she was used to being alone and didn't like the constraints of rules and such things. John said he wanted to ask her a favor. The girl asked what it would be, and said that as long as it didn't cost her life, he could ask for anything. The protagonist said he would like to invite her to join the Flaming Mercenaries, saying that even though the mercenary group wasn't big, he was confident that it would become the #1 mercenary group on the Tianyuan continent in the future. Ming Dong asked how many people were in the group, and thinking it would be uncomfortable if it was too large, with all the rules, regulations, and everything else, it would be very difficult to consider. John Chen replied that there were only the 2 of them. The girl was shocked and exclaimed, "My God!" She then asked the protagonist what a deputy of the Flaming Mercenaries group needed to do now. The protagonist said they were going to cultivate. The girl asked if they shouldn't accept mercenary missions and kill some beasts to get magic cores or something like that. Jian Chen tosses a small bag to the girl, telling her that it contains 8 rank 4 magic cores and that she has half a month to increase her strength. Ming Dong agrees but asks what they will do after that half month. John says that after half a month, they will eradicate a family and destroy a mercenary group. The girl agrees, but wonders how they could take down a mercenary group with just 2 people. He must be crazy. Half a month later, the girl sees the protagonist and comments that he's a monster because Jian Chen had advanced to the level of a great saint master. The girl asks if he's really human, as in less than a month, he evolved to the level of a great saint master. The protagonist asks what the problem is, noting that she is also a mid-level saint master. She sighs and comments that it's not the same because her advancement was small for a master, but he had evolved much more. Suddenly, Jian starts to feel his holy power leaking. The girl asks what's wrong. The protagonist tells her to step back and begins trying to control his aura, which becomes uncontrollable and rises to the sky. Thousands of meters away, an old man sees this and comments that the aura is very powerful. What the hell is that? Could it be another cultivation star rising somewhere? Another person, thousands of meters away, says that it's sword intent, and it's a very powerful sword intent. He wonders who could have reached such an understanding of the Tao of the sword. Could it be that during the years he was in seclusion, another incomparably powerful person has appeared on the Tianyuan continent? Jian Chen's holy weapons are flying when 2 small girls suddenly appear, saying that they can finally talk to him, calling him master. The protagonist is shocked and asks what's going on and why there are 2 lowlies there. The 2 little girls called the protagonist master, while Jian Chen stood in shock. The protagonist asked the girls who they were. The younger one replied that they were the spirits of the purple and green swords and that she was the spirit of the purple sword, but he could call her Zi Ying or Xiao Zi. The older girl said she was the spirit of the green sword and that he could call her Qing Suo or Xiao Qin. The protagonist, still somewhat shocked, wondered if the spirits of the purple and green swords could truly exist, as the purple and green sword technique he practiced seemed to have given life to a sword spirit. Zi Ying responded that this wasn't true, and Qing Suo explained that, just like him, they had also come to the Tianyuan continent from another world. She explained that long ago, when Zi Ying and she were severely injured and their swords were broken, they fell into a deep sleep in Jian Chen's original world. They were awakened by the aura generated by the protagonist's cultivation in the purple and green sword technique. They never expected that the master, in a place where the vitality of heaven and earth was so scarce, would achieve such an incredible understanding of the Tao of the sword, with an incomplete purple and green sword technique. The master was simply a genius. Unfortunately, it was a pity that the master died in the end. When the master died, they decided to take him through space and time to the previous world. With the protagonist's talent in the Tao of the sword, he would definitely be able to turn the tide in their world. But unfortunately, their power was consumed too quickly during the space journey, and they couldn't maintain it for long. In the end, they had no choice but to bring Jian to the Tianyuan continent. The protagonist then asked if they were the ones who saved him, and why they hadn't come to meet him earlier. Ziying, irritated, said that they wanted to, but their energies were almost completely depleted after crossing space, and they fell into a deep sleep for many years before waking up. And after they woke up, the master's divine sense was so weak that they couldn't communicate at all. But that was before Jian Chen's divine sense became strong enough, like just a while ago, so they came to see him as soon as possible. The protagonist said he understood, since he had just advanced to the Saint Grandmaster realm, and his divine sense had grown stronger. Qing Suo commented that now that he was in a higher realm, he could use their powers for the first time. Jian Chen said he had already used the purple and green swords before. Ziying said it wasn't the same. The protagonist, all excited, asked if she was serious. Ying said he would see. The protagonist, still excited, summoned the two swords and asked them to show him the power of the purple and green sword spirits. Jian was shocked by their power and cut through a stone, but ended up creating a hole in the ground in the stone. Realizing how powerful it was, Ying and Suo transformed into spirits and said they were exhausted. The protagonist asked what had happened to them. Ying replied that releasing a lot of sword energy was tiring. Suo commented that they had used up a lot of energy and needed to return to their bodies to sleep. Jian asked how he could give them more energy. Ying called him silly and said he just needed to absorb more high-level magic cores. Jian Chun replied that if it was just magic cores, he had plenty of them. Dong returned, saying she was very bored, and asked if the protagonist was okay. The protagonist told Dong to follow him to Awakened City. Dong asked what they were going to do. John replied that they were going to kill some people. Half a month later, they finally arrived. Dong commented that Awakened City was very large. The protagonist found the city's atmosphere strange, wondering why it felt so odd. Something big was about to happen. Dong asked who they were going to kill. John said she would see. They heard someone speaking loudly, asking how he dared to interfere in the affairs of the Zhou mercenary group, and asked if he wanted to be kicked out of Awakened City. The person said they dared to kidnap a civilian girl even in broad daylight. John told Dong that it was them. Mira told her mother that she was scared. Her mother told her not to be afraid. The Zhou group told the little girl not to be afraid because they loved her. The group protecting Mira and her mother called the Zhou group worms. But suddenly the group protecting Mira was startled because someone from the Zhou group had lost his head. Jian Chen appeared, calling them worms, and easily defeated them, saying they deserved to die. The group protecting Mira was shocked, saying it was too fast. Mira ran towards the protagonist, calling his name. Her mother told Mira to go slowly. Mira approached Jian, saying he looked very cool at that moment. Jian told Mira to be a good girl and tell him where the Zhou mercenary group's headquarters was. Mira pointed, saying it was right over there. At the headquarters of the Zhou group, a man was talking, saying that with the addition of the Zhou mercenary group, the defense of Awakened City had been strengthened. He mentioned that the next time the beast waves came, he wanted to thank the Zhou group for their concern for the city's safety. The man replied that leader Dory was very formal and that Awakened City was also the headquarters of the Zhou mercenary group. It was the right thing to do. Suddenly, the gate of the Zhou mercenary group's headquarters was destroyed. The guards began shouting, asking who dared to break down the family's gate. The leader who was talking heard the noise. Jian Chen and Dong were easily defeating all the guards. The protagonist shouted Cross's name loudly and told him to come out and die. Cross came out laughing and asked if he still dared to challenge the Zhou mercenary group, and mentioned that he had escaped that time, bringing help, and asked why human life was so worthless. Dong asked if the protagonist had some grudge against Cross. The protagonist simply replied yes. Dong commented that he didn't have a strange face and didn't seem like a good guy, and charged towards Cross. Cross summoned his sacred weapon and said he would see what the protagonist had to offer. Their blows clashed, causing an explosion. The man with Cross comments that Dong had a strong aura and that her combat power was not inferior to Cross's, and that if they could take advantage of it, she would be a great addition to face the beast wave. Cross says that Dong's combat power was comparable to that of a high-level Saint Master, and that, being a little younger, it wasn't bad at all, but only to a certain extent. He adds that none of them could hope to leave the Zhou mercenary group alive. The man with Cross jumps in front of them, telling them to wait. The protagonist asks who he is. The man responds that his name is Dory and that he is the commander of Awakened City, asking them to listen to him. He explains that the beast wave, which occurs once every decade, was about to happen, putting all of Awakened City in danger, and asks if they could settle this matter later and prepare for the beast wave. John, angry, uses his saint power and shouts no, saying he would kill Cross right there. Cross tells Commander Dory that no one would be left alive after someone provoked the Zhou mercenary group and charges towards Dong and Jian, saying they were going to die. Dong asks Jian if she should go. The protagonist says no and charges towards Cross. Cross strikes, but Jian Chen dodges and calls him a bastard, appearing behind him. Jian lands a blow on Cross, telling him to go to hell, and sends him flying, making him crash to the ground. Cross, on his knees, sighs and says, "Great Saint Master," asking if John had advanced to the level of Great Saint Master. Dory steps between Cross and Jian again, saying that both were Great Saint Masters and that their future achievements were limitless. But at that moment, Awakened City was in crisis. He suggests they make good connections and turn all this into a good deed. John appears in front of Cross and says to Commander Dory, "You didn't suffer what I suffered." The protagonist then kicks Cross in the face, sending him flying. John Chen tells Dory that he was in no position to recommend that he be merciful. Cross grabs a core in his hand and says that even if John were a great Saint Master, he would die there, and crushes the core. At that moment, an aura rises to the sky. Dory is startled and asks what it was. The Zhou family's tiger and wolf guardians had appeared. Dory tells him to delay as long as possible until he calls the city's lord to resolve the situation. Cross orders the Zhou family's tiger and wolf guardians to kill John Chen and laughs, saying that when the city's lord returns, he would only have to collect Dong and John Chen's bodies. Cross laughs and says there are over 30 high-level Saint Masters and that they would tear them apart. Dong is frightened. The high-level Saint Masters jump to attack the protagonist, but John Chen cuts them down with his green and purple spirit swords. The protagonist's strike was very strong, exerting a tremendous aura, throwing everyone away with an intense pressure. John Chen asks if that was all they had and continues to cut them down. The protagonist cut them down mercilessly, telling them to disappear from there. As the enemies fell wounded, Dong takes the opportunity to kick the head of General Tiger, sending him flying and calling him a bastard. He lands in front of Cross. The protagonist appears in front of Cross, killing a high-level saint with ease without any mercy. Cross is terrified by this. More subordinates arrive to protect Cross, while the protagonist, standing in front of them, asks if there is anyone else left to die, with a very serious expression. Cross and the other guardian are scared. Cross takes a bag of gold coins and throws it on the ground, saying that the protagonist's power had already been so consumed that he was almost out of strength, and claims that whoever hurts either of them will be rewarded with 1,000 amethyst coins, and whoever kills them will be rewarded with 10,000 amethyst coins. Suddenly, a bunch of high-level saints appear, saying they were going to die. Jean grabs his larger sword and unleashes a powerful strike, cutting them down and telling them to disappear from there. John Chen continues to cut them down with his sacred weapon, easily defeating them as if they were nothing. They cursed him, but the protagonist showed no mercy and kept cutting them down effortlessly. Dong Ming was already completely out of breath and exhausted. Cross, in his thoughts, wondered how much longer they could hold out, believing that as soon as they were exhausted, it would be the end of them. Dong shouts to John Chen that if she could hold off those bastards for 10 breaths, he could kill Cross. The protagonist replies that he could. Dong Ming then begins to gather her saint power, concentrates her energy, and uses the whirlwind explosion technique, telling the protagonist to go. Cross and his subordinates defend themselves against Dong Ming's technique, but John Chen seizes the opportunity and charges at Cross, saying that now he would die. The people of Awakened City saw those strikes and explosions and wondered what was happening. Suddenly the city wall cracks, and a man flies towards the city. The people are shocked and wonder if that wasn't the leader of the Zhou mercenary group and how he got beaten up like that. The protagonist appears, telling Cross that he's a bastard and asking if he's ever thought about how he wants to die. Cross, terrified, begs Jian Chen to spare him, offering all his money. The protagonist asks if he really wants to be spared. Cross says yes. Jian kicks him in the face, sending him flying and tells him to ask Amber. Jian remembers the death of his friends and in a fit of rage, tells him to ask Dagger. The protagonist, with his fist enveloped in saint power, tells him to ask Leader Kendall. John, in a furious state, starts punching Cross in the face mercilessly. The protagonist grabs Cross by the neck and throws him far away, launching him onto the mercenary group's sign, destroying it and causing both of them to fall. Jian begins to speak the names of his fallen companions, asking if they could see what was happening. Dongming then asks Jian Chun where they would go next. The protagonist responds that they would go to, but they are interrupted by hearing several voices saying, "Get out of the way. The city lord is conducting official business." The city lord asks if the young man in front of him is the one called Jian Chen. The protagonist mentions that someone should buy them a drink. Ming is left speechless. The city lord laughs and says that Jian Chen is indeed a talented person and that it's good to see him there. The protagonist greets the city lord. The city lord asks Jian Chen if they have met before. The protagonist replies that in Awakened City, the only person who could command Dolly to be so respectful would be none other than the city lord. The lord laughs and says that Jian is truly a perceptive person. The lord then turns and says he's running late. Jian comments that it seems the lord is there to ask for Cross's forgiveness. The lord responds with irony. Jian becomes serious and stares at the city lord. The lord bursts into laughter and says he was joking and invites Jian to his mansion. Jian says that he's the one in charge. Later, at the city lord's mansion, the lord says he will get straight to the point and that he understands the principle of not advising others to do good unless they have suffered enough. Therefore, the destruction of the Zhou mercenary group was their fate, but now he's concerned about the approaching beast wave that will hit the city, as well as their overall combat strength. The protagonist reassures the lord not to worry, as he and his brothers are enough to make up for the combat strength lost when he destroyed the Zhou mercenary group. The lord agrees, saying that's true. Otherwise, the mercenary group wouldn't have been destroyed. Jian admits that he doesn't want to hide anything from him, but he plans to go after the Tianxiong family. The lord, in disbelief, says that the Tianxiong family is one of the most powerful families in Awakened City. The protagonist replies that he will explain the combat power of both families and that the premise is that the lord shouldn't stop him, revealing his aura of saint power. Ming, after having eaten a lot at the city lord's house, asks Jian where they're going now. The protagonist says they're going to grab a bowl of noodles. Ming asks if he hasn't eaten enough already. Jian responds that he's not a hungry wolf, unlike someone he knows. Ming, with a full belly, says that the city lord had prepared a lot of good food. Dolly asks the lord if they should let them fight the Tianxiong family. The lord responds that they should wait and see, because with just the two of them, it would be impossible to have killed the entire Zhou mercenary group in such a short time. There must have been a land saint master helping them, and judging by how they behaved and the unwavering confidence he showed when speaking, there's certainly a powerful force behind him. And if they could become their allies, their forces would be far superior to those of the Zhou mercenary group and the Tianxiong family combined. Besides, the two brothers Tianxiong Li and Tianxiong Daoyun have been causing a lot of trouble for Awakened City for a long time. It's time to bring them down a notch. In the Tianxiong family, there was a great commotion early in the morning. Family members were asking Xiong Lai what was going on and why he had called everyone so early. The elders mentioned that many things were happening in the family. They had been friends for over 10 years, and if something was wrong, he could speak up. So why did he want to talk to all of them there? Xiong Li replied that it was a serious matter because the boy who had killed the entire Zhou mercenary group was the same boy who had killed his son Kanger a year ago, and that his name was Jian Chen, which is why he had gathered them all there. The elder with the mustache asked if they were to help kill that child. Xiong Li said there was no need. They should only help intercept him as he was just a saint master, but so fast that even he couldn't catch him. Another elder said that if he captured him, he would cut him in half. The guards at the Tianxiong family gate were wondering what the master was planning, as he had invited all the most powerful cultivators from all over Awakened City. The other guard replied that it likely had something to do with the destruction of the Zhou mercenary group, which had been the talk of the entire city in recent days. Suddenly, a ring flew towards the guard's head and hit him. The guard asked who the bastard was that threw it. The protagonist appeared, saying it was him, and threw another ring at the other guard, knocking him down. Ming remarked that those onion rings were really good, and that he was wasting them by throwing them at people. Jian Chen replied that after the fight, he would take her out to eat. Ming said she wanted to eat onion rings and didn't like eating pies, then asked why he was nervous, since there was no one around. Jian asked who said there was no one there. They were already here. With that, several people appeared, surrounding them. Dongming asked why there were so many great saint masters there. Xiong Li grabbed his hammer and charged at Jian, calling him a bastard and saying he would kill him to avenge his son, and he lunged at the protagonist. The protagonist responded that it was an old trick, and also advanced. They exchanged blows, causing a huge explosion that could be seen throughout the city. In the back garden of the Tianxiong family, Everything began to shake as Xiong Li's brother asked who dared to fight against the Tianxiong family. He headed to the scene, saying he would kill the intruder. Suddenly, several stones began to tremble, and Jian wondered what the hell was going on. A person came speeding towards Jian. It was Xiong Li's brother, flying at high speed towards the battle. He arrived, asking Li who was causing trouble for the Tianxiong family. Lai replied to Dao Yun that he had arrived just in time because the killer of his nephew was there. Dao Yun asked if it was true, because if it was, he would kill him. He then used his great saint power, generating a massive aura, and declared that he would break all of Jian's bones and scatter his ashes. Jian stared at that powerful aura. Dao Yun launched a massive attack towards the protagonist with his saint power, causing a huge explosion. Xiong Lia started laughing, saying that the person who had killed his son had been crushed to pieces and that his death had been avenged. Suddenly the stones began to move. Dao Yun was shocked when, from beneath the rubble, the protagonist spoke, saying that Lai's son was very arrogant and oppressive, killing people simply at will. Jian launched a strike with his saint power towards Li and said that his son had paid the price for his sins. Xiong Lia was startled, but Dao Yun stepped in and defended his brother from the blow. Xiong Lia, shocked, said it was impossible, as in just 1 year, Jian Chen had advanced to the realm of a great saint master. Jian replied that he had been in a state of shame when he was pursued by him, but he dared to return now because he had enough power to kill him. The protagonist then used his divine sword, the Great Wheel, against Li, declaring that he would die. Xiong Dao Yun defended his brother from the strike and told him to get out of there. He asked if that was all Jian Chen had and charged at the protagonist, launching a strike and saying that it would be Jian who would die. Ming, frightened, asked what the hell that was and why he was so hostile. Jian replied that no matter what happened, she should just keep moving forward, and then he unleashed a powerful strike. Their blows collided, causing a massive explosion, and Dao Yun was sent flying. Ming said she would see what he was made of and attacked him. Xiong Li charged at Ming and delivered a powerful punch in the shape of a giant hand, forcing Ming to dodge. Jian Chen was shocked, saying that this was not good at all. A golem appeared in front of them, emerging from the ground. It laughed and called Jian Chen Little One. It was Xiong Li, who had used the ability Evolution Earth Explosion, transforming into a giant golem. Lai then delivered a massive punch in their direction, causing a huge explosion. The other great saint masters remarked that Lai had incredible combat strength and was very powerful. Dao Yun shouted at the great saint masters, asking what they were waiting for and ordering them to stop Jian Chen and Ming. The great saint masters charged at Jian and Ming, commanding them to stop. Jian and Ming exchanged blows with them, calling them bastards. The protagonist said he was after the Tianxiong family and that they should stay out of it if they didn't want to die. The great saint masters responded that Jian was a very bold child and that he would die. Jian Chen warned them not to blame him for being rude. Jian Chen and Ming attacked them, easily defeating them and saying they knew exactly what would happen. After defeating the great saint masters, Jian shouted to Xiong Li that he would be next. The protagonist then used the purple and blue god sword, double spike cone. Xiong Li mocked it as a silly trick and said it couldn't do anything against his absolute defense, bracing for the strike with his hand. Lai screamed in disbelief when his hand couldn't withstand the blow and was destroyed, piercing the golem's face. Xiong Li couldn't believe it. While Xiong Dao Yun called out to his brother, the golem began to crumble. Dao Yun rushed toward the golem, searching for his brother as it fell. Xiong Li begged Dao Yun to kill Jian Chen to avenge his son. Dao Yun began to cry, calling for his brother. The protagonist told Dao Yun to wipe away his disgusting tears, reminding him that he had killed many people, and said that everyone has loved ones, like friends, brothers, and family. He called Dao Yun trash and said his tears were rotten. Dao Yun, enraged, called Jian a piece of garbage, and losing control, declared that he would make him regret ever being born in that world. Ming, frightened, commented on the aura Dao Yun was emanating, saying it was very strong. The protagonist stared at him with a serious expression. Dao Yun, carrying his brother, exuded an aura filled with intense bloodlust. When he screamed in anger, his aura exploded, radiating a powerful death energy. Skulls began to awaken and fly toward him. Dao Yun was enveloped in an aura of skulls and declared that now that Jian dared to provoke the Tianxiong family, none of them would survive. Dao Yun commanded the skulls to attack. Ming, terrified, asked if those were skeletons and how many people he had killed. Jian Chen sighed in shock. The skulls transformed into a giant skeleton, emanating a massive, sinister aura. The great saint masters remarked that this was why thousands of people disappeared every year in Awakened City, with no bodies ever found. They said that Xiong Li and Xiong Dao Yun were worse than animals if they killed people in such a way. The giant skeleton tried to crush Jian and Ming, while Dao Yun ordered them to die. Lord Yun Li was apologizing to the Lord's emissaries for not being able to welcome them properly, but he had to rush to help Awakened City. The emissaries told Yun Li not to worry, as the likelihood of a 5th-rank beast attacking the city was extremely low. He should be able to handle the situation himself, as it was embarrassing for him to ask for help every time. After all, they only slept and ate without doing much. Lord Yun Li said they were very humble, and even with them just eating, he felt much more confident. The emissaries remarked that they had arrived a bit early this time and would have a few more days until the attack. Yun Li said they had arrived just in time, and to be honest, he had invited them to Awakened City earlier because he wanted them to help scare off a junior. One of the emissaries asked if there was some extraordinary person born in Awakened City in the last few decades. The city lord said it was a strong young boy who appeared last year, and that he couldn't see through his strength. The emissaries and the lord noticed a powerful aura in the area. The red-haired emissary said it was a strong demonic aura, which could mean a 5th-rank beast had appeared in the city. The giant skeleton strike created a large crater in the ground. Jian Chen thought it was strange, because the aura was similar to that of a 5th-rank beast. Dongming said that the demonic aura was strange and was affecting people's minds, asking how they could fight if they couldn't even get close. Dao Yun laughed, saying that there was no way to hide from his silent demon qi. The protagonist told Ming to hold on for 3 breaths' time. Ming shouted to the great Saint Masters, telling them that if they didn't want to die, they should help hold that thing off for 3 breaths' time. The great Saint Masters agreed to help and then charged at the giant skeleton. Dong Ming called it a bastard and said it would see. Dao Yun laughed, saying that the only fate for trash like them was death, and he sent Ming flying. Jian appeared from behind with his sacred weapons, telling him to try this, and used the Ziqing universal sword and qi, slashing through the skeleton and Dao Yun, causing him to fall out of the skeleton. Dao Yun wondered how this was possible when suddenly an explosion occurred, a massive outburst of saint power. Jian Chen shielded himself from the explosion with his saint power. Suddenly someone said it seemed like that was the beginning of a new shooting star in Awakened City. Jian was startled and wondered who it was, how someone had gotten so close without making a sound. Jian Chen asked the city lord who those two were. The lord responded that he would introduce them, but the emissary interrupted, saying it didn't matter who they were, but that he had heard of an incredible young man in Awakened City. He revealed his aura, saying he was very pleased to hear this, and began to exude a powerful aura, declaring that he wanted to have a contest with him. Dongming complained that the pressure was too strong, and that she couldn't move her body at all. Jian Chen felt immense pressure, and remarked that the pressure of a land Saint Master was truly terrifying and different. The protagonist used the qi of the purple and blue sword, and began gathering power in his broadsword. His eyes started to overflow with saint power. The red-haired emissary was startled and wondered what that was. He began to block Jian Chen's saint power with his own, but suddenly, his saint power shield began to crack, and he was thrown back. The other emissary caught him. The red-haired emissary was shocked, realizing how strong Jian was. The protagonist sighed and apologized. The emissary responded that he shouldn't feel ashamed, and said that with the level of a great saint master, he was able to break the pressure released by him, a land saint master. He was truly an invincible young hero at the same level, and he really admired him. The protagonist replied that it was the emissary who was very powerful. The emissary remarked that it seemed the power Jian had just unleashed wasn't that of a saint. Jian admitted that, to be honest, he wasn't able to fully control that power, and if it hadn't been for the immense pressure, he wouldn't have been able to control it. The blue-haired emissary commented that it wasn't appropriate to say that, as it was rude. The red-haired emissary acknowledged that he was abrupt and told the city lord that with his little brother Jian Chen and the two of them, Awakened City would be safe from the beast attacks. Lord Yun Li agreed, saying that he was right and that he was fortunate to have their help in that matter. The lord and the emissaries were startled and asked why there were so many skeletons there. The protagonist explained that Tianxiong Dao Yun had cultivated demonic techniques and that those skeletons were the result of the deaths caused by his blood-sucking practices. Lord Yun Li became serious and said he wasn't surprised, given that thousands of people disappeared in Awakened City every year, seemingly without reason. The Lord said that Jian Chen had killed Tianxiong Dao Yun and removed the tumor from Awakened City, and that he was extremely grateful. He stated that he would thoroughly investigate the matter and that everyone involved would be uncovered. Jian Chen thanked him. The emissaries told Jian Chen to come to the city lord's mansion to discuss the matter when he was free, as his opinion would be very important in the case. The protagonist replied that they would see him later. Dongming asked Jian what it meant that his opinion would be important in the case. The protagonist explains that it meant determining who was involved in the case, specifically who was innocent and who was guilty, and that he was in charge of that task. The great Saint Masters became frightened and said they had only been invited as guests and genuinely didn't know what Xiong Daoyun was up to, pleading with Jian to spare them. Ming asked if they were now brothers of Jian Chen, considering they had been rude to him some time ago. Jian started laughing. The great Saint Masters began to beg Jian Chen, saying they had been deceived by Xiong Daoyun and truly didn't know what was happening, and that when they realized something was wrong, they immediately switched sides and helped destroy Xiong Daoyun. Ming told them to leave, warning them not to even think about fighting. The protagonist called for silence and said he didn't want to embarrass them, but just the fact that they had been invited as guests meant they were deeply involved with the Tianxiong family. He added that friendship is deep when you have two choices to make. The great Saint Masters asked what the choices were. The protagonist, serious, said that they would be investigated and the power they used would be revealed. But being at the top of Awakened City, they couldn't afford to be investigated. The other option was to join the protagonist's mercenary group. The great Saint Masters agreed to submit, but asked what his mercenary group was. The protagonist replied that his mercenary group would become the #1 mercenary group on the Tianyuan continent in the future, and that the name of his group is The Flame. At the Kai residence, Jian Chen mentioned that they would have to use the residence as a temporary headquarters for the Flame mercenaries, and deeply regretted this decision. Ming commented that although he called it a humble house, it was actually a very nice place. The protagonist responded that the place was pleasant and they shouldn't worry about it. The Great Holy Master said he wanted to ask something. Jian Chen replied that it was no problem. The Great Holy Master mentioned that the other 5 Great Holy Masters had already left to disband their mercenary groups, but the Kai and Dole families were involved in businesses, and if they disbanded their groups, the loss would be too great to bear. The protagonist then said that the 2 families would continue as they were and join the mercenary group, focusing all efforts on making money. Jian Chen said they would try to take over the business of the Zhou mercenary group and the Tianxiong family in Awakened City as soon as possible, and if they needed strength, they should call him and the Flame mercenaries, who would clear the way for them. The Great Holy Masters responded, "Yes, sir." One of the Great Holy Masters ran up to Jian Chen, saying that he had bad news. Another Great Holy Master reprimanded him, telling him not to be rude, as the leader was there, and asked why he was shouting. The Great Holy Master, out of breath, said that Duo Kong and his 5 mercenary regiment leaders were coming with their men, and people were aggressively spreading the word that they wanted to test the strength of the new leader. The other Great Holy Master was about to speak, but the protagonist interrupted, saying that there was no problem with that, and that they would bring them to the martial arts arena. In the martial arts arena, the group leaders introduced themselves to Jian, stating their names and saluting Jian Chen. The protagonist commented that the 5 were people of their word, quick in their decisions, and that he, Jian Chen, would never mistreat them. He added that it wouldn't be long before they realized they made the right decision by joining the Flame mercenary group. Suddenly, a man shouted, saying no. The protagonist responded that it seemed some brothers they brought along were not convinced. The man, with a long sword on his shoulder, said that was right, as Jian was just a little boy with delicate skin and soft flesh, and asked if he thought he could make them accept him as the new leader. Other people in the group started to gain courage and said that Jian just looked like a pretty face, laughing afterward. Dongming then said they had big mouths and advanced on them, punching one of them in the face. The other dissatisfied men rushed at her, calling her detestable. Ming asked if they wanted to gang up on her, but suddenly they felt something hitting their hands, making their weapons fall to the ground. It was the protagonist with his sword, cutting them down and defeating them easily. Jian asked everyone to stop, saying they had already died once. Frightened, they asked what he meant by that. The protagonist turned to them and told them to look at their necks. The men started touching their necks. Jian asked if he was now qualified or not to lead them. The men, shocked, thought about how he managed to cut only a layer of skin on their necks without hurting them. Was he really human? They wondered. Jian Chen asked if they were now convinced. The men saluted him and said they would follow him to the end. The protagonist asked Ming what she thought. Ming, smiling, replied that she was at ease. Suddenly, everything around them started to shake. Ming, shocked, asked what was happening. They then saw several signals in the sky. They said it was a summoning signal and that the beasts were about to attack the city. Jian Chen ordered everyone to prepare, go to the walls, and join the battle. In the forest, several magical beasts gathered and ran toward the city. The people on the city walls asked what was happening because, in recent years, all the beasts' attacks had been against the city walls. Lord Yunli wondered why they were so organized this time. It seemed that someone was behind them, controlling them. But how was that possible? Jian started to sweat cold when he saw that there was a fifth-rank beast. The horde of beasts approached the walls when a giant monkey appeared roaring. Lord Yunli and Jian were frightened and said that it was a fifth-rank demonic beast, the green-scale demon monkey, commanding the attack. The Lord, shocked, ordered everyone in the city to kill the beasts, and that whoever managed to cut off the beast's left ear could go to the Lord's mansion to receive a reward. Several great holy masters charged at the beasts, saying to kill the creature. Many great holy masters tried to defeat the fifth-order beast. Dongming thought she couldn't fight the green-scale demon and the red phosphorus, so she decided to kill any low-level beast that dared to approach her. Ming delivered several blows, cutting down the low-level beasts, saying she would kill them all. Dongming called the beasts bastards and delivered a great blow with her holy power, ordering them to leave their left ear. The people of the Flame Mercenary group were astonished by Dongming's power, commenting that she was very impressive. The city lord said that Ming was in command and doing a good job. Suddenly, several roars echoed. The city lord loudly said that fourth-rank beasts were attacking. The great holy masters said there were many beasts, and it seemed that all of them were of the fourth rank. Dongming stated that she would defeat them first, and that everyone should work in pairs to kill them one by one, from the nearest to the furthest. Dongming charged at them and used her skill, Explosive Hurricane Windpost, creating a giant hurricane that hit the green-scale demon. The green-scale demon was furious and let out a roar. In the middle of the forest, a loud noise and tremor started when a giant crocodile emerged from the forest, letting out a great roar. The city lord was frightened and wondered why there was a fifth-rank sword crocodile there. The emissaries said they could only hold off one beast at most, but if there were two, they couldn't fight them. The protagonist, Sirius, commented that there were more than two, and that one of them was stronger than the green-scale demon monkey and the sword crocodile. The red-haired emissary asked if that was serious, as he couldn't sense anything. Near the forest, the weather began to change, and several lightning bolts started to appear in the sky when suddenly, the golden-furred Tiger King emerged. Jian Chen saw the Tiger King and became furious, charging at him and demanding that he return his brother's life. The emissaries told him not to be impulsive, as they were already entangled with the green-scale demon monkey and couldn't defeat the Tiger King on their own. The demon monkey and the sword crocodile roared towards Dongming, and Ming told them to go to hell. The emissaries and Jian rushed toward the fifth-rank beasts. Dongming remarked that these were indeed fifth-rank beasts. The green-scale demon monkey swung a punch toward the emissaries, forcing them to dodge, while the sword crocodile tried to stop the protagonist. Jian said that the crocodile dared to get in his way. The protagonist unleashed several strikes on the crocodile with his holy weapons, declaring that he would kill it, and then used the purple and blue sword Qi, asking it to help him slay his enemy, causing significant damage to the ground. Lord Yunli was shocked by what he witnessed. The protagonist's strike created a massive crater in the ground, leaving a huge hole. The emissaries were astonished that the protagonist had killed a fifth-rank beast with just one slash. The protagonist, facing the golden-furred Tiger King, vowed to have his revenge by killing him and charged forward. The Tiger King let out a roar. Suddenly, the green-scale demon monkey lunged at Jian Chen. The protagonist was startled, realizing he didn't have time to dodge, as he hadn't noticed the demon monkey approaching. Dongming screamed for Jian to be careful. Ming jumped in front of Jian, taking the hit and shielding him with her body. The demon monkey sent them flying. Jian Chen held on to Ming to keep her from being thrown too far and asked if she was okay. Ming replied that she couldn't die just yet and told him to watch her, as she was going to kill that gorilla. The emissaries arrived to assist. The golden-furred Tiger King began to gather his aura for a powerful strike. The emissaries commented that this aura was very strong, which was why the Tiger King was considered fifth rank. The protagonist told Ming to go help the emissaries kill the green-scale demon monkey, and, if they couldn't kill him, at least try to restrain him. Dongming started to ask if he was going, but was interrupted by Jian Chen, who said he wanted revenge, gathering his aura and charging at the beast with his holy weapons, delivering a powerful slash. Meanwhile, the emissaries and the others continued to fight against the demon monkey. Jean landed his blow on the Tiger King's head, but realized that if he didn't use the power of the blue and purple sword, he wouldn't be able to damage the Tiger King's outer skin. When Jian noticed, the Tiger King attacked him with his claws. Disbelieving, Jian said this wasn't good at all. The Tiger King then struck him, sending him flying, and he ended up crashing into the back of the green-scale demon monkey. The demon monkey turned around, clutching his back. Jean fell to the ground and thought that his blue and purple sword power needed time to recover, so he couldn't use it for a while. The gorilla pounded the ground while the Tiger King stared at him. Jian realized that the two fifth-rank beasts were attacking each other. When the Tiger King let out a roar, Jian Chen dodged, but the demon monkey was about to strike him from behind. When Jian noticed, it was already too late, and he couldn't avoid it. But a holy power restrained the monkey by the hand. The emissaries used their holy power to bind the demon monkey's hands. Dong Ming shouted at the gorilla, saying his opponent was right there, and attacked him, delivering a blow to his back. The Tiger King roared as the protagonist tried to wound him with his sword, attempting to break through his external defense. Jian was struck by the Tiger King and was sent flying. The gorilla managed to free itself from the emissary's aura, tossing them and Ming aside. One of the emissaries exclaimed that the gorilla was too strong and that he couldn't hold it back. Suddenly, Ming noticed something coming toward her at high speed. When someone landed behind her, it caused a huge crater, throwing Ming forward. It was Jun Chen, who had been thrown far away by the Tiger King. Ming saw the protagonist and asked if he was still alive. The protagonist grabbed his sword and realized that the power of the blue and purple sword had finally recovered. Jun Chen took his swords and told Ming to help him force the beasts into alignment. Dong responded that she would help and began gathering holy power, shouting, "Explode, hurricane!" She then unleashed 2 hurricanes, surrounding the fifth-rank beasts and aligning them in a straight line. Jun Chen charged at the 2 beasts and used his ability, Heaven-Splitting Spirits of the Blue and Purple Sword. The Tiger King noticed the protagonist's attack and saw the strike splitting the demon monkey in half, causing a massive explosion. The attack was so powerful that Ming and the emissaries had to brace themselves to avoid being thrown by the blast. The demon monkey fell to the ground amidst the vast cloud of dust. Lord Yunli was shocked and wondered if the beasts had died, but in the midst of all that dust, the Tiger King's eyes were still very much alive. The Tiger King was severely injured as he stared at the protagonist with a sinister gaze, and the protagonist returned the stare with a serious look. The golden-furred Tiger King slowly retreated, growling. Dong Ming and the emissaries, frightened, asked what was happening when suddenly the Tiger King fled very quickly, leaving only a trail of dust. The city lord shouted, saying that it had fled. Dong Ming, relieved, commented that it had finally retreated. The emissary said that the King of Beasts was scared and ended up fleeing. Such a thing had never happened in the history of Awakened City. Jean Chen, furious, shouted loudly that it would not escape and unleashed several strikes with his holy weapon, declaring that the Tiger King would die, and launched a very powerful blow in its direction. The Tiger King noticed the attacks, but it was already too late. The blows hit it directly. The golden-furred Tiger King fell to the ground after being struck by the protagonist's attacks. The emissaries wondered if it had truly died. Dong Ming affirmed that they had done it. It was a victory. Everyone in Awakened City began to celebrate because they had defeated all the beasts. It was a victory. The protagonist, standing, began to cough up blood and collapsed to the ground. Ming saw the protagonist fall and called out his name, asking what was happening. She shouted for Jen Chen to wake up. Suddenly, the protagonist started to see the souls of his friends, who told him he was doing very well. Jian called out to his leader. Kendall and the others laughed and said they were right about him, that Jian was incredible. Po crouched down and offered him a piece of his chicken leg. Po and the others started arguing because he had given Jian a piece he had already bitten into. Po replied, saying they were brothers, so Jian wouldn't mind. The protagonist responded that he didn't mind and reached out to take the chicken leg. When Jian tried to grab it, he realized he couldn't and became scared. Kendall and the others began to disappear, saying they would leave the Flame Mercenaries group to him. Jian, upset, with his hand on his chest, shouted, "Long live the Flame Mercenaries!" Several times. Jian Chen was sleeping in a room when someone called his name several times until he woke up and opened his eyes. Dong Ming was shouting, saying that he had finally woken up. The protagonist asked how long he had been unconscious. Ming replied that it had been 2 whole days. He had slept a lot. Jian Chen asked the emissaries, since they were there, if the beast wave had ended. The emissary laughed and said yes, and that he had killed 2 fifth-rank beasts with a single blow. The beast had no leader, and each attacked randomly, so they were killed by the rest of them. Jian sighed, saying he was glad it was over. The emissaries commented that Jian Chen had managed to kill the 3 great beasts with his strength, allowing them to survive the crisis, and that there was a reward entrusted to them by Master Yun Li to give to him. In the spatial rings, there were some rewards for the Flame Mercenaries group and the bodies of the magical beasts. Jian remarked that they were kind, and that this time, he only managed to kill the 5th-rank beasts, but without their help, he wouldn't have been able to defeat them. For him, It was enough just to take the demon core of the Tiger King. The emissaries said the rest should be given to them because they only made a small contribution. Dongming commented that they were sincere, and that if they refused, they would be underestimating the Flame Mercenaries group. The emissary thanked them, saying that in the future, whenever the mercenary group needed them, they would be there to help, no matter the circumstances. The protagonist thanked them, saying he was sure they would do their best to help his group, so he was already thanking them in advance. The emissaries mentioned that in half a year, there would be a mercenary event held every 50 years, and they asked them not to miss it since they were great martial artists after all. Jen and Ming wondered what the mercenary event was. The emissaries asked how they didn't know about the mercenary festival. Dongming replied that she had never heard of it. The emissaries explained that the mercenary festival is a competition for mercenaries held every 50 years in the city of mercenaries, and participants must be under 50 years old. If you make it into the top 100, you receive a large monetary reward and a medal of honor made by the mercenary union. They also said that if you make it into the top 10, you could win a divine cultivation technique. Jen, Chen, and Ming were excited. Ming, enthusiastic, commented that this was incredible because the poorly cultivated technique by that bastard Tianxiang Daoyun was probably a human cultivation technique, but it was very strange. A divine cultivation technique must be amazing. The emissary added that it wasn't just that. If you make it into the top 3, not only can you choose a divine cultivation technique, but also a divine combat technique, and that a divine combat technique is truly a powerful combat technique. Jen Chun remarked that the city of mercenaries was very generous. Ming, all excited, asked what rank they had achieved at the mercenary festival, considering they were Earth Saint Masters. The emissaries, embarrassed, said that at the last mercenary event, they were still children, and now they were too old to participate in the event. Jian thought it was a shame. On another day in the mountains, Jen called Ming to rest for a while after they passed the mountaintop. Those two beasts would die of exhaustion if they kept running. Ming commented that they just needed to reach a bigger city and change their mounts because they only had half a year and still had hundreds of thousands of kilometers to cover. They couldn't stop. Jian told Ming that she was in too much of a hurry. Her courage was commendable, but her strength was still too low to participate in a competition since they were merely intermediate Saint Masters and a great Saint Master. Ming replied that it was a gathering of the elite mercenaries from all over the Tianyuan continent. The protagonist asked Ming if she knew the fundamental difference between an expert and a mediocre person. Ming asked what the difference was. Jun replied that one dares to think and act while the other is like a frog trapped in a well, daring to jump out of the well to break barriers. We are low-rank cultivators, but low-rank cultivators have nothing to lose. We are afraid of wearing shoes when we are barefoot. Ming responded that they had nothing to lose but soon realized the protagonist was teasing her and said that the mediocre one was him and his entire family. Later on the mountain, the protagonist called Ming to eat a chicken leg. Ming, irritated, said she wouldn't eat because she was just a mediocre martial artist and didn't deserve a chicken leg. Jen laughed and said that even mediocre people could eat a chicken leg. She could eat whatever she wanted by herself. If you're mediocre, you need to be quick with your hands and feet. Ming, still irritated, called Jen a fool, while the protagonist laughed heartily. Suddenly, they heard a voice telling them to get out of the way. Jian and Ming looked and saw a large group of people. The group told them not to block the road and to move aside. Jian Chun noticed the symbol on the caravan and said that these were people from the Blue Wind Kingdom. Ming asked if he knew them. The protagonist explained that the elite troops of the Blue Wind Kingdom were in conflict with his country. Jun Chen wondered why they were there. At night, the group from the Blue Wind Kingdom was discussing that this time, the Gerson Kingdom was finished, and that even though they were very strong, they couldn't compare to the simultaneous siege by 4 kingdoms attacking from the east, north, south, and west. However, they were only afraid of that old monster from the Changyang mansion returning out of nowhere, as she was close to reaching the realm of a holy king. The other men said that even if that old person didn't return, they would still have nearly 10 divine holy masters, which would already be difficult to face.
If you enjoyed this video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, and like the video. Thank you.